watch the VOD and the flashback starts. I'm standing there out of Vegas in winter air. See the horse go hug Stompy the donkeys. See you make your way through the group and tell me moo. I wish that I knew that later in the tour when we were feeding chinchillas, and then Maya said Snork doesn't like to be pet. I thought of scratching on your neck and brushing you nice and slow. And I said, Winnie Moo, you're the best ambassador today. I'll get the ball and all there's left to do is play. You are a cow, so I'll be a cow too. It's a love story when he just say moo. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Awesome Hour broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. And my hair is fucked up as always because it's wet, and also I just conditioned it, so it's going to be really unruly for a little bit. Also, it's very hot in here. It's Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. It is Thursday. It's Thursday, 4/18, April 18, 2024, and you're gnawing at the bars of your enclosure. I'm gnawing at the bars of my enclosure. Let me tell you, it's very fucking hot in here. Because it's official. As of yesterday, my aircon is broken. That's right. Down here, at least. So me and Kaya are kind of hot right now. It's 72.3 degrees in here currently, as it stands. You can see, with 46% humidity. So it is, however, 64 degrees out here. Welcome to home ownership. I know. What material is that shirt? It looks nice as fuck. I don't know. 72. That's pretty nice. No, it feels. I don't know how to describe it to you guys. 72 at this early in the day means it's going to be like 80 to 90 degrees inside here, especially with the lights and especially with everything else going on. You're talking a lot of shit about HVAC businessmen until you need them, huh? I know, I do, and it's going to be pretty funny. Bitch, it's snowing here. Be happy. I hate this weather. You wanted this. I love this weather. I just love this weather because I have aircon. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hasanabi Piker. And let me tell you, a lot has happened. Last night I ended the broadcast and went on to Mark Lamont Hill's late night show. He calls it a lecture. He is a professor. So he had a lot of really nice things to say about me, which was shocking. I don't know how to deal with, praise such as that. Temperatures here back and forth between 70s, high 70s, and fucking low 30s. Dude, don't speak to me. Yeah, I mean, why are you acting like I am responsible for climate change, dude? Like, I didn't make it happen. I'm sorry. It's just shitty. I know. I'm in a good position overall, all things considered, but in a bad position overall to where I was yesterday when my air conditioning was working. Let me fucking chirp a little bit. Can a dude say, oh man, my aircon's broken? And that kind of sucks without getting fucking chirped at? Of course not. Anyway, you probably have the largest carbon footprint out of all of us. I mean, it's probably not, because I don't drive. So think about that. Like, not only do I have an EV, but I also just don't even drive. Like, I don't drive at all. Like, I don't go anywhere. So I'm just like usually stable. Like, I do travel every now and then, so I guess that's like pretty bad. So on that front, I definitely do contribute. But yeah, overall, we take a private jet from your bedroom to your bathroom, take a shit every day, just like Taylor Swift. True, I do deliver. I do use delivery. You're right. Okay, no, that's a L for me. I mean, yeah, that's a L. That's straight up. You're so right. I think someone who lives in a city who uses public transit is infinitely lower. Your carbon footprint is literally just your PC. Yeah. But if someone is living in the suburbs, I'm still probably better than my carbon footprint is probably still better than like someone living in the suburbs who like has to travel for work all the time. It's not their fault. I'm just saying that like I'm in a very fortunate circumstance. This is not about me saying like I'm a good guy or anything. I'm not. I'm a bad guy. Anyway,
You should IRL stream a daily drive for food. Yeah, so I can get fucking executed. Look at this guy, virtue signaling. Yeah, I don't really care. All right, there's a lot to talk about today, but yeah, like I said, I did Mark Lamont Hill's show last night, and he had such kind words to say to me, and I find that odd, because honestly, I'm just not used to it. I'm broken. I'm officially broken, you know? What you did last night to Sarah was low-key traumatizing. She deserved it. Sorry. It is what it is. Don't even get me started, okay? But yeah, Walking Dead was awesome. Damn you, I'm late because you're on time. We're gonna be talking about Columbia students getting arrested later. But yeah, after the Mark Lamont Hill stuff, I mean, I don't even want to show him because he gasses me up so goddamn much. Like, it's crazy. But you guys should go watch it anyway. I think I popped off.
You're watching the Mark Lamont Hill official YouTube channel. Welcome to Night School. If this is your first time here, Night School is a Monday to Friday, 10:30 p.m. Eastern, so a whole different level. And tonight in Night School, we are joined by, I guess you could call him a guest lecturer. He is one of...
Bro, I think he was looking at my face while he was saying this, because I was in the room. You know, I'm in the Zoom call basically, and I straight up was like what? Who's he talking about? Like, I literally thought he was talking about someone else for a second.
The most important, one of the most visible, one of the most prominent voices on all of social media and all of new media, or whatever you want to call it, streamer, YouTube, all the places. Twitchy, of course, is home. He's there.
Twitchy.
And this brother is a guy who I like. He's somebody who I admire. He's somebody who I'm still learning from in terms of how.
That's like that. This is crazy. This is some craziness. Okay. I don't want to watch the rest of this. It's too much. It's too much. You guys go watch it. But like, it is embarrassing. I think I don't know how to deal with stuff like that. You know what I mean? I don't know how to deal with stuff like that. I don't know. Yeah, let's not even do that. Let's not even look at that any further. But you guys can go watch it. So where was I? What were we talking about? Twitchy is like a boomer calling any video game Nintendo bot. Yeah. You should be proud of yourself. I watched it. Great job like always. Yeah, I was talking. I was chirping, dude. I was yapping Stein, dude. Okay. I was yapping for Palestine. What is this? Zoomer used that clip of you slamming your desk in a silly Eclipse TikTok video. Wait, what? This is you. You did that. Look at this. This is
about the solar eclipse. This order of cosmic darkness and terror that shows up every 20 years or whatever is just a big ball in the sky with the lights turned off. Turns out, if you take a light and then put something in front of it, everything behind the thing is in darkness. Ooh, what a surprise. So change out the light for a sun, this thing for the moon, and put the earth in this shadow right here. Now it's nighttime. Shoo. Just kidding. We already have nighttime, so instead we call this much welcomed, embracive, cold, beckoning darkness in the middle of the day a solar eclipse. Turns out humans really hate when the sun goes away in the middle of the day. The word for eclipse comes from the...
Okay, this is cute as hell. I'll allow it. It's cute as hell.
Greek words for abandonment and departure. We hated the sun going away so badly that we gave it a name we should really be giving to our exit. This is for you, Mr. Eclipse. So next time you're getting spooked by the coming of another total solar eclipse, just fight the darkness back by turning on some lights around the house. Okay, that was something awesome.
That's cute as hell, dude. Okay, this was very cute. This is very cute. I'll allow it. I'll allow this TikTok. Even though it's fake, it's like trying to talk about the eclipse and how it happened in like scientific terms or whatever, when we all obviously know it was God punishing us for being gay and having gay thoughts. Duh. Thank God Sydney Sweeney shows boobs, shows booba, and is combating the woke. So like the eclipse didn't happen fully. You know what I mean? Like if Sydney Sweeney didn't show booba, we would have had DEI genocide. I rest my case. Okay. All right. Where am I? What the fuck? Did you hear the Taylor leaks? What? Hey, King, I saw a documentary that featured you for a little bit. It was about the Twitch streamer that deleted his family, Grant Amato. Thought you should know. Yeah, I know that they featured me. I think Paramount reached out to my management to ask if it was cool, and I said yes. But yeah, he's punishing us for making LGBTQ decisions, but that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about personal news and stuff. Big bro, the Edgar cut, love it for you. Thank you. This is because I am, how do I say this? I'm spiritually Mexican, as Mexicans are Turks, you know? That's just how it is. Like Peso Pluma and I literally share a name. Think about that. Peso Pluma's name is Hassan, bro. There is no better representation that flexing is a Turks than having a dude with a voice like that be named Hassan. Okay? Anyway, I really should learn how to speak Spanish. I fucking live out here for so long, god damn it. Isn't he Lebanese, not Turkish? Shut up, young thin fat. Shut up. How is Turkmex? Good food or not? Is the D in your name Diego? Sí. Sí, cabrón. Habla español. Is it nombre? I don't know. Duolingo for español. Yeah, okay. Hassan, Diego Piquer. No quema que.
No quema.
I've never seen so many eggers in my life. What do you mean? What? These guys have never been to fucking East LA, bro. What the fuck?
No quema.
I don't understand. This is not even remotely shocking. This is perfectly normal. This is normal. No quema que. Okay. Just a herd of Edgars. They've never been to a Travis Scott concert. Yes. That's such a good lock. I know. They have not been to a Travis Scott concert. On God. For real. Okay. Thank you for the playlist, Demacius. What else was I gonna say? So woke up this morning. I've been in a bit of a content hole right now. Content black hole, I would say. What do I mean by this? Well, I've been in a content black hole due to the fact that I'm like kind of done with all of the shows. Man, Fallout was so fucking good. And obviously Shogun is like about to end soon too. And I have been watching The Warrior. I guess I might watch Walking Dead. That's what I might do after this. Tokyo Vice ended too. I watched Tokyo Vice. So we'll see. Don't do it. Why are people saying Walking Dead don't do it? Fallout gameplay after next Walking Dead? Dude, I fucking want to play Fallout. I get why people are playing Fallout again. Fallout numbers have gone up a lot on Steam, I think. And I know why. Like that, watching the show made me want to play New Vegas. That's the only one that I haven't played. And it's the best one from what I understand. I played New Vegas like very briefly and I stopped. I don't remember why. And it wasn't like on stream or anything. I've played all of these games off stream for the most part. I've never played 76 and I will never play 76. I don't agree with that as a concept principle does not exist in my world because I don't want to tarnish. Here's the thing. Fallout game for me. It's like one of the, I mean, I have loved Bethesda my whole life. I've been a big Bethesda fanboy my whole life. And obviously I love Elder Scrolls, all of the franchise. Wait, what happened? Do I sound robotic? What is going on? No, for a second. Okay, you guys are so on it, dude. Chill out. Like, it's like a brief moment. There'll be like an audio blip and chat will act like the genocide occurred. Like, it's over. Chat will act like nukes are being launched. That's crazy. Here's the thing. Fallout game for me. It's like one of the, here's the thing. Oh my God, that's so weird. It sounds like aliens just took over for a brief moment. Anyway, yeah, you're right. It's because my audio is so good that the glitch is jarring. As I was saying, I'm in a content black hole. I love Bethesda games. That's why I played Starfucker, even though it was like kind of mid and kind of shit. And I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to ruin the Fallout franchise in my mind canon, by in my head canon by ruining it by playing that fucking dog shit live service game. Fuck that. You should get Josh Sawyer on stream. He was a writer on the New Vegas. Yeah, he's like pretty fucking cool, right? And he said he'd come on the stream. Anyway, have you played Fallout 4? Yes. So everyone is saying watch Freren. I might do that. I don't know what it's about. People said it was sad though. But yeah, this morning I went to the dog park, as you can see, with this little demon right next to me. Everybody loves her. Everybody's always like, oh my God, how big is she? Oh my God, how old is she? And I'm like, she's only a year and change. They get shocked. They're in awe at how good of a girl she is and how much she loves to play. And also, she's just the best. Freren is an autistic elf. Oh God, that's why chat wants me to watch this so bad. Regardless, you know, Oh my god, fucking Boy is just like absolutely destroying Tyler Oliveira. I hate Shaft so much you ruin everything. X-Men, watch it. Yeah, that's right. So we'll do all of that. I'll get into it. Let me just blast off right now, okay? The Swifties getting on the rap beef. What is it? Tyler has been tweeting a lot. Yeah. UNSC will vote on Palestine, rejecting Biden's offer of White House meeting in exchange for not pushing the vote. Okay. She's not autistic. She's immortal and learning to connect with people. Even for her, they might die in the blink of an eye. That's so funny. You guys, why are you defending this? In Hassan's latest stream, he attempts to convince his audience that I'm worse than the Nazis for interviewing homeless people. You can't make this up. Let's not give that freak any more attention. Chat will be like, hey guys, don't give this freak attention. And that freak has like 60 million views videos. Thanks, chat. Yeah, I guess I won't give this freak attention. He'll just go away. Yeah, dude. Guy with like 35 million subscribers. He's like shitting out fucking gold buttons every goddamn day of his life. And there's random chatters in here who are like, no, he's a random. Don't do it. It's like, bro, this ain't a fucking sweaty drama farmer in a goddamn basement trying to make a fucking banger video for once with his like 75K subscriber YouTube account. Okay. This is like a massive content creator on fucking YouTube. Red pilled ass motherfucker. Suck my dick. Tyler Oliveira, a scourge on YouTube. Yeah, he already has clout. Yeah, it's just like people being like, stop platforming Donald Trump. Stop platforming the Super Bowl. Stop platforming Kendrick Lamar. Not worth your mental health. No, it's fine. He doesn't have any fucking fans. He just has fans of like, he doesn't have, Tyler Oliveira is like a vehicle for right-wing commentary. The point is, he's not like, he doesn't, nobody's like, oh man, I really love Tyler Oliveira. They just love the video and the ideas that he is channeling through his videos. That's it. Anyway, yeah, we'll talk about Columbia students arrested for being pro-Palestine. Arab, the guy who got kidnapped in Haiti, is even worse. Yeah, those guys are so fucking lame. Wait, why can't you platform Kendrick? No, it's just, I'm just simply, what was I even responding to? I don't know. My brain is not fucking working. His Twitter presence is non-existent though. They ratio that boy giving him his wild 6K likes to every 100 tweet. Yeah, I know. All right. Columbia student arrested for being pro-Palestine. Tyler Oliveira, scourge on YouTube. UNSC Palestine meeting. Iran ex-Israel nuclear brinksmanship. Tyler Oliveira, scourge on YouTube. Walking Dead season 2 finale today. Get in now. Yeah, Biden doesn't want a two-state solution. Yeah, I know, dude. I know. Biden leaks, doesn't want Pal state. Are you enjoying season 2 as much as season 1? Yes. And it could be because here's the thing. I might be even enjoying it more than season 1, partially because I got like more comfortable with the game and I'm like thinking about it. But I think season 2 is even more enjoyable in my opinion because of like the never ending intensity of it, I guess. Season 1 was very emotional and very good, but I do think that season 2 has also been like very intense. Yeah, it's much darker. I just find myself thinking about it a lot. You know, I find myself thinking about it when I'm not live. Anyway, here it is. I'm blasting off. In the relationship between Lee and Clem, you can't be beat. Your opinion is wrong. It's funny because a lot of people took issue with the writing for the exact reason you joke about. Clem is 11 and the writing necessarily suffers because they can't keep having to involve and consult with an 11-year-old. Yeah, I do get that. I totally understand that. I mean, it's memes overall, but like, I guess for me, it's like, I understand why all the decisions have to be made by the 11-year-old because I'm not, what do you call it? I get why. I get why you are forced to be in that position as an 11-year-old because like you have to do all the cool stuff. You have to do all the fun stuff. You're the main character. You know what I mean? It is also kind of funny for the memes of being like, I'm literally 11. You're trauma dumping on an 11-year-old. It's kind of weird. What the fuck is wrong with you? But as the main character, I get why. Like, I have to be the one who has to like crawl through the little holes and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, but she doesn't have to be 11. I mean, I guess like in the timeline, in the way that they wanted to do the storytelling, she kind of does. Farron is goated. Don't listen to chat. Okay, shut up. Stop crying. Okay, I don't care right now. All right, I don't care. This is news time, okay? Come on. We are now officially in the pocket of news time, and we're going to do the news. I know that a lot of you guys want me to immediately just drop everything and go directly into the gaming portion, but, you know, there's a lot going on in the world where we're experiencing nuclear brinksmanship between two states, one that definitely has a nuke but hides it, the other one everyone says has a nuke. I don't know if they do. We have the Columbia students getting arrested for anti-war protests, anti-genocide protests, you know, classic stuff. But of course, you know, what is this? Yeah, here, New York Times Magazine, confrontation at Columbia University. Dude, whoa, this cop straight up looked like a fascist, like a gay fascist, dude. What the fuck? Yo, 1968, cops had drip, dude. He straight up looks like a leather daddy and also simultaneously like a fascist. Oh yeah, Google fired I think 24 of their employees that dared to protest and do a sit-in against apartheid. Google was like, excuse me, do no evil. Hello, we deleted that. No, we did. Google deleted do no evil to take out the no and was like, it's do evil actually. Fuck you. We are going to be participating in a $1 billion contract for Israel. We love genocide. Suck my dick. And then they got their own employees arrested and then fired. Of course, history always repeats itself. People say history doesn't repeat itself, but maybe it rhymes. But honestly, history does fucking repeat itself, okay? Especially when it comes to Israel, because that issue hasn't really stopped. Ilhan Omar's daughter, friend of the show, was also suspended from Colombia. I guess Ilhan Omar's daughter is, I suspect, one of those people that used to be a fan and is probably way more radical than me and says I'm like lame and a Zionist now, but who cares? Doesn't matter. Still unjustifiable. That friend of the show or former friend of the show, I don't know, Isra Hersey has been suspended as an organizer for the Columbia University Apartheid Divest, Columbia SJP. In my 3 years of Barnard College, I've never been reprimanded or received any disciplinary warnings. I just received a notice that I am one of 3 students suspended for standing in solidarity with Palestinians facing a genocide. Yeah, there's so much to go through. I do want to fucking talk about this one too. It's like this dumbass. In my day, it took a lot more to get arrested there. Someone had to get stabbed and almost died. Wait, but her mom is a politician? What? Yeah, Ilhan Omar. Ilhan Omar is her mom. Anyway, yeah, we got the UN Security Council vote at 5 p.m. Eastern on a draft resolution for admitting Palestine as a full member state to the UN. America does not like that at all, and neither does Israel. And that's why America doesn't like that. Kenny Clips is reporting on the vote, saying Biden admin is quietly pressuring countries to vote against the Palestinian statehood at the UN, according to the diplomatic cables leaked to him. If you would like to read the full-blown diplomatic cables, it's on the Intercept article that he posted. That's right. Our boy Kenny Clips back at it again. Also, another update from 50 minutes ago, which is U.S. to vote no and to veto UN Security Council resolution to accept Palestine as a full member state of the UN. Interesting. Why would they do that? That's crazy. Well, we did know about it because Kenny Clips actually clapped it. He clipped it up and he chopped it up. So yeah, I'm shocked, dude. I'm shocked. Let me tell you something. Boys, I am surprised, perturbed, disturbed, in awe. How could this have happened? I mean, seriously, this entire time, I thought Joe Biden wanted a 2-state solution. That's so weird, bro. I mean, it's an odd circumstance? How did it happen like this? How did this happen? It is very strange behavior. It's like, I thought he was mad at Benjamin Netanyahu. I also thought, on top of him being mad at Benjamin Netanyahu, that he wanted to, I don't know, maybe push for a. Didn't you say it wouldn't work? Wait, what? Wait. Yes, I believe in a one-state solution, but do you think Biden said no to the recognition of a Palestinian state, which, even if there is a one-state solution, this is still advancing towards that goal? Do you think Biden was like, nah, I'm a one-stater, dog? Come on, bro. No, I get it. Yeah, okay, you just want to talk shit. Yeah, Biden, ladies and gentlemen, that's right. According to our liberal in the chat, Mind Drive, our defender of the liberal Democratic Party, Biden is a one-stater. Yeah, he read 10 Myths. He read 100 Years. He read some Avi Shlaim, and now he's like, you know what? Fuck it, YOLO. I'm actually a one-stater. This is unacceptable. To be fair, Chatter, you are correct without recognizing it. As I said last night on Mark Lamont Hill's late night lecture show, there is one state. It's called the State of Israel, and it occupies all of the Palestinian territories and is doing ethnic cleansing. It is a single state apartheid regime. So let's just end the apartheid, is what I say. Okay. So, that's, oh yeah. One of the Hassan Abihez actually did a pretty solid thread. Creative director for Blastoise, editor for The Veil Official, Alex Naivety, did a pretty solid thread I saw. We're going to look through that as well. The GOAT. Thank you for this. We'll also look at that. We'll also look at the Tyler Oliveira shit in a little bit. Not yet. How do you hold strong? I'm over politics and feeling like voting has no effect. Do we just have to wait like 50-year-olds to die off? No, that's not how that works. Because there's a shit ton.
I hope Tyler feels.
There's a shit ton of awful scumbags out there who are our age, who will definitely continue being just genuine scumbags, like unimaginably cruel scumbags. After all, look at Tyler Oliveira. So no, it's not about like old people dying out. It also doesn't really, you don't do things and you don't try to move the needle in the positive direction specifically because you're gonna see immediate results. You do it because you want to leave a better future for the next generation. You do it because it's the right thing to do. You do it with the hope that inevitably the dam will break. That's it. That's the real reason why you do the things that you do. It's not about voting. It's about everything that you do beyond voting. So, yeah. Society only prospers when old men plant seeds for trees they will never sit in the shade of, as I say all the time. So, Hassan, you're not entirely wrong about, but there are some things wrong about. I don't hate you, but you're kind of pouring, dude. I know, bro. I know. I'm a little pouring. Okay? It is what it is. Let's get to what's something that's not pouring. Israel and Iran. I said old men, and you had to go old women and MBs too. Yes. No women, no MBs, just men. That's what I meant. Okay, I didn't use the men as a catch-all term. How are there still aesthetic radicals in here? Jesus, Lord mercy. I feel like it was a joke for the most part in this community, and now it's become like a genuine thing. People being like, not history, but her story. Exactly, that kind of shit. Holy shit, I forgot how stupid Leftist Echo Chambers was. Have you been balding more recently? Not really. It does look that way when I pull my hair forward when it's wet, though, but my hairline is actually pretty fucking solid. How have you not alienated them all yet? Unfortunately, those radlibs are also some of the only fucking people that are genuinely invested in permanent revolution, I guess. What was it? Someone was saying what? I saw TikTok and Northern Line saying the exact tree bit, but all the comments were glazing him for his profound take. Wait, what? No, when I say the tree thing, people think is like fucking profound too. It's not my take. Anyway, who gives a shit? Did you go over the thread addressing the ADL anti-Semitism report? Not really. What is this? We're witnessing the greatest political comeback of all time. Oh God, I love Trump supporters, bro. Like they just fantasize about him being hot, which I think is the funniest thing you can do. Like thinking he's a good president is obviously deluded, right? Thinking that he has your best interests in heart is obviously stupid. That much I do still understand. What I don't understand, however, is looking at him and looking at what he represents, like physically, and going, that's a hot guy to me. Okay. Like that's a sexy man. It's just like you have to literally be hallucinating. They have that same level of hallucination that people have, like that very unique mental disability or whatever that you get from like, you know, having your fucking frontal lobe get lasered off or something where you think people have evil face. You know what I'm talking about? But instead they have it for Trump only. Instead of seeing demons, they just see Trump as a sexy man. To me, I feel like that's peak mental illness. Maybe I'm wrong, but I genuinely feel like that is akin to like, you know, eating people's faces type shit. Like that's a precursor. Cause like, although beauty is in the eye of the beholder, it is obvious to me that Trump is not like this person that you present him to be at all. Because it's not like the people that say Trump is hot are like, oh, I like that he's like schlubby. I like his nussy. I like his big fat ass. Like I like those things, right? I love his nussy, his neck pussy, for those of you who don't know. I love his big fat ass. I love that he's built like a fridge. I love that he leans forward like the fucking Leaning Tower of Pisa. Like to me, those are beautiful things, right? I see the beauty in everything, and I certainly see it in Trump. The problem, however, is that these people fantasize about him being super hot. Like they don't see all of those things and appreciate him like I do, and instead they act like he has a six pack and muscular. It's very weird to me. It's crazy because he genuinely looks like this. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's so funny how if Trump was a fictional character, I'd praise his visual design so perfectly capturing the slimy and smug yet fragile and artificial facade of the modern corporate capitalist, but he's a real person who looks like that. There are truly wonders all around us. Yes, bro, there are cathedrals all around for those with eyes to see, baby. That is, do you guys know who first said there are cathedrals all around for those with eyes to see? Do you know where that originally comes from? I had forgotten because I've been memeing about it nonstop. No, it's not Liv Agar. It's Jordan B. Peterson, chat. It was Jordan B. Peterson looking at like one of those Evian bottles on a plane with the light beaming off the Evian bottle. He was probably zooted out of his goddamn mind. It's such a beautiful, poetic, poignant quote, okay? Yeah. There are cathedrals all around for those with eyes to see. This is the greatest thing he's ever said. It is also very funny, though, because I think he was low-key doing this to just be like, I'm on a private jet. I think he was trying to tastefully do the I'm on a private jet, actually. That is a 10-10 banger, okay? I think he was trying to humble flex that he was on a fucking PJ, okay? And he just saw that, was zooted out of his mind because he was like looking for something to take a photo of. And he saw that, thought it looked like a cathedral because he was zooted out of his goddamn mind. And in that very moment, the perfect chemical compound, the perfect chemical concoction allowed him to achieve greatness. This is a quote that will stay in my mind permanently. It lives in my brain, okay? And yet, the starting point of such a beautiful statement is this silly ass, zooted out, crackhead, right-wing charlatan who will never be as poetic as he was in this very moment. A benzo clock is right twice a day. It was just hitting hard, okay? I think it was just hitting. Like, sometimes you take like a perfect mixture of drugs and you just become like Bradley Cooper in that movie that is about Adderall. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's just like, it just hits. There's got to be like a mixture. Yeah, Limitless. Yeah. There's just a perfect mixture, a perfect concoction that just like tweaks your brain and you just lock in and you just post something so fucking good that it has, you know, it has the capacity to move people, right? This is that. This is JBP's perfect moment. Anyway, how the fuck do we get here? We're going to talk about tension among Israel and its allies continues as it considers a response to Iran. Now Israel is saying we will be hitting Iranian soil, actually, as a matter of fact. Don't even fucking play with me, big dog, is what they're saying. Which is interesting because they were like, oh, we should hit Iran immediately. And then they were like, oh, never mind. Let's talk to fucking, Joe Brandon. Because, like, remember, they kind of popped off with this whole, like, defense of Israel thing, which was pretty sick. And also, there's not a lot of appetite to fucking attack Iran from the Israeli public. So what are we doing? Even though there were horny boys in the fucking war cabinet that were like, we have to strike now and fast because this is the momentum. The opportunity is here. Let's do it. Anyway, Israel is like basically got the world on a holding pattern right now where it's like, are we going to have World War III? Are we not going to have World War III? It's pretty cool, I think. Fuck it, YOLO. That's what I say. YOLO. It's Jover. Fuck it. Spice it up a little bit. I want to be a ghoul like Walton Goggins in Fallout. You know what I mean? I want to be like 300 years old with no nose, constantly looking for chemicals to be able to survive as a ghoul. And become a bounty hunter. And like, I'm not going to spoil the rest of the stuff. But, it's pretty sick. I want dog meat. I want like a dog companion that is mutated and perfectly genetically modified to carry my stuff when I'm over encumbered. That's what I want. Anyway, power armors are pretty powerful too. Pretty sick in general. Even though they do obviously have some genuine issues that causes a lot of brave soldiers fighting against the Reds to die. But I do want to be a gunslinger. Fuck it, dude. Launch him. Fuck it. Launch him. Fuck it. We ball, dude. Let's go. Let's go. Let's just ball. I'm over encumbered every day, bro. Me too, dog. Trust.
Middle East, where Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is sending a message of defiance as allies try to cool tensions over Iran. Deborah Pata has the story.
Prime Minister Benjamin.
Yeah, we got the U.S. approving a Rafah operation in exchange for no Israeli counterstrikes in Iran. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? America's like, hey, man, you can continue doing the genocide, even though we hated that you were doing it, but we didn't really hate it, but we were acting like we hated that you were doing the genocide for quite some time. But like, now you can keep doing the genocide. Don't put it on hold. Go ahead. Just don't strike Iran. It's great. It's great.
Netanyahu has brushed off calls for restraint from Israel's allies as his war cabinet deliberates a response to Iran. They have all kinds of advice, he said, but I want to make it clear we will make our own decisions. There is global concern this could spiral into a regional war and open a new front for Israel.
I don't want to hear libs speak for a week. Dude, you're gonna hear them. I suspect that like all of the liberal Joe Brandon defenders who are also happen to be defenders of Israel are going to be like, see, he's actually a brilliant tactician. Do you want World War III to happen? He's calling for restraint by saying, Israel, keep doing your genocide, which is literally against the position that he made last week, which was Israel, stop doing the genocide. You cannot go to Rafah. It's a red line for us. So they don't give a fuck. That's the whole point. They don't give a shit. They've never gave a shit, and they still don't give a shit. And they deserve to be punished. They deserve to be punished for their moral culpability, for their lack of interest in stopping Israel, and they will be punished for the record. I think that America will be punished. I think Israel will be punished. I think everyone is going to be worse off as a consequence of these actions. But I do think punishment is coming in the form of global instability if there isn't a genuine course correction here. Okay? If there isn't genuine course correction, it's done. Like, what are we doing here? It's just full-blown, full-tilt ethnic cleansing in broad daylight. Nobody is looking at Israel the same way ever again. This will make the living conditions of Jewish people worse overall, as like Israel continuously says, no, we're doing genocide and we're doing it for fucking for Judaism, which is a lie, a gross anti-Semitic lie. Please call for a ceasefire. I will not be condemning Israel, nor will I be calling for a ceasefire. Come on, dude.
Israel still fighting in Gaza after more than 6 months. Every day there are regular airstrikes. This one killing 4 people after a UN school sheltering displaced Palestinians in the north was hit. I can't find my daughter, cries this distraught woman. Everyone here has already lost so much. And now Gaza is hurtling towards famine.
And it's urgent.
It is urgent. Absolutely.
There has been an improvement with the number of trucks bringing humanitarian aid into Gaza, but the problem is distribution. That, says Israel, is the UN's responsibility. But the UN's head of aid distribution told us Israel systematically impedes delivery within Gaza by delaying access at checkpoints. Unless things change, the UN warns famine will consume Gaza by next month.
It's hurting because it's man-made and totally preventable.
For CBS Mornings, Deborah Patter, Jerusalem.
I now give the floor to His Excellency.
Palestinian state could not be harm to peace, says the Palestinian representative of the UN. I am in support of any kind of recognition of a Palestinian state, despite the fact that I am a believer and I am committed to a one-state solution. Obviously, any kind of autonomy, any kind of recognition of Palestinian people as a people, Palestinian statehood as a nation is obviously good because it moves the needle in the right direction. So don't make these ridiculous fucking assumptions about what I believe, and don't make these ridiculous assertions yourself as well.
Mr. Ziad Abu Amr, Special Representative of the President of the Observer State of Palestine.
السيد الرئيس معالي الأمين العام السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الوفود الموقرة، يشرفني أن أنضم إليكم اليوم.
My honor to join you today in this important meeting. I would especially thank you, Mr. President, for holding and presiding over this ministerial meeting. I would also like to express the gratitude of the State of Palestine to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his wise leadership of this organization, especially given the catastrophe that is currently happening in the Gaza Strip. I would also like to thank Algeria for placing the Palestinian cause as a priority on the agenda of the Security Council, including the membership of the State of Palestine in the United Nations. We would also like to express our thanks and gratitude to the countries that recognize the State of Palestine and the peoples of the world that believe in our right to self-determination in our land, the State of Palestine. We also thank the countries that developed their relations and that cooperated with us. And we do hope that these countries will recognize the State of Palestine as soon as possible, based on the principle of sovereign equality between nations and mutual respect. We also renew our gratitude to all countries that supported Palestine receiving the status of observer state, and the states that called on the Security Council to look into and consider the full membership of the State of Palestine in the UN. We also thank Arab countries and the non-aligned movement for joining this request based on the Riyadh summit. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the plight of the Palestinian people.
Do you want a one Arab state instead of Israel? No, man. I just simply don't want the top of the hour ad break to be fucking clapped up by this kind of shit, okay? That's what I want. I want a singular state where there is no more people chirping about random shit at the top of the hour, specifically to try to catch me, okay, and debate me with some bullshit. I want a state where everybody doesn't see the 3-minute ads that I serve at the top of the hour, okay? They don't see them because they're all subscribed. That's what I want. You understand? And you can be a part of that state as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's violent, you bitch. You woke up and chose violence. Yes, that's right, dude. I did. I'm gonna skip the UN Palestinian statements.
And I'll give the floor to the representative.
I guess like I could, because I agree with it for the most part. So I don't know why I'm like, I don't know what additional commentary I can do here. It's because you only look at chatters that hate you. That's not true. I look at chatters that love me as well. Also, my haters also love me. Let's be real. So, we're going to talk about Colombia too. Hold on. I'm going to get to this in a second. This is like a developing situation as well, but students have taken to the streets to prevent the corrections buses with students from leaving. Bro, Colombia was like, yeah, it's time. Like, let's just go in there and let's just start whipping students up. Let's just start ripping and dipping, baby. Let's go. But you're not going to see this? Stop. You know I'm going to see it. You know I'm going to see that hustle. Okay, stop it. Do you think Israel are delaying a response to give themselves time to reset their defense? Saying something contentious so that you give me the attention and I can thank the anonymous gifter who allows me not to see the top of the hour ad break. Okay. Everybody stop posting about how I'm not going to see shit. All right, you know what? Fuck it. Let's talk about Colombia real quick before we get back to like broader stuff going on in Israel. So as far as I understand, Ilhan Omar's daughter is one of the 3 students that gets suspended. Where the fuck was it? Yeah, Ilhan Omar's daughter, Isra Hersey, is one of the 3 students that got suspended for standing in solidarity with Palestinians facing a genocide. Okay? Which is ridiculous. She is obviously a part of the Columbia University Apartheid Divest, the Columbia Students for Justice in Palestine. That is one of the organizations that was disbanded alongside the Jewish Voice for Peace. These were all student-led organizations. There are a lot of Jewish students in Colombia that were a part of these organizations, especially the Jewish Voice for Peace. And yet Colombia disbanded them because, you know, they were fucking the bag up. A lot of these colleges, for those of you who don't know, let me explain something to you, okay? When we went to the Melbourne Palestine protests, you probably saw students holding up placards that had QR codes on it, demanding that you divest. And you were like, what am I fucking divesting from? What's happening here? And those placards actually wanted schools to divest from some of these mega corporations that work alongside the Israeli state that participate in Israel's ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign and apartheid state. So what does divest mean? It is a demand that our universities no longer fund these corporations in the stock market. Now, the thing is, why should a university even have funds in fucking any of these corporations like CAT, let's say, right? Well, that's because all universities, especially in the Western world, operate like fucking hedge funds. That's exactly what a university is at this day and age. Colleges literally are just basically fucking hedge funds. Just woke, gay hedge funds led by a dean who's more interested in continuing to add on to the overall $1 billion endowment so you can keep making these cool investment decisions. And therefore, this line of attack is very successful. To demand your college endowments not go to companies that are supporting the Israeli apartheid regime is actually very smart business. It's a good way to demand change. So, because it's a good way to demand change, to get like some kind of needle moving in the opposite, in the good direction, which is the opposite direction of the bad direction, which is the direction that we seemingly are bouldering towards every fucking day. Okay? These kinds of demands are, of course, met with by the supposedly very liberal, very tolerant, very understanding institutions such as Columbia University. How are they met with? Well, they're met with, of course, a strong and very authoritarian response. Those of us in the Gaza Solidarity encampment will not be intimidated. Now, you might not have even heard about this, but there was an encampment of students at Columbia University standing resolute until their demands were met. Our demands include divestment from companies complicit in genocide, transparency of Columbia's investments, and full amnesty for all students facing repression. Here is what the response looked like. Columbia University saw the students protesting and got annoyed with it and basically decided to send possibly NYPD with a bunch of paddy wagons. That was how they were dealing with it. They were like, oh, you guys are fucking peacefully protesting and demanding that we divest from, this genocidal war machine that we are funding and facilitating. Well, guess what, dude? Guess what? Fuck you. Fuck you. You're going to fucking jail. Shut the fuck up. That's what they're doing. Now, of course, this has happened throughout American history, and those who do get arrested in situations like this are almost always on the right side of history. You know, you get a little snapshot of what this used to look like. What this used to look like throughout history in general. I mean, there's Vietnam protests. There were Vietnam protests at Columbia, obviously, and guess what happened back then? The same exact shit that is happening now. Okay? Just a normal response, dude. Normal response and normal reaction. So glad we got the fucking Guido Goon Squad out here wearing fucking tactical military gear. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Land of the free, by the way. Hey, guys, this is not Vladimir Putin's Russia, okay? This is what's happening here. Is this China? Is this goddamn China? Is this Vladimir Putin's Russia? Or is this New York, one of the wokest goddamn cities in the goddamn country? Turns out America doesn't like free speech either. Oh, my God, I'm shocked. Shocking. I went to Columbia, and it's honestly insane to see this, considering Ivy League schools are supposedly infested with lefties. No, of course, Columbia has always been like this. This is why I always say Ivy League institutions are fucking bullshit. They literally present themselves as aesthetic radicals, but they're just simply liberal defenders of the American military state. Yale and Harvard specifically are basically scouting grounds for the State Department. This is an operation that churns out the most war criminals per capita, okay? It is a war criminal factory. It is the descendants of war criminals ready to do more war crimes in the fucking future. That's what these Ivy League institutions do. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that there aren't brilliant, brave, bold, awesome socialist individuals who happen to go to these schools. Of course there are. But make no mistake, the notion, and I've said this for fucking years, and it's yet another moment of vindication for me. Not that this is about me, obviously it's fucking bullshit, but like this is something that I fought against for many, many goddamn years. Back when you guys were in your fucking diapers, I was duking it out in the marketplace of ideas against people like Charlie Kirk talking about free speech on college campuses. The one thing that I always said, the notion that college campuses are actually objectively leftist is a ridiculous one. Have you never actually fucking encountered the business school? Of course you didn't, Charlie Kirk, because you didn't go to college. But let me tell you, the notion that college campuses are all woke socialist is ridiculous, okay? It is objectively ridiculous. Most of these institutions are churning out neoliberal, hegemonic propaganda. This is... the college campuses are in the interest of creating the next professional managerial class that absolutely abides by the religious almost zealotry required to defend neoliberalism. That is what the goal is. And it's very successful in that regard. Right-wingers talking about college campuses being woke is exactly like right-wingers that live in rural bumfuck parts of Texas talking about how the big cities are riddled with heroin needles and homeless people and crime that will kill you. Why the fuck am I asking a fish what it's like to live on land, brother? You ain't ever seen it. You can't live on land, fish. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, this is weird. Do you guys just be upset all day? You're right, Stock Market Andy. Except your name is Stock Market Andy. Why aren't you upset all day? It's not like your shit's doing well. Get a real job. All right. My college brought Rabbi Shmuley to talk about Israel in like 2019, and TPUSA still called us woke Marxist institution. Exactly. Every single one of these colleges, I promise you I'm not a hater. It's not really on topic, but some criticism, I guess. How can you make fun of certain streamers, XD, for being Wikipedia readers, but whenever I tune into your stream, you have like 20 Twitter tabs open? Would you not agree you kind of lose the ability to make fun of others when you get the most of your research from socials? Brother, I'm actually covering something that is happening in the real world right now. It's called news. It's called news coverage. And I'm relying on journalists who I trust to, to deliver verified information to do ongoing news coverage. Okay? I don't think you understand it. When I'm looking at Twitter tabs, I'm not just simply looking at Twitter tabs. I'm looking at Twitter tabs from journalists who I know, my peers, okay, who are breaking news. Like, for example, the Ken Klippenstein's phenomenal coverage specifically on, and then, of course, we're looking at memes too, but specifically on the American State Department refusing to acknowledge the Palestinian statehood. That's how news coverage works. You are hyper-focusing on the aesthetics. The joke about being a Wikipedia streamer is that when you learn about an issue, you shouldn't make up your mind before you know all the fucking details and then go to Wikipedia, cram a bunch of fucking Adderall, and like read through Wikipedia pages to pick apart a couple quotes that you think will defend your position. That's what we make jokes on when we talk about someone being a wiki streamer. But of course, if you want or demand that kind of confirmation bias, you probably are in it just simply for winning an argument on the aesthetic grounds in general. Now, unfortunately, as it stands, Twitter has become a right-wing shithole, and it's becoming increasingly less valuable as a source for real journalism. But, until it completely crashes and burns, I'm probably still going to use it as a part of my work. But do not believe those who come in here or who tell you that all I do is read Twitter threads. They're coping. The Twitter threads that I'm reading are from journalists and analysts who I trust. Okay? There's a difference. Journalists and analysts who I trust are breaking their stories on Twitter still. When someone goes to Wikipedia after they made up their mind on genocide and then look for quotes, like quote mine Wikipedia so they can like craft a narrative with post hoc rationalizations on why that genocide is actually good, you're not going to be able to develop a cohesive narrative. D literally made factual mistakes multiple times during the Lex Fridman debate because of his wiki education. Accept it and move on. Urge him to read a book or some original sources instead of complaining. Exactly. If you want your favorite intellectual giant to be better as a debater, I guess, if that's all you care about, if all you care about is a blood sport, which I don't, but if you only care about that sort of thing, you should probably urge him to do more reading. Do more reading on actual books. He like literally doesn't believe that people even sit down and read books, which I think is pretty funny. Anyway, that's not what I'm doing here, obviously. What I'm doing is like news coverage and political commentary. I have already done the book reading beforehand. Considering that I've been covering this issue for 10 fucking years and didn't decide to take a stance after October 7 on the genocide side. That's it. I feel like it is genuinely scary that there are entire groups of people online who fancy themselves to be like intellectually curious people whose morality is so completely out of whack, who then do think that they are actually doing the work of educating themselves by simply quote mining Wikipedia to like present an argument that you would probably be able to use on someone who is not very knowledgeable. But when you actually go against someone who is knowledgeable and stubborn and a bit of a piece of shit, really, in how stubborn they are, well, you see how fucking intellectually outmatched you are in that circumstance. He mauled it all the way through your Iced Coffee podcast yesterday and couldn't even demonstrate listening comprehension enough to actually address anything you said. How the fuck do you expect him to read a book? Yeah, that's the beautiful part about it. The beautiful part about it is that, it's never about addressing arguments. Obviously, like when I also engage in the petty shit slinging myself, I say, oh yeah, Mr. Bonarelli, Mr. Bonarcelli, shit like that. But ultimately, it is the issue. The issue I take with him is not that he's like a wormy little piece of shit and just an overall scumbag with zero real friends, specifically because he's just awful to be around. The real issue I take with him is his political worldview and how he is a permanent contrarian and a debate mercenary, basically. And overall, just like a hateful person who has developed a very hateful audience. that thrives on toxicity and drama, that operates exactly like 4chan poll way back in the day. And it's additionally gross that he presents himself as like a somewhat progressive person because he dukes on even dumber fucking red pill idiots. And all of a sudden people are like, oh yeah, he's progressive. He killed this like red pillar. Of course he did. Those guys are fucking morons. That doesn't change the reality that like he does not have any real convictions at all. I think that many of that community has found that like they can do the same exact edgy Nazi memes and even have some of those edgy Nazi convictions, but as long as they call themselves progressive, then they can get away with it. So why would I care about the opinion of someone who can argue for or against anything just for the sake of it? Well, it probably feels good. Think about it this way. Divorcelli, when he debates a person who you despise and you hate and ritualistically humiliates them thoroughly, you like that. That's it. You feel good because he has embarrassed someone that you despise. And there are good talking points that he's utilized in that debate that you can use as well. That's precisely how he brings a lot of people in. He does this very well against anti-vaxxers. He does this very well against red pillars and like the MRA side of the world. Okay. But overall, these are not actually firmly held convictions. None of it is really. He might personally care about some of these issues, sure, but overall his worldview is just like, I thrive in drama, I thrive by shit stirring, and ultimately all you need to know is this: you can sometimes understand who a man is and what they believe by who they choose to represent themselves as an enemy of. For someone like Divorcelli, his major enemies are not really Nazis. A lot of people in his community will say, oh, he debates Nazis all the time. His treatment of Nazis and far-right individuals and right-wing individuals across the board is infinitely better than his treatment of those who are actually a part of the left. That's it. That's all you need to know. Who do you think has more power in this country, especially as Donald Trump was the fucking president? Genuine out and about white supremacists and white supremacist ideology, or a bunch of trans people that offended you online? Like random trans people that work at Safeway and Costco who are just like fucking posting trans memes, you know? Who do you think actually has the power? Right-wingers think it is the trans person. So if you do hyper-focus on, random lefties online that you personally feel are disgusting, then yeah, I'm going to go ahead and assume that maybe you're not all that progressive. He said support of Palestinians need to die. What is this?
Palestinians don't have like some national autonomy or authority there. They were just a state within the Ottoman Empire, and like those ethnic people were just roughly allowed to live there. Do you have any idea as to how this mess will end? My guess is Israel is going to attack the Gaza Strip. There's probably going to be a fair amount of damage and deaths, and in 3 weeks, maybe, or 2 weeks, all of us are going to forget about this and move on to the next thing. People are conflating the baby with the 40.
Damn, he did such a... Wait, what? He was so right, dude.
And in 3 weeks, maybe, or 2 weeks, all of us are going to forget about this and move on to the next thing. People are conflating the baby with the 40 babies, and it's not like every single baby was... Why can't these other Arab states take in their brothers? Where are our Arab brothers and
sisters? Why do we
sisters?
care about this loser? I would say that he's probably one of the more prominent pro-Israel voices in general, especially online. Obviously, he's not one of the most prominent voices for Israel on mainstream media, but he definitely is. An orbiter yesterday was crying about your gun tweet and was having a hard time ignoring Bonarelli saying that he is pro-genocide. He pretty much came with their son, wasn't joking, even though you said it was a joke and Bonarelli really was joking. Yeah, I know.
Sisters to host their other brothers and sisters. Shabir posted AI content of Israeli babies, claiming it was real. That is not true. Those pictures were real. Anybody claiming that it's AI babies is lying. That is not true. Yeah, I don't know. I should look into this. I should do, once I get home, well, I hope it's still somewhat relevant so we can like research it. I don't think anybody in the Middle East really likes Palestinians. They seem to be pretty insane anywhere they go. They're not going to annex Gaza. That's not going to happen.
Okay. Well, be careful. We don't want to have you having a Hassan moment.
I'll stake a big claim on that. There is no shot that they annex it. If they did annex it, it would only be after a massive ethnic cleansing of Gazans out of the...
I like that they call it a Hassam moment in that community. When you like, he literally has a sequence of false predictions on a daily fucking basis. But it's like everybody always talks about the Russia will not invade Ukraine moment. That's literally at this point years ago. Something that I immediately, the side that is always wrong, as long as they're always wrong, but along with America's State Department, can always consistently get things wrong. It does not matter. But if you are against American propaganda, if you are against the American State Department's actions, if you're against American imperialism, the one fucking time, the one fucking prediction you get wrong, even if your analysis on it was sound, even if you were literally channeling what Zelensky was saying, it doesn't matter. They will repeat it all the fucking time. Because you have to remember, I like how you're so chill about this. I didn't know there was major beef until I met a D fan IRL and he was unhinged and talking shit on you. I never really heard about you talk about D until these last few months. Yes, I did not talk about Divorcelli until the Israel shit. Okay? That's it. And in the beginning of October 7, I even said that as long as you are pro-Palestinian emancipation, I think that it's fine. You're on the right side of history. I even fucking gave props to goblin porn lover Vosh for his consistent defense of Palestinians. I don't know where he is at now or what he believes now. I said the same for, horse porn, not goblin porn. Said the same for Boner Box too. I don't give a shit about this weirdos fucking orbiters as long as they are pro-Palestinian and pro-Palestinian emancipation. That's what I care about. That's all I give a shit about. That's all I care about on this issue. It is wild though that like, yeah, IRL in real life, his fucking fans are also bringing that exact same level of intensity to conversation to be like, I fucking hate this random dude online on Twitter. Like, this dude has despised me and stalked my ass with this fucking rabid ass community for the past 5 years and has every step of the way tried to make my life miserable. And even I don't fucking talk about him in the real world. You know what I mean? Why the fuck would I ever bring him up? And I didn't for years. And the only reason why I do now is because of this Israel Defense Brigade shit that he does on a genuine, on a regular basis. A lot easier to appear reasonable and kind when you don't have to confront your moral position every fucking time something awful happens.
Gazan territory into Egypt or into the sea. Bro, you have an optics issue? I have an optics issue for fucking retards, okay? You can watch anything I've said on this, or you can engage with any level of what I've said on this. You can argue that I have a quote-unquote optics issue, the same way that Palestinians have an issue that their bodies are... Hold on, I almost made an unhinged comment. There weren't like a group of people there that were like, we are the state of Palestine, or there was some territory recognized as Palestine or whatever prior to the British mandate of Palestine. Israel doesn't have radical terrorist factions as part of its state or government. What do you... Yeah, everybody has been on the, like, team of no ethnic cleansing. Like, yeah, this isn't novel. Yeah, no...
Yeah, except he wasn't.
See, look, he's got the Destiny take. Ethnically cleansing isn't always bad.
Illegal settlements is not the threshold. I just don't know what the threshold would be.
It would probably be an excess number of civilian casualties. 10,000 feels bad, 20,000 feels bad, 30,000 feels bad. If like more than like 20, 30, 40,000 people, yeah, I think that would be really, really, really bad for Israel. Once this particular incursion into the Gaza Strip stops, I think everybody goes back to not giving a fuck again. That's my guess. Palestinian identity is a myth. The idea that there's some Palestinian national identity prior to 48 is bull. Destiny, do you believe that Biden continuing to support the war effort is in his best interest for re-election? Yes. Israel's unbelievably popular with...
His talking points are so easy to deflect. It's insane that people look to him as a source of intelligence. It's because his talking points might be easy to deflect, but debates, and I've repeated this over and over again, debates are not done for the truth, for arriving at the truth. Debates are conducted by those who are good at rhetoric. So most people that try to address any of the things that he's saying, especially in a real-time conversation, are going to end up getting yelled at quite a bit and then also humiliated by his fan base that will never let go. His fan base are like a bunch of fucking pit bulls to a baby, okay? They are piranhas. They'll swarm you. They'll literally clip shit permanently out of context. They will go after your friends. They will go after those you collaborate with, and they will consistently keep doing this over and over again because they basically are the exact same people that used to operate this way during the peak of the alt-right. Destiny debated a lot of alt-right dipshits and converted them to not being like liberals or progressives really, but just Destiny fans. And they never actually let go of the blood sport that they loved. They never actually let go of the attitudes that they had. They never let go of their resentment. They never examined their worldview. They never really changed anything. They just said, yeah, I was an edgelord nihilist who called himself maybe a neo-Nazi. Now I'm an edgelord nihilist who calls himself a liberal, a Brandon supporter, a neoliberal, if you will. You know, pick whatever you want to pick. It doesn't matter, because the real fun here is the toxicity, is the drama, is the cyber stalking, and it's the community memes that you cultivate off of shitting on those who are in the out group. It's actually pretty simple. That's it. That's basically all that is going on here. You know what I mean? Did you really just, like, see? They're here. They will always show themselves as well, by the way. They love lolcowing and they love debating, which is precisely the reason why they don't really have a lot of friends in the real world, because nobody wants to be around a dude who's like constantly fucking chirping about every single issue non-fucking stop, which is why I try to urge you guys in this community to consistently not be that person either, because I think it's like really fucking lame. Because as soon as I respond to this person and say, listen, brother, we know what his opinion is, there is no context that will, you know, that will make this look good. He is in support of Israel's actions in Palestine against the Palestinian population. He will move on to the next thing that I mentioned, or something else. He will never address the point. A content creator that I really like, that used to cover the tactics in which the alt-right operate fairly well, is what's that guy? He did like all of those. He did all those like videos. What was his name? You clocked them so quick. They have logs about Destiny back from 2019 and have debate lorded you recently. Of course I did. Alt-right playbook from Innuendo Studios. Exactly. The alt-right playbook from Innuendo Studios is actually pretty good, because if you go through their entire alt-right playbook, you will realize, like, oh my God, that's exactly what they do. That's it. Those are the tactics. The tactics have never changed. And the position for why, like the reason for why those tactics even exist is because it's for fun. These guys are not genuinely morally interested in it. There might be some people who are morally invested in, like, I guess, Israel doing ethnic cleansing. But ultimately, the real reason is drama and debate and toxicity and whatever Divorcelli chooses as his next target, they'll fucking grab onto, and they'll intercept communities, and they'll act like they've been there and act like they've been fans for years. Like they basically are, I would say, a more presentable version of like Ice Poseidon's fan base. Like, it's the same kind of weaponization of autism, but at least these guys understand the room a little bit better. They will, however, still come across like unhinged weirdos if you start asking them about what they feel about incest or age of consent or whatever. But they know at least how to present themselves. Like, they know how to say, like, oh, I'm just curious. All I'm saying is it's not an accident so many in this dude's community are straight up like fans of genuine pedophile Nazis. Like, I'm talking real neo-Nazis. I'm not going to fucking mention their name on here, but like, he has collaborated with neo-Nazis regularly, frequently, some of which are actual pedophiles, actual neo-Nazis who have given money to neo-Nazi defense funds, and it's just memes. It's just for the memes, actually. We just think that they're funny, and they just do funny memes. But the real reason why he has collaborated with them, no, I'm not talking about Nick Fuentes. I'm talking about Sam Hyde. Now, of course, the real reason why he collaborated with him was because he keeps saying that he wants to kill me. Sam Hyde, that is. Another person that I rarely ever mention, because who the fuck cares? He's a pedophile Nazi. But he collaborated with him. I remember at the time, it was at the top post to LSF. They deleted it, of course, now. But it was a top post to LSF, him being like, yeah, I want to kill him. You lay down with dogs, you're going to get some fleas, you know? You should treat them like football watchers treat Arsenal fans. Why argue with Arsenal fans when you can just wait? Just wait for them to embarrass themselves, lol. Yeah, exactly. What was the story about him trying to pipe the lady sinking migrant boats? Yeah. A lot of these people just carry fucking generational resentment almost, and they just hold on to failures that they've had in the past, and these hangups actually end up ruining their lives. In my opinion, it's just very unhealthy. That's it. Dudes who've lost out on opportunities or had phenomenal opportunities and fucked up the bag by being out and about Nazis, like the Cartoon Network show, the Adult Swim show that Sam Hyde used to have. And then that fall off ruins their fucking brain even further. Anyway, and they hold their grievances, like they hold that close to themselves. Like they still fucking talk about how like they think Tim Heidecker is the reason why Sam Hyde lost his fucking Adult Swim job. And they fucking will go to ridiculous extents, doxing, stalking, harassment. And they are exactly what you think they are. They look like the fucking Soy Jack meme in real life. They look like the fucking Cartman playing WoW in real life for the most part. It's just because I think in reality, this kind of resentment is just very pathetic, and holding on to this grievance and not letting go and just moving on is going to just fuck your brain up after a while. That's it.
Most American voters, of course. You have to acknowledge that the Palestinian people want violence. Not Hamas, not the PLO, and not just the terrorists, but Palestinians en masse think that fighting will serve their end. That thought needs to be wiped out. I'm sorry, but no offense, Iran's lost, okay? I'm sorry, they are the losers of the Middle East. Everybody looks at them, everybody laughs. They try to mine the fucking sea to the south of them. They try to shoot shit into Saudi Arabia. But Iran, the Ayatollah is such a loser, even the people in Iran hate the government, okay?
Sodas were not allowed in. Cookies were not allowed in. Can you explain to me what threat cookies pose to Israel from your perspective?
Well, if they're the Keebler Elf ones, it's like 200 calories a cookie, so maybe they just didn't want people getting fat. Are the people in Gaza being starved? When that population has exploded, one of the highest birth rates in the past 2 decades, I don't understand how they could sustain it if they didn't have food. Why did Israel ban potato chips, cookies, Gaza Strip?
Oh, wait, he Googled it, dude. He's going to Google a talking point real quick, bro. Just wait.
I read the ICJ opinion, and they didn't say to stop doing X. They just said, be careful.
With no weapons, just marked from a drone.
Yeah, I would say these guys are almost certainly Hamas. Footage being real doesn't mean you're not being manipulated. For instance, the Flower Massacre. That's not fake, but it's staged. Look at all these cameramen. This is film. This is.
He's doing Pallywood? Bro, you're not even Israeli. What's happening? Bro's talking like a fucking settler, dude. How did this happen? Like, I don't hear about Pallywood from anyone that is not directly like an Israeli ultranationalist. That's shocking. Pallywood is the conspiracy theory that is laughable to anyone with a fucking brain that only the most psychopathic far-right Israelis believe in, that they claim, well, I mean, or not believe in, but at least have the audacity to openly say. Normal Israelis also do believe in Pallywood, but I'm saying like most of them at least know better to just like not openly state that this is this is completely made up. Pallywood, for those of you who don't know, is the idea that Israel actually isn't doing any fucking genocide whatsoever or never really killing Palestinians. But as a matter of fact, Palestinians are just doing makeup and faking the deaths. And honestly, outside of Germans, I've never seen somebody in the West who has no connection to Israel whatsoever repeat the Pallywood statements like this. Yeah, it is like akin to Holocaust denial. Yes.
This is cinema. This is Kino. If anything, people screaming for help might carry more evidence that it's a terrorist than not. What is the implication in your mind? Like, what are you thinking? You're like, oh.
Oh, dude, this is great, man. This is awesome. What do the Destiny fans have to say about this? They're probably just like, oh, dude, you're taking him out of context. He didn't mean it. He was just joking when he says people screaming for help actually is more likely that they're terrorists is a bar for sure.
Okay, the commanders in Israel today are like, all right, here's what we're going to do, guys. We're going to intentionally target this convoy of humanitarian workers. We're going to all of them. And then we'll just like publish a statement later today. And it'll be epic and hilarious. Like, I'm going to turn the whole world against me. We're going to foreign nationals for the lulz. What a retarded statement. Like, even Russia wouldn't do something that retarded. Nobody operates in this way. It's so stupid. It's so patently obvious. Like, if you think this, you're a child and your whole.
Hassan, you're a fucking idiot. D's going to pull out a real good Google search to show you down. Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm not gonna lie. Nice clip chimping. Listen to his context. Bro, what context? The context is him defending Israel. Is he not defending Israel? Like, you can't pick this apart. This is him defending the World Central Kitchen bombings that the entire global community recognized as completely unjustifiable, that Israel itself said oopsie on. Like, what do you mean? Is he saying, just kidding, this is what I would say if I was a genocidal asshole after the very second that clip ends? Because that's the only time where this would be out of context. Haha, just kidding. If I was a genocidal monster demonstrating how oblivious I am to the inhumanity presented by the horrifying videos that are coming out of Gaza, this is what I would say. He straight up in the previous one was talking about the Flower Massacre being Kino. It is real, but it's still like cameras are presented. He's undermining the severity of the Israeli actions. Like, that's it.
Approach to the conflict is childlike.
I don't know if there needs to be another occupation. I don't know if they just need another government. I don't know if there needs to be like a different Palestinian administrator, but the what exists right now just can't be. It just can't be. I don't know. It's wholly unacceptable.
You guys have an encyclopedia worthy paste bin of like everything that I say that is like clipped out of context or clipped in a way that it like is to show the absolute worst possible positions that I do not have. So go ahead, give me the context to any number of things that he's actually saying here. I'm sure you have his opinion locked and ready to go in the chamber too. He's so close to saying Palestinians need to die. Bro, he has said that. That was his starting position. His starting position on October 7, I think, was literally, yes, a genocide needs to happen, lol. And then he spent the next couple of months scouring Wikipedia to engage in post hoc rationalizations for why this is actually permissible. Everything that Israel is doing is good. He literally started there and worked backwards, which is something that he hates the most, because a lot of people do that. And he says, I do that all the time. But when he does it in broad fucking daylight, his audience might even get mad at him for it. You know what I mean? So he desperately tries to fucking act like, no, I'm learning. I'm just learning. You hate learning. It's like, no, dumbass. We're not saying you hate learning. We're not making fun of you for learning. We're making fun of you for being completely oblivious to the reality and playing catch up. And still, of course, because your starting position is unshakable here, because you're the permanent contrarian, you're doing a very shitty job at defending genocide, which is already hard to begin with. Why are we shitting on looking up facts? Oh, he's being disingenuous. Yes, dude. Yes, using Wikipedia is okay. That's not the point here. It's so funny how quickly you get captivated by this like talking point where you're like, oh, I guess these people are shitting on research. No, dude. Wiki research is just a catch-all term. But when I talk about wiki research lol, what I'm not talking about is like trying to genuinely learn what the fuck is going on by scouring Wikipedia. What I'm shitting on is having a position that is pro-Israeli, genociding Palestinian people, and then trying to play catch up against people who have been literally writing books on the matter since before he was born, you know? And here it is. There you go. Thank you. If you want context, he says bombing the kitchen crew was bad. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Thank God he said bombing the kitchen crew was bad. But to say Israel deliberately bombed, knowing them, they were just feeding Palestinians. So you went on a 5-minute rant when you both agree it was a bad thing to happen. Just so you think that Jews were just looking for blood of innocence? Yeah, dude, that's what I said. You're right. Yeah, you definitely did a really good job of reframing my argument in the most charitable, most favorable way possible, even though I've, spent hours talking about it. No, my friend, my position on this is that the organized chaos that seemingly is disorganized on the ground is deliberate, okay? It's called kill zones. That is precisely what Israel is doing, so that their units that have already been operating without any kind of serious top-down scrutiny will continue doing these incredibly violent things. And the evidence I use for that is the 200 aid workers that they killed prior to the World Central Kitchen aid workers. There have been many instances where deconfliction has not saved the lives of aid workers, whether it be the Palestinian Red Crescent, whether it be UNRWA aid workers, whether it be any number of UNRWA aid workers that are working to feed Palestinians, because Israel wants to do ethnic cleansing. That's the overarching goal here. And they've said it time and time again, and that's precisely what the ICJ court case is about. So I don't know why you are against, I don't know why you are against even liberals who are Zionists themselves, like Jose Andres, the founder of World Central Kitchen, who also said Israel deliberately targeted his convoy. They've killed 200 aid workers prior to this. Most of those aid workers also were, there working with round-the-clock communication with the IDF. You can't do that without communicating with the IDF. You can't move convoys without prior knowledge from the IDF, and they still get fucking lasered. How does that happen? It happens because it's a fucking kill zone. The goal is to starve out the population. The goal is to kill as many people as possible and their allies. I've seen this man defend BLM. I don't know what. Wait, what? I've seen this man defend BLM. I don't understand how he supports Israel, like how that happened. Bro, I don't know if you know this, but the reason why he got banned from this website, at least on one of these instances, was because he very famously said that he wants white supremacists to run over Black Lives Matter protesters. This is what happens. This is what happens when you only see people with TikTok clips where they're popping off. You're talking about a man who wrote a manifesto about how he should be able to say the N-word in private, actually, and it's totally fine, and that all of the people that were calling him out for it are actually the real racists and wrong, who his fans still fucking act like writing an N-word manifesto was totally based, and that they still try to claim that I agree with him on it because he said, "Can I say the N-word in the vacuum of space?" That was his brilliant counter. His brilliant counter to me when I said, bro, don't even publicly say that you want to be able to say the N-word in private. What does that, what do you mean? Like, when you do that, you're basically giving permission to everyone. It's not smart, wise, or even on the optics front, it doesn't look good anyway. Like, you are not morally consistent. You are not the champion of morality and justice for wanting to say the N-word as a white guy. This is like an issue that you should give up. And yet, in the most like pedantic debate pervert status, he tried to moralize the position. He tried to rationalize his way out of it. And ultimately what he arrived at was, what if I were to say the N-word in the vacuum of space when no one else can hear it? That was the point. Yeah. Just an insane hypothetical. Now, in a normal world, you look at that, especially if you're a normal person, you look at that and you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is so idiotic. It's basically the same fucking hypothetical. It's basically the same exact hypothetical that like Elon Musk and Ben Shapiro presented when talking about what if you had to say the N-word to stop the nukes? It's like, if that's the hypothetical that you have to arrive at to be able to say it, then this is an idiotic argument to have.
I don't know, the Palestinian governments and the leaders have just sucked. They need like their Sadat or their Nelson Mandela. For as much as they obsess with comparing themselves to Africa, they need a Nelson Mandela figure, somebody that really wants to come out and make brave, strong steps, and not just some loser that wants to get rich and enjoy getting fucked off by his population for making...
Yeah, brave, strong steps. It's crazy. Israel does keep killing their Nelson Mandelas like regularly, or jails them, but you know, it is funny though.
Making good speeches. The international support for the Palestinians.
See, look. Come on, bro. No one's allowed to say the N-word yet. Your chat rules say everyone's allowed to have a heated gamer moment. This is weak bait for the top of the hour chatter. Okay? Don't come in here presenting yourself as like a debate dildo. Okay? And jails people like Barghouti, exactly. As a debate dildo, coming in here, presenting yourself as that, just so you can serve me a top of the hour ad break. You can't catch me like that. Also, it is ironic when talking about Nelson Mandela, who very famously was pro-Palestinian emancipation, who called Israel a genocidal apartheid state, who also was jailed for decades over his refusal to condemn violent actions against the apartheid, the South African apartheid. But it's so easy to capture people. It's so easy to capture an audience that doesn't really know the full context. If you don't understand that Nelson Mandela, for example, was on the terror watch list until 2008, on the U.S. terror watch list until 2008, long after he had been released from prison, long after the apartheid had been successfully abolished in South Africa. And what the reasons for why the U.S. placed him on the terror watch list were due to his violent resistance against South Africa's apartheid regime, why he was jailed, Stop spreading misinformation. Everybody knows Mandela was arrested and jailed for being a communism. Yeah, good one. You can make an argument like this. You can make an argument like that because many people in your audience doesn't know either. So my anger is twofold in the situation, obviously. One, I'm running the ad break now, by the way. My anger is twofold. On the one hand, I'm angry because I disagree with him and he is like defending a genocidal apartheid regime, obviously. But the other anger I have is that for a person who presents themselves as the arbiter of truth, a beacon of morality, a beacon of like intellectual curiosity, he's actually making his fans dumber by feeding them a reliable narrative, by creating, ironically enough, an echo chamber. Now, his fans will say, oh, dude, he dukes it out with like people who oppose his opinions all the time. Yeah, he does. Except those intellectual sparring moments are not actually with the ultimate goal of arriving at the truth. There are very few moments where he will go up against someone who is infinitely more educated than him on the matter, and sometimes he shows them restraint and respect like Mark Lamont Hill, and then it basically turns into a lecture. But ultimately, when he's in a contentious conversation with the likes of someone who is infinitely more knowledgeable than him, like Norm Finkelstein, he looks like a fucking dumbass. I just really do wish, I really hope that one day, at least some people in his community will be like, maybe I've been misled, okay? Maybe I've been misled. I should be a little bit more intellectually curious. Because that's it. No, don't say, nah, they're too stupid. That's wrong. I will not do that. I will not be like, oh yeah, no, they're fucking too far gone. I think that's already happening to a degree. I do see more people pushing back on him online. No, those are people that aren't fans of his. Those are people in the out group being like, who the fuck is this guy? The more prominent he becomes by doing these debates, the more people are like, what the fuck is this dude about? And then they look into it a little bit and they're like, oh, gross. That's it. But I do believe personally that there are people that may have, signed up thinking like, well, this guy fucking dukes it out with right wingers a lot. And seemingly he's like a smart dude. He looks like an intellectual giant against a dude who's like advocating to fucking beat your wife or whatever. And he pops off on a moment like that. There are fans that come in because of that, because they also despise the red pill bullshit like we do. And they think that he might be a progressive person who may believe what he has to say about Israel and may tap in and start repeating some of those talking points. But I do ultimately believe that many of them, if they are even a little bit intellectually curious, will see the truth about the matter. That's it. Anyway, let's get back to the Columbia campus now. Talia Jane is on the ground talking about how the NYPD has entered the Columbia campus, led by Chellan Daughtry. SRG shouldered their way past students, then played a recording about an unlawful encampment and that students will be charged with trespassing. At least 1,000 students watching, yelling shame at the NYPD.
Oh, you gotta wait. Look, you gotta wait. Everyone's gotta wait. Go back that way. Thank you. Nope, go back that way. Excuse me, go back that way.
Like that. Stop, we will not rest, we will. Like that. We will not stop, we will not rest, we will. Like that. We will not stop, we will not rest, we will. Like that. We will not stop, we will not rest, we will. Like that. We will not stop, we will not rest, we will. Like that. We will not stop, we will not rest, we will. Like that.
In 1971, Sadat accepted the UN's jarring mission, a full peace deal in return for the Sinai, even including security concessions to Israel. Israel refused because, according to Labor's Chaim Bar-Lev, because they thought they could get some of the Sinai Peninsula. Only after the war, the Kippur War, did Golda accept a peace deal. Palestinians need a Sadat learn some fucking history first. Yeah. I think that Golda the Golda quote that people love using is so good. Is just like the inverse of it. I say this all the time. The Golda Meir quote about how like there will never be any peace in Palestine until Palestinians learn to love their children more than they hate Jews. It is the inverse of that quote that is actually real. Many of the things that the Israeli government presents itself as are just pure projections, down to the fucking human shield shit, to be honest. Yeah, there will only be peace in the Middle East until there will never be peace, long-lasting peace in the Middle East until Israelis learn to love their children and want to defend their own citizens and their own children more than they hate Arabs, hate Palestinians as a parasitic force. Looks like it wasn't bait. Oh, really? Oh, that's sad, man. So will Hassan and I shake hands with the Nazis who have advocated for the downfall of Israel for decades? Wait, first of all, let's unban that guy because maybe he's like mistaken. My friend, I don't shake hands with Nazis. I do not collaborate with Nazis. I do not bring Nazis to my house. I do not try to fucking have sex with Nazis who have tried to sink migrant boats. You might be mistaken. I've never had chicken and waffles with Nazis. I don't do that. I think that's a silly, gross thing to do. However, the community that you're coming from did do all of those things. I don't align with Nazis because they fucking despise your more significant enemy, I guess, meaning me, like collaborating with Sam Hyde. Anyway, here's the strategic response group heading to Columbia University earlier today.
Sorry, man. I got sick on the side.
NYPD is currently mass arresting Columbia University student protesters and loading them onto buses. Just normal stuff. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. This is not Vladimir Putin's Russia. This is not China. This is New York City, baby. Mass arresting student protesters, Gaza Solidarity encampment at Columbia University now. Cops are even arresting the NLG legal observers. They filled up one bus and are now filling up a second bus with arrested students and legal observers. Remember, these are students who are anti-war protesters. These are students who are anti-genocide protesters. Okay? Didn't you collab with Adam Friedland and Sam collab with him as well? Wait, what? One, I didn't even know that. And two, brother, there's a difference between Destiny's, the anger that I have towards Destiny doesn't come from him just fucking simply collaborating with Sam Hyde. If you are trying to desperately cling on to anything and everything to find, again, hypocrisy, like the hypocrisy fishing is so fucking stupid. You literally are trying to do transitive property here to be like, well, Adam Friedland also collaborated with Sam Hyde at a certain point, I guess. I didn't even fucking know that. And you've collaborated with him, so it's like I've collaborated with Sam Hyde or something. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Still want to keep them? Students protesting Israel equals mass police presence and mass arrest. Makes you wonder who runs this country, but I guess everyone will have mods ban me for saying that. Dude, it's just stupid. It's just stupid, okay? It's a stupid thing to say. You're trying to so desperately be like, oh, it's the Jews that run the country. It's not, okay? It's stupid. This is a stupid take. There are far more. Why is this stupid? It's happening in front of you. Because it's not, okay, when they did this in 1968, do you think they did it for the Jews as well? Were the Jews also responsible for the Vietnam War? No, dumb fuck. It's not. I say this all the fucking time. If every single American Jew right now turned around and was like, we want Israel to fall, okay? We are all anti-Zionists. Do you think that the American government will go, okay, I guess we're just going to let our forward operating base perish? Do you think that's how it would work? This is not about Jews at all, man. The fuck do you mean? It's so funny that so many, that would never happen in a million years. That's a dumb as an example of your N-word in space. Except they're arresting Jews, dumbass. So it's not that ridiculous of an example. And the point I'm making is that America's support for Israel has nothing to do with Judaism. That's just a fucking lie that Israel also has argued over and over again. And it's a lie that dumb fucking fascist Nazis like you believe. There are far more evangelical Protestant Christians in the fucking South that literally are anti-Semitic themselves but love Israel in this country than there are Jews who want to defend Israel. You say AIPAC, as though AIPAC is not simply taking advantage of the genuine organizing that's happening on the fucking ground. The biggest donors to Israel in this country are not Jews. The biggest donors to Israel in this country are Christians. Like literally, people will go, dude, there aren't that many people that believe in the rapture. No, there are that many people that believe in the rapture. There are 10 times more people that in this country right now that want to defend Israel for religious reasons on the Christian side for theological Armageddon purposes than there are Jews who defend Israel for religious reasons. There are not that many Jews that defend Israel for religious reasons at all. One, because there are not that many Jews in general, okay? But certainly not. It's a secular thing. Zionism is a secular religion, okay? It was created by secular socialist Jews. The biggest single donor to the GOP was Sheldon Adelson, a Jew. Oh my God. Brother, you are missing the forest for the trees. And I'm definitely going to stop responding to you very soon. Okay? You are not understanding the point I am making. There are a shit ton more real Christians that unconditionally defend Israel, even if they themselves are anti-Semitic. Why are you refusing to recognize that? Especially when we talk about the West Bank. Most of the settlement operations and the funding for settlement operations in the West Bank actually come from American Christians. America's interest across the board for Israel and its continuation as an apartheid regime. So your argument is that there are more Christians than Jews. So, and yeah, a lot of dumb Christians support Israel. That's what subversion does. Okay, so you do recognize it. Got it. Okay, so you understand what I'm saying. Okay, and yet you still think it's like Jews that are the main reason. Jews that are the main reason for why we defend Israel. He agrees with you, but doesn't want to agree with you. Yeah, because he's a fucking idiot and also anti-Semitic. Yeah. Jews are hypnotizing the Christians with their hypnosis power. Sissy hypno. Yes, AIPAC owns our Congress. That's why we have unconditional support for Israel from both sides. AIPAC, just like the NRA, is not the end-all be-all. Lobbying doesn't work in the way that you think it does. And I fear that even I myself have contributed to this shitty fucking point of discourse by consistently talking about lobbying. Okay? Lobbying is only there for when it matters the most. When there is actually political calculations that need to be done, like when push comes to shove in the aftermath of Sandy Hook, for example, lobbying is how you get politicians to not make the right choice. Only in moments where it matters. Lobbying is not how one becomes a Zionist. Okay? That's it. Talk with us Israelis who are speaking nonsense. Have a debate with us Israelis who are content creators. Have a debate with us Israelis. Talk with us Israelis who are speaking nonsense. Bro, I love that I'm talking to a fucking anti-Semite here. And once again, the Israeli guy is like, no, you don't understand actually. No, the anti-Semitic guy isn't wrong, actually. AIPAC is controlling Congress for good. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, there is no better representation that, like, Israelis just care about fucking Israel doing ethnic cleansing and apartheid more than anti-Semitism than this very moment. Okay? I'm over here shitting on a fucking fascist who's like, Jews control America. They've hypnotized American Christians into defending Israel unconditionally, trying to explain to them why there are genuine material reasons as to why America wants Israel to continue operating in the way that it fucking does in a resource-rich region that it wants to destabilize and control. And Israel is an unsinkable aircraft carrier. Israel is a settler colony, a settler colonial state that offers them tools of espionage, that offers the American imperialist agenda a unsinkable aircraft carrier, tools of espionage, and on top of that, a forward operating base that they can use. And you're over here being like, no, you don't understand. Fuck the Nazi that you're yelling at. Talk to me about why Israel doesn't actually want to do havoc in Gaza. It's just a big ass oopsie. Hassan, that is an IDF soldier. Oh my God, I love that. Who the fuck is Daniel Amram? If I'm Jewish and don't support what Israel does that make me a non-Jew or what? I mean, we're currently watching Jews get fucking put into paddy wagons right now. Anyway, we don't want to kill Palestinians. We want peace. That's crazy. Well, maybe you should stop killing Palestinians then if you want peace. That's my goal. That's what I want too. Isn't Christianity using many conservative talking points? Maybe they shouldn't have started this war, and maybe they should drop the weapones. Started this war. Bro, Israel didn't fucking exist out of nothing, and October 7 was the first time. Okay? October 7 is not the start of the quote-unquote war. Okay? Fucking ridiculous. On October 6th, Euromed Monitor literally wrote a fucking report on... Oh, shit. Hold on 1 second. Alo baba. Okay, gönderiyorum. Bekle bir dakika. Okay. Göndereceğim. Bir dakika.
Representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished ministers, colleagues, Secretary General, how many times has this council met to discuss ways to advance the release of our hostages held in Gaza? How many times? Not even once. How many condemnations has this council issued against Hamas or for their heinous October 7th massacre? Zero. Yet rather than condemning Hamas's atrocities or taking action, real action, to bring our hostages home, this council will be voting upon a resolution to recommend granting the Palestinian Authority full membership status, a Palestinian state. How detached from reality can this council be to dedicate its time and resources to support a resolution so disconnected to the reality on the ground? To a resolution that will have zero positive impact for any party, that will cause only destruction for years to come and harm any chance for future dialogue. Colleagues, 6 months after October 7th, the most brutal massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, this council seeks to reward the supporters and perpetrators of these atrocities with statehood. The child-murdering Hamas rapists are watching this meeting and they are smiling. There is no bigger prize for terror than...
Yeah, thank you. That's it. That's the good stuff right there. Actual fucking demon. Am I stupid or is your volume lower today? I don't think so. All right. What was I talking about? Sorry, I had to my dad called. Kaya. Come here. Place. Good girl. You're talking about finishing Walking Dead? Oh yeah, here. The UNSC. We'll look at the UN Security Council right now for members talking about members deliberating before they vote.
President, in last 6 months, we have been repeatedly urging the Council and in the General Assembly for an immediate ceasefire to save the innocent civilians' lives in Gaza. However, the reality continues to be absolutely frustrating and unacceptable that the death toll is rising, people are dying in front of us, and we are here every time reporting the rising numbers, which has crossed 34,000 now. Even though this Council finally could adopt Resolution 2728 3 weeks ago, calling for an immediate ceasefire during the month of Ramadan, leading to a lasting, sustainable ceasefire, nothing has changed on the ground. Aggression and killing of innocent civilians by Israel continues. We are also nowadays being educated that Security Council resolutions are not binding. Madam President, we are witnessing continued, unabated and planned killings of civilians, unprecedented killings of UN staffs, humanitarian workers, destroying of hospitals and shelters, forced starvation, and blocking of humanitarian assistance while millions of people are in dire need of emergency life-saving assistances.
Sorry, it wasn't Euromed Monitor. It was the Defense of Children International Palestine DCIP human rights group said on Thursday 5th, October 2023, 2 days before October 7. The New Arab wrote an article titled, 2023 is the deadliest year for Palestinian children, say human rights group. Okay? So how did that happen? How was 2023, before October 7, the deadliest year for Palestinian children if the war started on October 7? How does that work? Were they just fucking, perishing? Was it a natural disaster? This is from Save the Children, September 13th or 18th, 2023. 2023 marks deadliest year on record for children in the occupied West Bank. Did they go back in time and punish those Palestinian children for the crimes of October 7 that might happen in the future? Or was October 7 retaliation for 75 years of occupation and endless brutality? This does not make October 7 good, but it certainly contextualizes a little bit, doesn't it? Damn it, why Hassan doesn't host ever anything in that fucking Discord like he does nothing all day after he's done streaming, right? Wait, what? On average, it equates to more than one Palestinian child killed per week. At least 6 Israeli children have also been killed this year as the second consecutive year for record numbers of child fatalities in the West Bank. This highlights the worsening situation for children's safety across the occupied Palestinian territories. Anyway, so I don't think that it started on October 7 at all. Okay? You are deluding yourself into thinking that it started on October 7 in order to find some moral permission, some fucked up moral permission for the actions of the Israeli state post October 7. Wall Street Journal reports on the Biden deal. Saudi recognizes Israel in exchange for Palestinian statehood. Hassan, people look at you and the other few guys online who will never refuse to stop defending the Palestinians as just angry, aggrieved, and unhappy. It's such a BS to try to write off your message and passion, and it angers me to no end. I will always stand with the Palestinians. Always. Anyway, what is this? That's awesome. The realignment, baby. The motherfucking realignment. I don't understand how everyone can see babies being slaughtered in 4K with drones and AI and not think that the risk is insane with the right-wing parties that are all over the world close to power. People, neoliberalism demands short-term thinking for short-term profits. That's it. We're not in the business of long-term community building. We're not in the business of long-term sustainability. And that is precisely what happens here as well.
Keep going, please. Keep going.
I wouldn't say any of that stuff constitutes a war. The full-scale war did begin. Yeah, of course you don't want to say that. Brother, the whole point is, that's the issue. That's why October 7 happened. Because it is easy for you to think on the other side of the apartheid that there are no costs to maintaining an apartheid. The normal conditions of Israel's existence on October 6th are still phenomenally dangerous and violent for the Palestinians. That doesn't mean that any of what Israel's doing isn't terrible and hasn't been a very long time. This is fucked up, full stop, but clearly it isn't a war, and suggesting that undermines the atrocities Israel's now committing, in my opinion. I mean, it's not a war. It's an ethnic cleansing campaign. The point I use for the children being murdered in 2023 is not to say, like, that's the reason why October 7 happened. That's simply a microcosm of the overall conditions of the Palestinians. Yeah, I mean, if that's your point, you didn't do a very good job of saying it up front. The point is, you cannot push people into a fucking corner. So much nonsense, so keep spreading bullshit. You can't argue with what I'm saying, so you just fucking swing wildly at the fences. Okay? What did I say that was bullshit? Please, just be clear. You know what I mean? Maybe you'll change my mind. There's 22,000 people in here. Maybe you'll change their minds too. Go ahead. I'm waiting. That's it. It always ends at this, by the way. It either ends at this or a debate that will devolve into this person openly stating that they just don't see Palestinians as humans. Because that is where the fundamentals of this conversation come from. Okay? Damn, wasn't talking to you? Well, okay. We do it every time. And then I end up saying, they say you're supporting terrorism. And then I say, I don't support the Israeli state. That is the terrorist state. And then it usually ends there. Holy shit, with all this, you're saying nonsense. Do you really know? You really don't know how brutal October 7th was? You also have no idea what's going on during the last 75 years. Israel's not in the wrong at all. And so are the Palestinians. All you're doing is using your popularity to spread nonsense into everybody's ears while you are claiming that you are just giving people information. You just said you will always stand with the Palestinians. What about the Israel side? Wait, what do you mean? Why are there actual Israeli chatters in here who agree with me, you think? Just think about it a little bit. Maybe their brain is not so fucking broken. Stop your debating an IDF soldier. I mean, I'll debate them. Remember a few months back when footage leaked of an IDF soldier almost blowing her head off with a tank? This is the journalist that tried to say, oh, it was just a joke. Haha, it wasn't real. I'll do a guest star. Don't debate them. They'll blow up. What do you mean? Why the fuck would they? I mean, what do you mean by that? That's a real question. Daniel Amram is someone that's really good at finding people's info. Don't get the Israeli chatters into this. I checked the stream for a second, and it was when you were pulling up a source and he hit it. I mean, dude, that's how they operate. That's how you have to operate. If you're fucking defending Israel, you have to literally shelter your side from the truth. That's it. You have to be like, no, don't look at that. He's just lying. It's Hamas. He's pulling up Hamas. Hamas wrote the article. Hamas. This part is actually the most correct, most prescient, most important take from Volodymyr Zelensky. Justice serves the Israeli interest as well. The Zionist narrative of relying on military superiority forever while we maintain apartheid is way more likely to lead us getting fucking killed. That's exactly why I always say Israel does not make the Israeli Jews safe. Israel certainly doesn't make Jews around the world safe, and it definitely doesn't even make the Israeli Jews safe. Because of its increasingly violent means of maintaining an apartheid against millions of people that they have caged and humiliated, ultimately, those people are understandably going to fight back. This is a reality that high-ranking Israeli officials, military commanders, former Shin Bet administrators have also acknowledged as well. This is also precisely the reason why Benjamin Netanyahu, the favored enemy of all liberal Zionists in Israel, routinely finds himself aligned with out and about anti-Semitic fascists globally. Anyway. Good faith Krizimir, why not discuss Cornel West more? I know there's no chance he can win. However, I still find it important to advocate for leftist third-party alternatives. I don't really care. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry. Colombia is known to spend buckets of money on caring for these lawns. Funny in some respect to see how eager the school is to shut down student protests against their investment practices, that they're pouring hot coffee on the grass. They take pains to manicure. Are Zionists welcome here? Yeah, welcome as long as they're willing to fucking sit down and learn. Describe the average Zionist, please. I mean, Zionism is, especially in its modern iteration, just contemporary fascism. It is a fascist ideology. That's what it is. Okay? But having said that, I do believe that anyone and everyone can be rehabilitated away from bad positions, right-wing positions, reactionary positions that they hold on to. The Piker reign will come to an end. I don't know what that means. The working class hates you. That's not true, but it's all right. I don't think you're interested in Israel at all, though. I think you're just basically in here to stir shit up. I'm literally in Palestine right now. Okay, dude. This is great. This guy's awesome. Yeah. Palestine, Ohio.
This is the New York City Police Department. You are currently participating in an unauthorized dispersion of the law.
Why do all the protesters always sound so soy in 2HP voice? Yeah, no, totally, dude. You, on the other hand, sound fucking awesome. They're doing something that is infinitely braver than anything you will ever do for the rest of your fucking life. You're chirping on a Twitter stream, or you're chirping on a Twitch stream with a fucking sock account that you've created that you called Mike Wazowski 69. Suck my fucking dick. Literally, that's your probably fifth fake account that you made. Yeah, you're so alpha, dude. You know what's real alpha, dude? Just sitting at home, eating fucking Cheetos, waiting for my mommy to make me dino chicken nuggies, and twiddling my fucking toes while posting about kids who are out there putting their fucking bodies on the line. On what legal ground is the NYPD arresting students? Trespassing. That's the legal reason why they're doing it. But the real reason why they're doing it, obviously, is because, the college doesn't like that these students have been creating encampments on the lawn, on the beautifully manicured lawn, and demanding that Columbia University divest. Honestly, I think the average Israeli doesn't know what Zionism is. The settlers do, and more political people do. But in my experience is that many Israelis don't know exactly what it means for there to be a Jewish state and what the implications of that are. Israeli historiography makes that very easy because there was our small brave state and the Arabs who will always hate us, and that's it. No need to think about Palestine then. Yeah. No, I see that. I think that level of propaganda, also is like easy to dismantle. It's definitely hard when you're so personally invested in it. Chat, stop fucking yelling nice colonizer apologia. Shut the fuck up. He's right. He's giving the POV of the average Israeli. And he's not wrong. You need to fucking relax. Okay? Jesus Christ. Let's stop infantilizing Israelis. Oh my God. No, this is not infantilization. This is talking about how fascist propaganda can be so easy to tap into and believe, okay? That's why I always say reactionary thinking is like a warm hug. It's a simple solution. It's a simple answer. Everything is super simple. The violence must continue. Actually, there is no violence at all. Calm the fuck down. And the point that I was trying to make here is that kind of propaganda is actually fairly easy to dismantle because it's kind of like this. Israel, for a very long time, presented the Palestinians as barbaric, rapist, bloodthirsty monsters, and they continue to do so after October 7. But people inevitably started recognizing that the real barbarians, or the ones doing barbaric things, was the Israeli occupying force. This happened in the Western world fairly quickly, and it hasn't changed. It's gotten only worse and worse. When you present your opposition as though they are amoral, illogical, barbaric monsters that aren't human, but then they show the real situation on the ground, a lot of people will, especially if they're far removed from the conversation, a lot of people will be able to make up their own minds, especially when Israel gives them enough truth as to why Palestinians despise the Israeli state. That's the reason why the whole, these guys are all anti-Semitic and they're operating on anti-Semitic virtues doesn't work. It only works if people are sheltered from the truth. If people are directly misled away from the normal living conditions of the average fucking Palestinian being dire over and over again. That's it. Ultimately, though, it is right-wing thinking. It is reactionary thinking. It's fascist thinking. Because it operates in the exact same way that, like, it's very difficult to try to explain to a dude who has lived a sheltered life that America is a white supremacist country. They immediately are like, what the fuck do you mean it's a white supremacist country? Get the fuck out of here. It's hard to shake people when that's all they know, okay? But that doesn't stop me from trying to, decode that and try to get people to see a different perspective. And it does work. This is exactly the same concept of how most Americans can't understand systemic racism, even well-meaning liberals who don't recognize systemic injustice. The ideology of Zionism is so deeply ingrained in every facet of Israeli life that average Israelis don't recognize it. Yep. Lamar, who's calling America a white supremacist country? I am, dude. What do you mean? America was literally designed as a white supremacist nation. This is true. And while, many instances of progress has been made dismantling some of the overt white supremacist aspects of this country that started with, a bunch of white dudes who owned slaves. Check my chat. I'm not trying to be annoying. I just need you to see my point. All I'm saying is all you do is show people how many Palestinians died during the war. What about Israel? Do you not care about how much Israeli people died during October 7th? I mean, I've covered that extensively. But, 6 months later, it's a little bit ridiculous for me to go back to October 7 over and over again. Do you not care about the over 100 hostages that are still in Gaza? I do care about them. That's why I want a ceasefire. I care about them. That's why I think Israel should do everything in its power to stop bombing Gaza and instead try to extract some of these hostages. Except Israel has killed more hostages. Israel is the #1 killer of Israeli hostages. I'm not defending Israel's actions after October 7. It does seem like you are. But what I'm saying is you're only looking at the Palestinian side. Also, I am Israeli and I am biased, but so are you. Yes, I am biased. I'm biased against genocide. And streaming all of this to teens is wrong. I've seen about 50 fuck Israel in 1 minute. Yes, brother, I am biased. I believe, and I know, it's not that I believe, I agree with all of these institutions that correctly point that Israel is an apartheid state before October 7 and is doing ethnic cleansing in Gaza since October 7. Yeah, I have a perspective here. So if you are Israeli, you're in Israel, and you talk about the hostages in Gaza, I don't know what the Israeli media covers and what it doesn't cover, even though there are some great Israeli outlets out there that do phenomenal work, like 972 Plus Magazine. Some of the journalists at Haaretz are great. Even fucking Ynet from time to time will have a banger article about the weird practices. Okay? My question to you is, if the Israeli government cares about extracting these hostages, why haven't they made concessions? Why haven't they stopped bombing the hostages? Why haven't they stopped killing the hostages, the Israeli hostages, both directly on the ground with live ammunition, as they did a couple months back, and also by bombing them? See, this man is at least a little bit more honest, because then they'll take more hostages. When you block, why don't you call the anti-Semitism in your community, dog? Point to one singular anti-Semitic statement that we haven't culled. I used to watch you when I was in college 2019. It's sad to see where you've ended up. I work at Goldman Sachs, actually. Can I still be a communist like you if I work at Goldman Sachs? Maybe. Point to one singular anti-Semitic statement that has gone through the filters here that we haven't clapped. I think you literally were tuning in while I was shitting on an anti-Semitic person who was saying Jews control America. So you heard me do that. That person wasn't even a fucking community member, by the way. That was a random dude with a random account, just like you. You're not a community member. Maybe you were at some point, and then you got banned, and then you made a new account on February 8, 2022, and you've been using that ever since. It's funny, during the 2014 Gaza war, the media conscripted to protect Israelis from seeing Palestinians suffering almost immediately. It was so bad that a few weeks into the war, they got calls from the Prime Minister's office and the IDF spokesperson to show more of Gaza's destruction, because Israelis were beginning to think only we were getting hit, and you couldn't end a war like that. Obviously, no call from the Prime Minister's office this time, lol. Now they want blood. Sure, let me scroll up thousands of messages to find it. Oh, so you're admitting that there are thousands of messages that are fucking going in high speed, and yet we still do such a phenomenal job of fucking clapping anti-Semitic fascist pieces of shit in here that you're having a hard time finding it, because there is none. It's as close to zero as you can physically possibly get to. That is the reason why you're having such a fucking hard time. Or maybe you're having such a fucking hard time with it because I'm not going to say that there isn't a literal, I'm not going to say that there wasn't. No, you can't fucking be reinstated into the community after buying merchandise, dumb fuck. This is the dumbest troll attempt of all time, bro. You're very close to getting your stupid fucking account banned, your sock account banned as well. I want to hear from this guy, though. What is this? I don't look at what my news telling me. I try to only see facts. Yeah, but Hamas is not any better. No, Hamas, unironically, is the lesser evil of the two. If you look at the civilian casualties, if you look at the civilian deaths versus the deaths of soldiers, Hamas's percentages are infinitely better than Israel. That's just facts. So no, Hamas is the lesser evil. That's how fucking awful the IDF has been. I don't look at what my news are telling me. I only try to see the facts. If you see the facts on that front, then how about the fact that Israel has killed more than 35,000 Palestinians in the past 6 months. 2/3 are women and children. This is before we talk about the elderly and also male civilians over the age of 18. Israel's killed hundreds of journalists. Israel has killed more than 200 humanitarian aid workers. Israel has started on October 7 by claiming that they're fighting human animals, and therefore they have to shut off their electricity, food, and water, which they did do, by the way. Israel's blown up the entire healthcare infrastructure of Gaza, which was already fairly ascetic to begin with. Those are the facts. Israel has made the entirety of the Gaza Strip comprised of 2 million Palestinians that were already forcibly relocated to said Gaza Strip, making up one of the most population-dense areas on the fucking planet, an open-air prison, into an unlivable hellscape. Tens of thousands of children ruthlessly slaughtered by Israeli weapons. The child death numbers favor Hamas on this front. If you're looking at just straight, pure, analytically looking at facts, you could not say that Israel is the better party here. You just can't. You can maybe try to reason as to why Israel is doing it by saying, well, they had no other option, blah, 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 blah. But you can't say, I'm looking simply at facts, because you're not. Yeah, but Hamas is not any better. You said, and then you said, well, I didn't say they're better in any way. No, I didn't say they're the better party. Okay, so you understand that they are the worst party in this conflict. Okay, got it. Yes, the genocidaires are the worst party in this conflict, of course. the militarized nuclear state that does not have, under international authority, under international humanitarian law, has no legal basis to defend itself in an offensive campaign in Gaza as a belligerent occupier, is not the right party in this situation. It's not. And they're fighting a group that's just hiding below hospitals and schools. See, you're doing the rationalization that has been spoon-fed to you. What can they do? They killed a lot of people during October 7th attack. Do you think they will just sit and take it? I mean, I've said this after 9/11, but America would be in an infinitely better place overall. The world would be in an infinitely better place overall if America just sat back and took it. Look at what Israel has done since then. They've destroyed whatever credibility they may have had in the Western world. Israel cannot live, survive, operate in the way that it wants to without Western support, unconditional Western support. It is that same bloodlust and then same arrogance, thinking that this support will keep flowing, that will allow Israel to, or that causes Israeli officials to think that they can just continue this violence and this bloodshed without any cost whatsoever. That arrogance is exactly how October 7 happened. That arrogance of thinking that you can maintain an apartheid for 75 years under martial law for the Palestinians in the West Bank after 1967, an open-air prison in Gaza. That arrogance is how October 7 happened. And the faster Israelis recognize that and try to change this reality, the faster we can arrive at a permanent peace in the region. The reason why I said nuclear brinksmanship, and it's in the title, is because the Iranian commander says Tehran could review nuclear doctrine amid Israeli threats. Israel has also signaled that they might be interested in striking Iran's nuclear capabilities. But you should strike the top of the hour ad break by subscribing. Wow, you just said that Hamasaki is less evil than IDF. I recommend you watch some video from 710. Hamasaki burn children. They kill on purpose innocent civilian. We don't target children in Gaza. What interest do we have in doing this? Hamas are animals. Dude, this is the only good question that you have asked so far. What interest do we have in doing this? You should examine that further. Because that means that you still have a conscience deep down inside that you think like, yeah, of course, I don't agree with targeting and killing children. So think. The logic you're using for Palestine and Israel can be used to back the Nazis in World War II. No, it cannot. Okay? It cannot. You want to know why? It can't. Because Germany and the arguments that the Nazi government made against Jews was built on falsehoods. Unless you literally think personally that the Nazis were right about what they said about Jews, you cannot believe this. The Palestinians, however, are facing very real oppression from the Israeli state. Israel itself is closer in this equation to the Nazi government as far as being a machine of death and destruction. The Nazis were the machine of death and destruction in World War II. Israel is the machine of death in this equation. It's like looking at the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising and then blaming the Jewish resistance groups. It's crazy. I don't know if you've seen this, but the Israeli reaction to Channel 12 footage of Gaza being seen on the beach has been very interesting. Prominent centrists and liberal intellectuals quote tweet by sarcastically saying genocide in air quotes. Right-wingers are grieving at their lack of total victory, calling for more bombs, duality of man. Yeah. But before October 7th, there weren't any problems, of course. Gaza wasn't a comfortable place to live in, but it wasn't actively being attacked. Hamas destroyed that piece during the October 7th attack. Of course, you can say that they were just trying to get their land back. No, it's not about just simply trying to get your land back. But they're just using a group of people with weapons. Why did they do October 7th if they knew they didn't have a chance against an entire country? Because October 7th is an act of desperation. I've talked about this quite a bit as well. People don't strap a suicide vest on and blow up a bus stop because they think it's awesome. People don't do that because they are just simply that anti-Semitic. People do that because their whole families have been slaughtered. People do that to be recognized. Palestinians, and I'm sure you don't know this, have tried peaceful protest time and time again. Last one being a coordinated effort in 2018 called the Great March of Return. Palestinians marched every Friday to the Israeli border wall, the border wall that was placed unjustifiably, by the way. Israel's retaliation to such things, which you probably did not see for the record, was sniping them by the hundreds. October 7 is not the last nor the first time that Israel has laid siege on Gaza. Israel used to call it mowing the lawn. That was what the operations were called. Prominent Israeli figures have openly championed prior sieges as well. And it always happens with in the same exact ways. Israel keeps increasing pressure on the West Bank Palestinians that they have completely destroyed the lives of on illegal occupied land, mind you. The militant resistance to the Israeli apartheid in Gaza says, stop doing that. We are going to retaliate. They do. They lob a couple fucking missiles. Obviously, they get intercepted by our beautiful Iron Dome. When I say our, I'm talking about the American Iron Dome. And then Israel goes in to do a military operation, a special military operation, you know, like what Vladimir Putin says. And so did Israelis. Israel did offer peace in the past multiple times. The Palestinians didn't want peace. That's a lie. That's a lie that has been told to you time and time again. Now, let me ask you this. Do you think it is an honest effort, a conciliatory effort, when you say you want to have peace when your foot is on the neck of the other person? Do you think that's honest? When you are holding someone captive, Nelson Mandela famously was demanded by the apartheid government in South Africa to denounce violence, the violent actions of the ANC. If he were to denounce the violent actions of the ANC and also communism, those were the two things that they asked. Okay. Nobody told me that. You can't just assume that I'm being fed lies. Well, I mean, this is objectively a falsehood, and I'm trying to describe to you why you're wrong. So just maybe listen then, instead of being like, oh, I'm not fed a lie. I came up with the lie on my own, because ultimately you are still wrong on this. Okay. You are objectively wrong. Nelson Mandela famously was told if he denounces communism and he denounces violent resistance to the apartheid, that he will be let out early. To which he responded with, how can I be an even actor in this negotiation when you have me in chains? He was right. How can the Palestinians ever have real peace? How can the Palestinians be offered a real peace process when the starting point of said peace process was always bullshit? The starting point of the said peace process was simply to create a Israeli security apparatus force with a Palestinian face on it, which operates as the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, that jails Palestinians, that gives Palestinian targets to the Israeli state, that collaborates with the Israeli state frequently. And for all of the bargaining in that peace process, all you get as a Palestinian is the destruction of whatever statehood you thought you could cling on to in the West Bank. Since the 90s onward, the West Bank has been deliberately targeted and occupied and settled by Jewish settlers from all around the world, but especially inside of Israel. The numbers in, I believe, 1988 were somewhere around like 7,000. There were only 7,000 Israeli Jews living in the West Bank, specifically both in East Jerusalem and West Bank in its entirety. That number is now 750,000. That was the outcome for the Palestinians that tried to negotiate with the Israeli state, because it was never a real peace process at all. And the last guy that actually offered at least some semblance of a statehood was assassinated. And those who called for his assassination are currently leading the Israeli war cabinet, Itamar Ben-Gvir and Benjamin Netanyahu. So the notion that there was a real peace process was silly. They did offer peace. Are you saying that they didn't? Also, there was no Palestine when the Jews came to this land. It was the British land, and all the Jews did. No, before that, it was the Ottoman land. So, you know, remember that. Things were a lot better back then for Palestinians than it is now. Let me tell you. The Jews came to this land. It was the British land, and all the Jews did was declare a country before Palestinians did. It was simply just a race. Of course, the Palestinians didn't like that. That's not true. That is also an objective falsehood. This is not even historical analysis that the likes of Benny Morris would agree with, for the record. In 88, it was around 65 to 7,000, if I recall. Yeah, but the settler population doubled in the 90s. I thought it was like in the 70s and the 80s. I thought it was like around 7,000, not 70,000. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering the numbers now. You can't call dibs on a land where there were people living in it who already were desperately trying to have their own national movement. Why do you think the fucking riots against the British government occurred? Palestinians were already there. You're saying Jews came to this land as though there weren't already Palestinians, and Jewish Palestinians, as a matter of fact, that were already there. This is ridiculous. I call dibs first is a ridiculous way to try to justify the creation of the Israeli state. Also, Yigal Amir doesn't speak for anybody. He regrets everything he did. Brother, the Zionist project started off with a lie that this was a land without people for a people without land. The lie there was that it was not a land without people. There were people there, and everybody understood that. Efendim baba, açıyorum hemen bir dakika.
Membership will definitely consecrate the two-state solution that the occupying authorities continue to stand openly against. This membership will constitute a rejection of their attempt to erase the Palestinian people and to destroy the Palestinian state and every prospect of peace. Let us welcome Palestine to the UN, and in doing so, relaunch a genuine peace process between equals, paving the way for a lasting peace in the Middle East. Failure to do so, it is, again, a denial of this very Council of its responsibilities. Failure to act is a serious and forgivable mistake. Failure to wake up today is a license for continuing injustice and impunity. Failure to do so is everlasting shame. The call for Palestinian freedom must be heeded. The call for free Palestine, resonating across the globe, must be a reality enjoyed by the Palestinian people. Madam President, I conclude with what the President of the Republic, Mr. Abdelmajid Tebboune, has stated before the General Assembly last year, and I quote, "The time has come for Palestine."
Wait, you found the quote? This is your anti-Semitic quote? The Palestinians are the descendants of the Jews 3,000 years ago, not those European settlers? That's the anti-Semitism? You think maybe the second part of that, but the first part of that is not anti-Semitic at all. It's just the truth. It's something that I say all the fucking time, as a matter of fact. How the fuck did you get a job at Goldman Sachs if you're this stupid? The Palestinians that Israel is currently killing are legitimately the descendants of the Jews that remained, that did not leave. The second part of it is the part that is not correct. They are European settlers. There are a lot of Jewish people in Israel that are European settlers. However, they are also descendants of the same people. The difference, however, is that those who remained converted to either Christianity or to Islam later down the line. That's it. It's pretty funny, though, that this is what you found. This is the anti-Semitic thing that you found. Yes, they vetoed it.
Adopted owing to the negative vote of a permanent member of the Council. I now give the floor to those members of the Council who wish to make statements after the vote. I pass the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Госпожа председатель.
Madam President.
Госпожа председатель.
Madam President.
Госпожа председатель.
Madam President.
Этот день
This day may go down in history as a day when, after three-quarters of a century, the international...
Yeah, I also never said that the European settlers are not Jews. I just said that, yes, exactly, that their Judaism does not mean that they could just like occupy in violent ways a land where people live in. That's it. My dad is going crazy with Kaya right now. He's so excited to see her.
The decisions of international life.
О вопросе, на который мы
неизменно
отвечали согласием,
we have constantly answered with consent, and when Israel was welcomed into the UN, and when dozens of states also released from the colonial yoke were welcomed into the UN.
Однако наши американские
However, our
коллеги
American
считают
colleagues believe differently.
применив пятый раз с
having for
начала
the fifth
обострения
time
в Газе
since the
права
beginning
вето,
of the exacerbation in
они
Gaza
снова
their veto,
продемонстрировали
they
свое
have once again
истинное отношение к
demonstrated what they
палестинцам.
really think of the Palestinians.
Для Вашингтона
For
они не
Washington,
заслуживают
they
иметь свое
do not
собственное государство.
deserve to have their own state.
Они лишь препятствие на пути
They are
реализации
only a barrier
интересов
on
Израиля.
the path towards realizing the interests of Israel.
Именно поэтому
For that
Соединенные
reason, the
Штаты
United States
готовы до
is
последнего
ready
закрывать глаза
to
на
the last
преступления
to turn a
Израиля
blind eye to the crimes of
в отношении
Israel
мирных жителей
against
Газы,
the civilians in
не
Gaza,
замечать
not
незаконную
noting
поселенческую
the
активность в
illegal
Западном
settlement building
Иерусалиме и на
activity
Западном
in West Jerusalem on the West Bank.
Цель –
The
сломать волю
aim
палестинцев,
is to break the Palestinians' will,
заставить их
to force
безоговорочно
them
подчиниться
once and
оккупирующей
for all
державе,
to submit to the occupying
превратить
power,
их в слуг
to
и
turn them
людей второго
into
сорта, а
servants
может
and
быть и
second-class
вовсе
persons, and perhaps
изжить и изгнать их с
to once
родной
and
для
for all
них
force
территории.
them out of their native territory.
Такая политика дает лишь
That
обратный эффект.
policy is only having the opposite
На
impact.
сегодняшний день
What do you think about the Quran says about Jews deserving punishment for the killings they've done? Don't you think that train of thought could have a hand in the recent chaos? Brother, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? This is such a fucking idiotic assessment. Yeah, dude, it's Islam. That's Islam and the Quran and their and the Palestinian understanding and interpretation of the Quran that causes the Palestinian Christians alongside the Palestinian Muslims to feel some type of way about Israel's violent actions. Normally, if it wasn't for the fucking Quran, that they're blown up houses, blown up schools, blown up mosques, blown up churches would actually look very normal. I hate when a bitch I don't like serves. Oh, you're talking about Russia? Yes, it's true.
National actions by their ally and reluctant to find just solutions on the basis of the existing international legal basis is a direct path to
This is why people are so ridiculous.
sliding
Like,
into them.
it doesn't fucking mean anything. And also, like religion is such a dumb fucking argument to make in this circumstance. It is just ideology, okay? Ideology that is utilized as a galvanizing force. That's simply it. That's why I always laugh at people being like, Judaism demands this or some shit. It's ridiculous.
Of tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians, and that is not worthy of a great power, and history will not forgive you for that. We call on the United States to listen to the voice of reason, to think about the
You
consequences.
trust the numbers that Hamas
and to
publishes? Yes,
immediately
I
join
do. I do trust the Hamas numbers. Once again, not only lesser evil in terms of like civilian casualties in comparison to soldiers, but Hamas is infinitely more trustworthy with the Hamas-run health ministry numbers than Israel has ever been. Israel has shown time and time again that it will use the position that it has in mainstream media in the West to lie regularly and contextualize the violence that they're engaging in. However, Hamas's numbers are so trusted that the IDF trusts the Hamas numbers. The American State Department trusts the Hamas numbers time and time again. As a matter of fact, international NGOs have looked into the Hamas Health Ministry numbers on death tolls, and the reality is that they're sometimes wrong. They just do an undercount. That's the problem. So yes, of course, I, alongside with the rest of the fucking world and every single international organization, completely trust the Palestinian Health Ministry numbers, the Gazan Health Ministry numbers.
We also have long been clear that premature actions here in New York, even with the best intentions, will not achieve statehood for the Palestinian
Dude, it's so
people.
funny. It's like,
as members of the Security Council, we have a special responsibility to ensure that our actions further the cause of international peace and security and are consistent with the requirements of the UN Charter. As reflected in the report of the Admission Committee, there was not unanimity among committee members as to whether the applicant met the criteria for membership as set forth in Article 4 of the UN Charter. For example, there are unresolved questions as to whether the applicant meets the criteria to be considered a state. We have long called on the Palestinian Authority to undertake necessary reforms to help establish the attributes of readiness for state.
How the fuck do you think a one-state solution is going to work when Israeli society is still deeply consumed by racist, fascist ideology due to their social conditioning? I mean, look at the United States of America. Yes, the conditions for black people here are still definitely much worse on average than the conditions for everybody else. But having said that, if Israeli society tomorrow, with a magical wand, could turn into the American society of today, it would be hailed as the single greatest humanitarian achievement of all time. Do you understand? There are also many such instances, many examples in recent history where conflict seems endless and And it seems that it will only get worse. And yet you look at a country like South Africa that has been able to successfully abolish apartheid. You look at Algeria. You look at Ireland. These things take time, but time heals all wounds. I'm not saying that there isn't resistance. There won't be resistance. Of course there will be. But ultimately, that needs to be handled as a domestic affair, not as a violent, occupying military force. That's it. Look at Nazi Germany. Look at the entire history of Europe. Those motherfuckers fought each other for hundreds of years. Nowadays, we live in the aftermath of World War II, and it seems unimaginable that European countries would go to war with one another. If you can take that peace for granted, then you can understand that the human condition is not one that constantly demands war and bloodshed, but is actually way more comfortable with peace. Germany probably isn't the best example because they are Nazifying at an alarming rate, it seems, but, so far so good.
The United States is committed to intensifying its engagement with the Palestinians and the rest of the region, not only to address the current crisis in Gaza, but to advance a political settlement that will create a path to Palestinian statehood and membership in the United Nations. The United States will continue to oppose unilateral measures that undermine the prospect of a two-state solution. This includes any actions that violate the principles that Secretary Blinken has emphasized for months, that Gaza cannot be a platform for terrorism. There should be no Israeli reoccupation of Gaza, and the size of Gaza's territory should not be reduced. As we have said before, we believe a two-state solution coupled with these elements is the best way to achieve a durable peace in the region, along with security for Israelis and Palestinians. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the United States and pass the floor to the representative of France.
Wow, they gave really good reasons for not recognizing Palestinian statehood, I think.
Je remercie l'Algérie
would like to
d'avoir
thank
proposé cette
Algeria for
résolution,
proposing
en
this
faveur de laquelle elle a voté.
which it voted in favor of.
Il est temps de parvenir à un
It
règlement
is time to
politique
achieve
global
a
du conflit
global political settlement
israélo-palestinien
of the Israeli-Palestinian
sur la base de la
conflict
solution
on
des
the
deux
basis
États.
of the two-state
La seule
solution.
à même de
The
répondre
only
aux
thing
besoins de
that can
sécurité de
respond
long
to
terme
the long-term
d'Israël,
security needs
ainsi
of
qu'aux aspirations
Israel,
légitimes
as
des
well as the
Palestiniens à
legitimate
un État.
aspirations of Palestinians
Comme le
for
président
a
de la
state.
République l'a
As
rappelé,
the President
la
of the
France n'a
Republic
pas de tabou
recalled,
sur cette
France
question.
is not
Et
shying
c'est dans
away
ce
from this
contexte,
issue,
à
and it is in
l'initiative
this
de
context
l'Algérie,
that,
que nous
upon
sommes
the initiative
favorables
of
au rehaussement
Algeria,
du
we are
statut
in
de la
favor of
Palestine à
raising the
l'ONU
status of
et à
Palestine
son
in the
admission
UN
comme membre
and
de
its
plein droit.
admission as a full member.
Cette admission doit
This
permettre
admission
la reprise
must
d'un
allow
processus
for the
décisif
resumption of a
et
decisive and
irréversible
irreversible
pour mettre
process
en œuvre la
to
solution des deux
implement
États
the
et le
two-state
renforcement de
solution
l'autorité
and the
palestinienne dans
strengthening
les
of the
territoires
Palestinian
palestiniens,
Authority in the
à Gaza
Palestinian
comme en
territories in
Cisjordanie.
Gaza and in the
Elle
West
doit
Bank.
pouvoir y exercer de manière
It must be
effective
able to
et efficace
effectively
ses
and
responsabilités sur
efficiently
l'ensemble des
exercise its
territoires d'un futur État
responsibilities across the
palestinien.
territories of a future Palestinian
Le conflit à
state.
Gaza
The
déclenché par
conflict in
l'attaque
Gaza,
terroriste du
triggered by
Hamas et
the
d'autres groupes
terrorist attack
terroristes
by
le 7
Hamas and
octobre
other
dernier,
terrorist groups on the
que nous
7th of
condamnons de la
October,
façon la
which
plus
we
ferme,
condemn in the
montre à quel
strongest
point il
possible
est
terms,
essentiel
shows
que
how
le
essential
Conseil
it
de
is.
Yeah, America's a base single stater. That's why they are. I can't listen to that. It's like killing my brain. Yeah, America. Joe Biden is a based one stater. He's like, yeah, it's one state, Jack. It's called Palestine. That's why we won't do no half measures. No recognition of Palestinian statehood until it's all Palestine from the river to the sea, Jack. That's what he said. Anyway, Aloha Zionists use appeals of the UN decision / Abraham Accords to justify its occupation. Yet, as we see, a single unelected wizard from America can veto something the entire international community wants. Yup. Well, they also do simultaneously fucking claim, bro. Elint News sent me a Yashar Ali take. That's crazy. But they also simultaneously say UN is Hamas. It's like, bitch, if UN is Hamas, then fucking no more Israel, I guess. Fuck you mean? Where'd that Israeli chatter go? The United States is making a fresh push for the state of Israel to accept the Palestinian state in exchange for recognition by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In exchange for recognizing Israel, the United States is offering Saudi Arabia a more formal defense relationship and assistance in acquiring civil nuclear power. Yes, let's go. Give Saudi Arabia the nukes, bro. Fuck it. Fuck it, dude. Fuck it, baby. Nuclear proliferation for Saudi Arabia pronto. Okay? Let's go. Fuck it, dude. A little bit of YOLO mode. Dude, oh my God, 9/11/2 is going to be so sick. Give Saudi Arabia a nuke so they can do 9/11/2. It's Jover. Whoo! Let's fucking go, baby. Let's go. 9/11/2 will be done with nukes. I'm calling it now, okay? 9/11/2 Electric Boogaloo with the family atomics. Think we'll deserve that one too? Bitch, what do you mean? We are literally initiating the steps of our own demise, okay? No. Yeah, I'm saying we will have brought it on ourselves. You are watching it. Oh, that's so funny. People will be like, what do you mean? We're doing it now. Oh, U.S. approves the Rafah op in exchange. I know. Surely our actions will never have consequences, guys. Calm down now. Calm down now, everybody. Actions never have reactions.
The impunity must end. Madam President, Ghana supports the state of Palestine's full membership of the United Nations and believes that it has met all the requirements set out in Article 4 of the United Nations Charter, which are the only ones to be taken into consideration for the admission of a member into the United Nations. We are therefore deeply disappointed that the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people were not met today.
Oh, by the way, yeah, as we're talking, Israel is already making evacuation protocols. Israel has made significant progress in preparation for the evacuation of around 1 million civilians from Rafah. Where will they put them? You know where they'll put them. They're going to push them out into fucking Egypt, I suspect, or somewhere in the desert. Israel has made significant progress in preparations for the evacuation of around 1 million civilians from Rafah ahead of the Israeli military's impending operation in the southern Gaza city, according to an Israeli source. Preparations have been ongoing for over a month, including repairing water and sewage pipes and amassing thousands of tents, the source said. Rafah is the southernmost point between Gaza, the Gaza Strip, and Egypt. The plan apparently is to push them to the central camps in northern Gaza. Oh, nice. They're going to push them back to northern Gaza so they could be like, Hamas is in northern Gaza again. Shit. Just cycling them in and out of the Gaza Strip into increasingly smaller confines as they, whittle away their numbers by bombing them. Great. I have a question. How the fuck do you not get depressed covering shit like this and not lose hope in the world? Palestine is completely alone just because the empire of USA controls everything. I don't know. I mean, I feel like the environment has dramatically changed. As someone who's been speaking out about the endless suffering the Palestinians have withstood in the hands of the apartheid state of Israel for the past 10 years very publicly, I've never seen this level of real support from the broadest subsects of the American population of the Western world. This bot you replied to keeps spamming and getting clapped by FossaBot. Trust terrorist groups is crazy. IDF never relies on Hamas numbers. They 100% try to intensify everything that's happening in Gaza. Bro, why do Israel defenders not know Israel? Brother, why is it that you don't know anything about your own fucking government that you're trying to defend? It's so weird. Yeah, you're getting clapped because you're accidentally sending a link. That's how horny you are to fucking post. Is there any way to convince Islamophobes, like people who just hate Muslims? You just gotta educate them. You just gotta keep educating. Yeah. Palestine might be isolated from the world. Hoscord loves Hassan. Thank you for the 20 community gift the subs, which, by the way, I forgot to run the top of the hour ad break literally last hour, so I'm running it in the middle of the hour right now. I'm running it now. Thank you, Hoscord loves Hassan. This way, Hoscord gifts 20 people the opportunity not to see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Anyway, the shit you see on Twitter now has just really been melting my brain. It's okay. Positive news. Did you see Michaela had her baby? No, I did not. I don't see positive news. I only see negative news.
Unconditional release of hostages held by Hamas and other groups, and expanded humanitarian aid throughout Gaza. All regional actors should exercise full restraint.
Where's that fucking dumbass chatter now?
Escalation.
Hey, dumbass. Here you go, bro. The army checked and found that the reports of the dead in the Ministry of Health in Gaza are reliable. That's crazy. I don't know which dumbass chatter we're talking about at this point, but here you go, dumb fuck. I guess the IDF is also Hamas. This war started because they all attacked Al-Aqsa, and it will end with fascist doomsday called building the third temple. No, it's just... I'm sure you'd love the statehood Abbas, but the best I can do as an audience with a babbling Zionist. It's so funny because, like, a Palestinian statehood that is recognized under the helm of the least popular Palestinian leader that is, like, only marginally more popular than the fucking state of Israel is the best they can do for the Palestinians, like that's already fucking ridiculous. And even then, America's like, nah, fuck it, big dog. We ain't doing that either. Like, think about it. Palestinians don't even fucking want a boss. They want a statehood for sure. They want state recognition. But anyway, these images that you're seeing, I've never seen for Palestinians. Okay, that's it. That's the reason why I feel no matter what gets thrown in our direction, I never have fucking seen this level of support ever in my whole life. Students taking it to the streets to prevent the corrections buses with the students from leaving. The student body is on the side of the encampment in Palestine. Come to 114 and Amsterdam to show solidarity and protect our own. It's a beautiful sight. I mean, it's also a devastating sight, obviously. It's a pure fascism. NYPD standing around as Columbia workers break down tents and throw out tons and tons of clothes, food, blankets, and Gaza solidarity encampment. Meanwhile, students have taken over the South Lawn. But the progress that you keep bringing hope isn't really that significant. Dude, you're wrong. It is significant. Are you kidding me? And also, that's not even my take. That's the take of the Palestinians as well. Bro, Palestinians who are literally fucking being bombed right now see this kind of shit on social media in the limited time that they have online, and they say, keep up the pressure. You're absolutely wrong about that. You're so wrong about that. It's always darkest before the dawn. Remember, these are definitely the type of protests that would go home because of a light sprinkle. Dude, that's awesome. Fascism is when people trespass on a private property and get arrested for it. Dude, you are a bitch. You are so bitch made. You are a fucking the worst kind of Twitch chatter, okay? The dude who fancies themselves to be a fucking brave, bold keyboard warrior, okay? It is their bravery that you watch. It is the actual punishments that they will withstand against fucking dog shit, steroid using NYPD pig fuckers that makes them brave, okay? That's what makes them brave. You are not brave. You are memeing online because you're a pathetic little fucking worm who will never do anything that amounts to anything for the rest of your goddamn life. That's why you're angry. You're upset at what people can do when they actually do make sacrifices. Okay? You see someone making a sacrifice. You see someone putting their bodies on the line. You see someone who's putting their freedom on the line. Okay? No rebuttal, by the way. What do you mean? I'm directly refuting your point that they are not brave, you dumb fuck. You said these are the people who would go home because of a light sprinkle as you are watching them get arrested by the hundreds. Not only did I refute your point, but I'm also telling you the underlying resentment that you feel in your heart. It comes from how cowardly and how wormish you are. You see other people actually doing something that matters, and your immediate response is to be a fucking keyboard warrior online. Okay? That's it. Also, I'm going to fucking block you at this point. I mean, you've definitely expended any matter of all matter of fucking good nature and charitability I could offer you, and you just kept shitting and pissing on it. Pissed your pants. Lol, I was just memeing, by the way. Why did he ban me? He only bans people who disagrees with him. Yeah, fucking using 4chan green text arrows outside of 4chan in the year 2024. This dude is less than trash. No, that dude is a fucking, yeah, exactly. He's a fucking loser. Okay? A complete fucking loser. That's it. When you fucking green text post in 2024, you immediately show that to the rest of the world. We are also losers too for even being able to identify that, but that's besides the point. What brave sacrifices have you made from behind your keyboard, Hassan? I love that, dude. I mean, you're a 20-month fucking subscriber. You've been in here for long enough. You probably have seen it. You've probably at least accidentally heard of it, okay? Obviously, my sacrifices are nothing in comparison to what these people are experiencing even now. But, you know, I'm not going to relitigate it. 21 sub, maybe a debate. I suspect they probably are trying to... I suspect that they're probably trying to go, oh, yeah, I'm actually trying to run the top of the hour ad break or something. Or they're an October 7 Fallen fan. Never mind, they are an October 7 Fallen fan. Super active, 20-month subscriber. Sad to fucking see this shit, dude. It is sad. I haven't watched in a while. Brother, you've been watching me, at least on and off, probably since when I first started, okay? You've been a 20-month... You have given me money for 20 months. What led you to do that? So what? People can disagree with you? What? Yeah, of course they can. There's a difference between disagreement, which I have no issue with, and disagreement on the issue of genocide. I feel like you got to have some red lines somewhere. Nazis disagree with me too. Do you think I should treat them as simple disagreements that are worthy to remain in the chat? There are certain things that go beyond mere disagreements. These aren't just petty grievances we're talking about. This is whether you acknowledge that a genocide is happening or not. I'm not being a purity spiral driven, spiteful leftist. I disagree with your comparison of Hamas or freedom fighters and your characterization of the violence with apartheid Israel, and you yelled. What are you saying? What? Yeah, sure, brother. How's Israel at fault? Hamas killed innocent civilians and is out to genocide and eliminate the Israeli state. Israel's not. Thank you, Glorious 42069. Bro, this is not even a talking point at this point. You're just hallucinating. Anyway, where's this guy at? Wrong. I just don't keep up with the streams the same way anymore. Wrong. I do not like genocide. Okay. Got it. All right. Never mind. You know, life happens. So you agree that Israel is doing a genocide and is an apartheid state, and that October 7 and the responsibility of October 7 and all the actions that took place are directly in the hands of the Israeli state. I'm glad you agree. You agree with me so much that you stopped watching suspiciously around that time.
The relevant countries make direct negotiations between Palestine and Israel a prerequisite, claiming that Palestine's membership at the UN can only be the result of negotiations. This is putting the cart before the horse. There is clear clarity of Israel's rejection of the two-state solution. Against this backdrop, the admission of the state of Palestine at the UN as a full member would allow Palestine to enjoy equal status with Israel and would help to create.
I know you probably won't see this, but I used to fall for propaganda about how all Gazans are evil and wanted to kill us all if they could, but your coverage has helped me understand the conflict more clearly. I'm now ashamed of how my government and most of my people keep voting for warmongers. Hell yeah. If this chatter can do it, so can you, all the people that are watching in the fucking dark corners of the internet. I don't have to watch your content to be against apartheid and genocide. Both Israeli and American states are responsible for. Oh, okay, great. No, I have no issue with you. You just, you came at me with a very weird energy, so I thought that you were possibly one of those guys. That's great. I'm glad. So what did you mean by this? Fallen fan is based actually, dude. I love that. I don't really care if someone is a Fallen fan, but they're still unconditionally in support of Palestinian emancipation. I don't give a shit. I'm like their heart is in the right place. I've already done my job. I've already done my part, or rather, I don't have to do anything here. I don't know why he came in with that energy, but fuck it. Yeah, he's not a genocide denier, just a douchebag. Great. What is this? What the fuck are you showing me? My problem with you is that your activism takes mostly behind keyboards and across in the screen. I want to see you out there more. I see you as a leader, not leading. Oh, you're just a fucking dumbass. Never mind. Okay. Hey, brother, I don't know if you know this, but like, this is the most amount of work I can do. Do you think I don't think about that? Do you think I don't think about it? First of all, I have gone out there to protest as well. I literally fucking went to Melbourne and attended a Palestinian protest. But it is interesting that you're saying that, because behind this fucking keyboard and behind this screen for the past 10 fucking years, I've been able to, one, change a lot of minds on this issue to help them see the truth. Maybe even yourself. I've offered 7 months of relentless coverage, despite the fact that a third of this community left because of the coverage itself and because of my opinion that did not change over the past 10 years, even after October 7. But not only that, but these sacrifices, quote unquote, are nothing in comparison to what the Palestinian people are experiencing, which is a point that I reiterate quite thoroughly. But obviously, this is me maxing out my potential. We raised $1.3 million for 4 Palestinian charities over the course of a couple weeks. What have you done is the real question. Why do you think you know better on what I should be doing when I don't see your receipts, when I have no idea what you have done? Your sacrifice is 1/3 of your audience then? No, dumb fuck. My sacrifice is getting fucking... I'm not going to say it. No, you're right. I have not sacrificed anything. You're absolutely correct. It's not worth mentioning it. If you don't know, then you don't know. Okay? You're right. Also, I'm not 100% a D-watcher who thinks because he canvases that makes up for the genocide shit. No, I don't think so. I think he just watched too many drama pervert videos and his brain is warped. My point is, you probably will never know what goes on behind the scenes, and that is by design, and that is deliberate. Okay? But it's fine. Because, again, all of that is nothing. I heard you said some kids in Turkey never get the opportunity to use a computer and such. I wish you were one of those kids. Okay. Well, I'm glad that I wasn't. We're not banning that guy. That was funny. The question I guess I'll have for that chatter is, would you rather have a relatively sizable content creator do something that no other large content creator is doing in the form of educating people and trying to bring awareness to certain causes? Because all of the other content creators that you love and probably watch and consume for entertainment don't talk about these issues for a reason. The reason is the sacrifices that we are not currently talking about. Okay? So what is it? Do you think that it would be better off if you agree with me, as you have said personally, that you agree that Israel is doing a genocide, America's responsible for it? If you agree with that, why do you think no other content creator speaks on it? And do you think it would be better off if I just didn't do those things? When Skrill talks about literally anything but ignore Palestine, of course, because you get brand partnerships taken away, you get punished for speaking out about politics especially, but we're currently literally watching people get jailed in front of our fucking eyes for protesting against Israel's genocide. And people are like, dude, good on you for doing what you do, man. I don't think it's nothing, and I do appreciate the work you've done, especially for myself. People have disagreements sometimes over all sorts of things, but you haven't demonstrated what your disagreement is beyond, why don't you go out and get arrested? I want you talking about it. I watch Majority Report every day talk about it, but I want to see you, young, strong man, lead in person as well. Yes, get arrested. Would be sick. Let me tell you, as someone who has been arrested before, it is not sick. You do understand that if you personally think that what I'm doing is good, like Majority Report, which I think does a phenomenal job with this as well, what value do I have if you think my content has changed your mind, my coverage has changed your mind on a lot of shit, okay? How can I continue doing the good thing if I no longer can do it because I'm arrested? You want me to appeal to your aesthetic sensibilities for a brief moment to not be able to do the things that I'm doing. I do personally also do the things that you think I'm not doing, but that's besides the point. As an Israeli citizen, I'm just saying you are not related to the topic. Go live your life and do things that are not interfering with our state. Exactly like the war between Russia and Ukraine. People forgot about that already because it's not on top of the media. Both sides want to brainwash both sides. The media takes advantage. This does not help you or the people currently in the situation. You're not wrong. It is infinitely better if I, offered a little bit of liberal Zionist adjacent coverage post October 7 and then shut the fuck up about it altogether until there was any opportunity I could to say that the Palestinian side is actually in the wrong. Look at these Palestinian protesters. Look at these pro-Palestine protesters. They are defending an Islamic fundamentalist ideology. I hate that. That would have given me the fucking major bucks, as a matter of fact. And yet I don't do that because I think it's fucking unjust. Also, your state, in the way that it exists currently, your apartheid state, would not exist without my fucking tax dollars. I am literally defending you every fucking goddamn day of the week from Iranian weapons. Okay? The reason why you can type this from not a bomb shelter, but your fucking PC in your house in Tel Aviv is literally because of me. Okay? And many of the other chatters in here. So say thank you. To tell an American that they should not be involved in Israeli affairs is the most ridiculous statement that someone could fucking make. You know how much fucking taxes I pay? I pay 50% plus because everything is just straight income. I don't shelter my assets. I don't do any of that. All of that shit goes directly to fucking defending your home. Okay? The fuck do you mean mind your own business? Let Israel continue its genocide. This arrogance is mind-boggling to me. Yeah. I think, yes, you're right. America should not involve itself in Israel. I agree. I'm not wrong. Both sides are doing a genocide, but still none of your business. Wait, first of all, both sides are doing genocide. The fuck do you mean both sides are doing genocide? Do you think Palestinians can fucking chirp like this in my chat? What fucking genocide is happening to you right now? Motherfucker literally put down the falafel for a second to be like, both sides are doing genocide. Listen, you don't understand. Get the fuck out of here. The fuck do you mean? Damn, bro. I didn't realize you were being genocided right now. Shit. Didn't you see the Palestinians with their phones taking photos of people getting raped and beaten to death? I did see Palestinians with their phones. You're right. Okay. Do you think that was a genocide? Or do you think that was an unfortunate tragedy as a consequence of being fucking destroyed for 75 years? If you think a couple fucking rockets being lobbed over this border fence that you propped up is akin to genocide, then what the fuck is Israel doing? I guess we need a different word for the Israeli version. An omega genocide. It's so funny. Don't interfere in our state of affairs, please. Let us get a little bit of fucking... I don't think there's any rape footage. Why did he say that? He said that because... he said that because there's no justification for Israel's actions. So he has to be like, yeah, dude, October 7th was a genocide, actually. Trust. Which is why we have to do omega genocide now in a defensive posture. To the Israeli chatters, I always ask this question, okay? To the Israeli chatters, my question is this, okay? Do you think the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising should not have happened? Do you shit on the Jewish resistance forces in the Warsaw Ghetto? The fuck do you mean? It would be Holocaust denial and objectively fascist to be like, well, the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was very violent too, and it ended up being even more violent for those who perpetrated it and their family members. Would you say that they deserved what happened after? A ridiculous statement. Perhaps that is the reason why, like I've reiterated time and time again, that there are many Israeli officials who say, listen, if I was on the other side of that fucking border wall, I would be rising up in arms too. Just like many of you rise up against the top of the hour ad break. And also, yeah, the idea that like, bro is bad, but you simply cannot compare the Holocaust at all. What do you mean? The fuck do you mean? Who says so? Does an analog have to be a direct one-to-one comparison? Like, what are we talking about here? The fuck? Yeah, and this chatter is correct. Genocide is all of our business. Yeah, and it's not even like saying that what Israel is doing is one-to-one to Nazi Germany, okay? The point still stands. Of course, people are going to resist to inhumane, oppressive, genocidal conditions. Please look at my message. Did we start the 7th of October? Did we start gliding with paragliders or RPGs? No, you did a fucking October 7 for 75 fucking years. That's the point. You don't see it, though. If you'd like, I would come to VC with you and explain my opinion. You can share yours in a respectful way. Sure. The fuck do you mean? Chatter. I want you to understand something, okay? Israel has been doing October 7 since 1948. No, I'm not going to add you on Discord. You can do guest star if you want. Following since today. I mean, it's fine. It's not a sock account. He doesn't seem as fucking vile as like a lot of the trolls that come in here to try and defend Israel. I'm not going to lie. I think that this is someone I could, at least to a certain degree, reason with. I would love to debate with you. Also, his take was very unique because he does recognize that Israel's doing a genocide. As an Israeli, I find that very interesting. Like, I'm not saying I'm Israeli, obviously. I'm saying an Israeli reckoning with that reality is like, that's fucking half the battle right there. I think it's the Benny Morris attitude. It might be the Benny Morris approach, which is that like, yeah, Israel's doing a genocide, but it's good. Here, I sent you a guest star invite. Chatter is waiting for you to connect. Oh my God, he's a fucking dirty little commie Israeli too. Go join Mezervot, bitch. What are you doing? Look at this. How the fuck can you be an Israeli commie and fucking be like, yeah, Israel's doing a genocide, but it's good. You better join Mezervot right now, dude. After this conversation. Do you understand me? I don't know if you're still listening or not. The fuck is this shit? He's getting ready. We found the MAGA communist. No, he's not a fucking MAGA communist. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? He's on here. Turn on your camera. And you're muted, I think. What is this? Show on stream? Okay. I don't know why he's not showing up. Okay. Camera is black now. Still can't hear him. Hello? I can hear you now. Okay, I can hear you. I can see you. Oh my God, you're a baby. What the fuck? You should be joining Mezervolt. What the fuck are you doing?
Can you hear me? Wait, mic working? My mic's working?
Yes. Your mic is working.
All right. I'm sorry. I am sorry for the disturbing with the microphone situation.
How old are you? Right off the jump.
I am 16. I'm not that old. I know.
Okay, you're 16 years old. Why haven't you joined Mezervolt?
What'd you say?
Are you a socialist?
First of all, I want this to be want this to be respectful. I don't want any harassing or cursing because I'm a 16-year-old. You can get cancelled for that. I don't want to do anything.
Of course not. Of course not. Okay. Are you familiar with the group that I just mentioned? It's called Mesarvot.
No, I am not that active. I just came on Twitch. I just wanted to mention that. Let me start like this. I just don't see the point of streaming on Twitch and basically just coming on and some of the things you're spreading are right. Some of the things you're spreading are wrong. I just think that it is wrong to come into a topic that is not related to your life. And maybe if you're Muslim, if you're Palestinian, I get it. Okay, you can.
I am Muslim.
If you're Palestinian, I get it. It's okay.
But wait, you said if you're Muslim, I get it. I am Muslim.
Okay, you're Muslim. No, I was saying that, but no, I was.
So you get it.
If you're Palestinian, no, sorry, I wasn't saying. Sorry, I'm just kind of. I've lots of ADHD. So what I was trying to say is, if you're Palestinian, okay, I get it. You have every right to be angry. I know everything is going as I'm not happy with the situation. You're not happy with the situation. I know what's going on. The thing is, I just don't see a point of spreading it online to people that don't live there, don't experience what's going on there, and I don't think it seems necessary to actually do all of this. Maybe you can go stream games, to go do things that entertain your viewers, but I don't see posting media on the internet related about something. Because let's say the Ukraine and Russia war. When was the last time you heard it about the media? It's very, very rare to actually see something related about that. And you can, if you want, you can agree. If you want, you cannot agree. But
no. I agree. I think America is no longer as interested in using Ukraine as a talking point, and they've just kind of completely dropped the conversation. But one thing you mentioned that I think is very interesting. Okay, first of all, I'm not going to be combative with you at all, and I'm really glad that you came on. It's very brave of you to do so. I have a couple questions for you. First of all, you had a cat with a Ushanka on your Avi. So are you a socialist? Do you consider yourself?
I am not associated. I just thought it was a cool kitty picture.
Okay, that's cool. That's good to know. I just, there are a lot of Israeli leftists and socialists and communists who are exactly in your age group that are fans of mine. I don't know if you know any of them or not, but that's why I thought maybe it was one of those situations. But
oh no, this is my second time hopping on stream. I'm sorry if I'm not.
No, don't apologize. Don't apologize. Okay, so you said a couple different things that I want to address. So first, you said that it's not your business, you know what I mean? But then you also said that if you're Muslim, if you're Palestinian, I get it. And I told you I'm Muslim.
I was mainly going for the. I'm sorry for cutting you off. I was mainly going for the Palestinian, civilians or people that got deported or evacuated from there. That was the main group I was focusing on. That you can have every right to be angry or to have an opinion about it.
Okay.
But
so
the only thing I see is about other people that are not actually living or went through the horrors of both sides. I don't think they have a right to speak about it.
Okay. So here's a question I have for you, right? There's two different avenues to tackle this on. One is obviously the morality, right? And the other is the logistics. And I think you're wrong on both accounts, but I'll go through the morality one real quick.
All right.
Are you familiar with the saying Martin Luther King once said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere?
I never heard of that. Can you explain about it real quick?
Yes. So injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, right? So when people are being wronged far away from us, if we see that, we have a moral imperative, in my opinion, to put an end to it, to draw awareness to it, and to do everything we can to stop it. Do you agree with that? For example, when you see, let's lower the barriers and not talk about systems of oppression or anything like that, but simply talk about if you saw a woman being robbed at gunpoint, or not at gunpoint, but if you saw a woman having their purse stolen on the side of the street, would you not call for action? Would you not call to say hey, stop that, or call for the cops or something like that?
I would report the person to the police. I won't, because it's none of. I would do as minimalistic thing as I can. I won't, not saying as I go to I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm diverting it back to the conflict.
No, it's fine.
But, I'm not meaning like you can go to parades. Like you can do what every person has their own free will. I'm not saying don't go do it. I'm just saying it's like I don't think it is necessary because and I don't think it is right. Yeah, basically, I just don't think that it's right to do that, to come and say and go, and if you, it's yeah.
I think on the morals alone,
I'm done for now. Ego.
Okay, so on the morals alone, I disagree with you, and here's why. I think that even if I was not even remotely connected to the actions that Israel takes or the oppression and the struggle that Palestinians withstand on a daily basis, I think that it is still the right thing and the moral thing to speak out against such injustices. And the example I will use is the Holocaust, right? I think it was a good thing that we and the rest of the Allied forces took a stand against the inhumane actions that the Nazi government was taking at the time. I think that the entire world coming together, the Allied forces coming together, and forcibly putting an end to the Nazi regime was an objective good. Would you agree with that?
I agree with that, yes.
Do you think that if other people also at the same time, and there were many people that were like, let's not get involved in this. This is not our affairs at all, right?
Yes.
If other people had your attitude that you're demonstrating right now, the outcome of history might have been very different. Do you agree?
I agree. Yes. I just
So I think you do understand why people who are not directly related to the cause can see injustice and take matters into their own hands to try and stop it, and
like
it can be a good thing.
The thing is, if they want to, I'm not meaning, I'm saying in sarcastic, but if you want to come and help the guys, if you want to kill the militants, you want to call them terrorists, call them however you want. If you want to go, I'm not gonna do it, but go. I'll book you a flight. Go book a flight. Go try cross the border, and
I can't.
try and help them. See what? Yeah, you of course.
There's no way. There's no way to get into.
There is no way to get in.
Yeah, there's currently no way to get in.
Take an airstrike and shoot in.
Yeah. So okay. I mean, it's beyond that. Obviously, there are, I would say, steps before you rise up in arms against the Israeli state. I think.
Oh yeah.
Don't you think?
I'm sorry to ask this, but can we just a bit focus? I'm not trying to go to the history. What I mainly came here for is for justifying from whatever's my side of the Israeli side, not trying to do it in any unrespectful way. I'm just trying.
No, I know, and I appreciate.
I'm trying to express my opinion about the 7th of October. If we can just focus on that and not the history.
No. I appreciate you. You've been very cordial. So the thing I wanted to say is that there is a second part to this argument as well, because you say that we as Americans, for example, are far removed from this conflict. And that is, of course, not the case. And here's why. I will repeat what I told you before you got on the guest star, that American tax dollars and American munitions are used in both the offensive war that Israel is conducting in Gaza, in the Gaza Strip, and American defense capabilities are what allows Israel to take increasingly dangerous actions in the region as a destabilizing force, like striking the Iranian consulate compound in Damascus, violating international law and violating Iranian sovereignty. They would not be able to do this if they didn't know full well that American military, paid for by the American tax dollars, myself included, would come to defend Israel unconditionally at every step of the way. So this actually makes us in the United States of America morally culpable with the actions that Israel is taking. This is precisely the reason why a lot of my coverage personally doesn't simply revolve around what is going on the ground in Gaza or what is going on Israeli politics. I am a political commentator. I do talk about these sorts of things as well, of course. But a big part of my coverage also revolves around getting our politicians in the United States of America to stop unconditionally offering support to Israel in the form of giving billions of dollars worth of weapons to Israel and consistently replenishing their munitions as they are conducting what I consider to be an ethnic cleansing campaign.
Okay. So, based about what you said, tell me if I'm correct or not. You're saying you're paying your tax money and you're working and you're giving your money to basically the U.S., which supports us, which lets us do whatever we want. Is that what you said?
I mean, it's a little reductive, but yeah, pretty much.
Roughly what I saw. Okay. So, let's say the U.S. wasn't just such of a big a big part of the world, and it was, let's say, one of the small European countries, and it was America, named America, and everything was the same thing, and the economy, let's say, it was the same thing. I'm theoretically, okay? I'm not saying it's real. It's gonna happen now, and let's say everyone hated you, okay? And you had no one backing up. You had no one backing you back. You had no one backing you up. And let's say Iran was beef with them as well. They would just strike us, and there was no more America, right? There was no more America.
So can I ask you a question? In this hypothetical, have I done anything that has caused people to hate me? Like, am I doing stuff? Do I get
the thing? That's the thing. Let's say I'm sorry, I'm going back. I just need this to express my opinion. When the Holocaust happened, I'm sorry I'm going through this. I said I won't.
No, don't apologize. It's fine. Go ahead.
Because I want to keep this as organized as possible. On the Holocaust, around 6 million Jews around the world died. And that was mainly because the Germans just disliked or had any sort of disagreement with the Jews.
It's a little bit more complicated than that, but
I know it is a bit more complicated, but that's roughly what it was, right?
Judeo-Bolshevism, as you know, they hated communism, socialism, trade unionism. They wanted an outgroup, a permanent outgroup, and they found Jews to be the historic enemy, which was a very comfortable narrative for them, as you know, as I'm sure you're aware of. I don't need to educate you on Jewish history. Jews have always been the number one villains in the eyes of all of these monstrous individuals, right? Centuries of pogroms, whether it be Tsarist Russia or whether it be Spain and all these Christian countries, they've always somehow found Jews to be the responsible party for everything, and lied about Jewish people drinking the blood of Christian babies and whatnot. Germany was kind of playing on that age-old classic. It was bullshit, of course. I mean, obviously, Jews were not responsible for the things that Germany claimed that they were responsible for. It was economic collapse after World War I and many other factors. But yeah, you're right.
So now I will continue. Sorry. So if that happened, wait, okay, where was I? I forgot.
You were talking about how the Nazis set up a dehumanization campaign against Jews in Germany and everywhere else in Europe, as a matter of fact, that ended up justifying, in the eyes of their allies and in the eyes of Nazi Germany, the complete death and destruction of the Jewish population. 6 million Jews specifically.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So what I was coming on to say, if America, if it happened, let's say to America, if it's it is very late here. I'm sorry. My brain is just like 2 a.m. here. I'm sorry for my brain. Yeah, that was my mom. She said that was noisy. Sorry, I'm sorry about that.
Why is your mom up at 2 a.m.?
She works at the national radio, so she has to stay up and do everything.
Okay.
Okay, I can. If you're interested, I can explain about that later.
No. Go on. I'm interested in what you have to say.
Okay. So what I was going on to say with let's that pretend game, not pretend, the pretend game with the U.S. being in the Israeli spot. There was basically no. Let me go to another subject. If America didn't support Israel, do you know any strong empires around the world? Not empires, but like strong dominant countries. Like I don't really know the specific word, but in this, sorry, nations. So any strong nations that are, and none of them would support Israel. Only like one or two small ones. We would 99% would already be dead. Like 99% of us here. That's what I don't think so. If we didn't have America on our side, we would be defenseless 100%. We would not.
So
have any defense.
I don't think so. But here's why. One, if you recognize what you just said, then you understand why I, as an American, do play a role in this, and therefore it is totally valid for me to speak on Israel's actions, right? Because you just said if America wasn't in defense of Israel or wasn't unconditionally offering support to Israel, then Israeli lives would be at stake. If you find that to be correct, as do I, to a certain degree, then you understand why it is my moral imperative as an American citizen to put an end to Israel's genocidal campaign in Gaza. So it is very much my business.
Okay, so I agree. I agree. Both sides do some sort of genocide. Okay, I can partially agree with you on that. Okay.
Do you? Okay. Oh no, I don't. I don't agree with both. Unless you're talking about America and Israel.
No. I'm talking about Israel and Palestine. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about Israel and America. I'm sorry.
No, I don't agree that Palestine or Palestinians are doing genocide. I don't agree with that assessment.
Okay, it's okay. I respect your opinion.
Okay, no, tell me why you think that though, because you said you said Israel is doing a genocide, which I think is a brave take to have, especially as an Israeli. There are plenty of Israelis in my chat who also feel the same way, including
Let me just say one short thing. In general, in the conclusion, everyone is brainwashed by the media. We can never know what is real, what is fake, and only if you went there and you have witnessed that, there is no way you know what's real, what's fake. Because
I don't agree with that. We are yes. The media does filter information and offers a lens and a perspective and they do it for obvious reasons. However, no, I don't agree that like you can't come to a honest conclusion about what is going on your own unless you literally are inside of Gaza. Because guess what? We have access to people that are currently trapped inside of Gaza, so we can hear their perspective directly due to social media, especially.
Mm-hmm.
So
and sadly, we cannot hear our people that have been captured by Gaza or have already been killed, which lots of cases have been already found of Israeli civilians that were running for their lives while being captured by Gazan militants. Sorry for that. And basically being taken there. There has been witnesses and people confirming, and they're like people telling their story. Maybe it was scripted, maybe it was not. I am not sure what's going on, but from my perspective, from my thought and like way of thinking, I think both sides are wrong. I'm saying yes, there are some things we did bad, but we're not all bad. We're not all in the wrong.
What do you mean we are not all bad, by the way? Do you mean every Israeli citizen, or do you mean the Israeli defense
every
force?
Israeli citizen. Every Israeli citizen.
No, I don't think every Israeli citizen is bad.
Because people come and say free Palestine and basically eliminate all Israeli people, and that's like very extremist opinions.
People say a lot of stuff, right?
People say a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that doesn't mean
what
that doesn't
really
mean
gets me
that
frustrated is
that doesn't mean that that's my
what makes me
perspective.
really frustrated that is people. I'm sorry, very sorry. What really gets me really upset is that people say things without actually being aware. Because I say I'm not saying everyone, but I'm saying there are people that don't do their research and spread out opinions. I know you did the research. You did the research, and I really appreciate that for you. Appreciate you for that. But I just don't think everyone can come and say those sentences and do those actions without knowing what's really going on.
Sure. I think that there are, of course, going to be uninformed people on every side of a conversation. And some people will be more passionate than others and say things that are hurtful. But ultimately, I think that facts are still facts. And I do believe...
we cannot know what facts are facts. Because,
no, I mean, I think that there are some things that you have admitted that, like, for example, Israel's doing a genocide, right?
No, I'm sorry for cutting you off. We are taking revenge on 7th of October, and after several, if I want, is there an option to share my screen here? Is it okay by you if I share my screen?
Don't, because if you're going to show me TOS, terms of service violating stuff, then
is Wikipedia all right?
Are there images? Are there going to be?
I don't think so.
So,
well, and if I show you, like,
if
I'm allowed to show leaked footage of things that happened on 7th of October, is that allowed?
No,
I don't know Twitch TOS.
No, you can't, and not because I've seen all of that, by the way, but you can't show it on Twitch because of terms of service.
Right. Yeah,
but
okay.
Listen, so let's talk about October 7.
Yes.
I think that, and I've talked about this quite extensively. This is now the 7th month of coverage. I'll just come out and honestly tell you a couple things. First of all, because you're probably unfamiliar, but you said you're 16. When you were 6 years old, I was still a political commentator advocating for the emancipation of Palestinians. Now, one might ask, why were you an advocate for Palestinians? It's not like Israel was bombing them directly at the time. Well, you would be wrong. Not only were there many different sieges that had occurred in the Gaza Strip prior to this past one, which is objectively the most violent one, beyond that, Israel has illegally and unjustly occupied both the West Bank and has controlled the everyday existence of all of the civilians, everyone living inside of the Gaza Strip. This amounts to an illegal and unjust occupation, and what I and many others now in the international community consider an apartheid. Do you know what an apartheid is?
I forgot the meaning.
Can
you explain it to me real quick? Yeah, I'm just talking.
You can look it up. Here, we pull it up together. Okay, if you Google apartheid.
Okay, it was a
and click on the Wikipedia page of apartheid.
Exists in South Africa.
Yeah.
Apartheid was declared in
Yes, it is a system of institutionalized racial segregation that existed in South Africa, Southwest Africa, now Namibia, from 1948 to the early 1990s. So what happened in South Africa between black people, white people, and those who were determined to be black, which they called, I think, colored people at the time, and the separation and the two-tiered legal structure that existed for them is identical to the conditions of Palestinians living in the West Bank, not being able to use the same roads that Israeli Jews are allowed to use, and Israeli citizens across the board, actually. Palestinian citizens of Israel, I believe, are also given the opportunity to freely travel through the West Bank, is not afforded to...
no, there are places we are not allowed to go in the West Bank.
Yeah, I know...
Several places.
No, you are still very much allowed to go to those places. It is just a matter of your own security is what the IDF says, that you are not allowed to go to those places. But many Jews do go to those places. Many Israelis do go to those places. They're activists who are going to those places to unironically defend the Palestinians that are under attack by Israeli settlers in those places. Did you know this?
Oh, yes, I know this.
Okay, so are you familiar with a human rights advocacy group that is Israeli called B'Tselem?
Let me search it up real quick. Oh, it's an academy in Jerusalem, I think.
The Israeli Information Center for Human Rights, B'Tselem, BTSELEM.
BT what?
BTSELEM.
Oh, B'Tselem. Oh,
B'Tselem.
that one. Okay. Oh,
Okay.
B'Tselem. I'm sorry. I'm just.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Okay.
So, if you would like to learn more about the Israeli apartheid regime from an Israeli source, then I recommend you search B'Tselem Israeli apartheid.
Oh
They
yeah, I
are-
can see what is going on here.
What do you think is going on here?
I am seeing two sides here. One side that left people out of their homes unjustified. Second side, I see revenge, and I see my Siri woke up, and I see several things done by, because if I would go on other sources, I would see Palestinian women, Palestinian men, Palestinian children with weapons going, and I saw several videos of people crossing the border, exploding tanks, just dancing on the tanks, and yay, we actually conquered the tank, which there were people living there, people which came to stop the infiltration which to our land. And I know you're gonna be angry of the infiltration to
I'm not.
our land.
I'm just listening.
However you're gonna pronounce whatever you want to say. I'm just saying. And let me go to another side.
Wait. Hold on. Let's stay on topic. So, the reason why I showed you the Israeli human rights, the Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, and the reason why I wanted you to look at it yourself, and I hope you do after this conversation, is because this organization is comprised of Israeli citizens that do go to the West Bank and do track all of the actions of the IDF and the settlers, right? And they're very knowledgeable and very good at informing everyone about why Israel is an apartheid state. Because I think that we have to establish this, and whether or not you agree with me on this matters a lot to the point of contention at play. First, you must understand what an apartheid is, and then you have to understand whether or not Israel is doing an apartheid state and has an apartheid state, and only then we can continue this conversation, because the reality of the matter is that this is about what is inadvertently always going to happen. I believe that what happened on October 7 is a tragedy, right? No civilian, no citizen deserves to be slaughtered in their homes. That much I, of course, agree with. People should never be kidnapped and held hostage. These are not the actions, however, of a brutal, barbaric horde of monsters that are operating simply on anti-Semitism, as is the way that it is presented in Israeli media. These are the actions of desperate people. These are the actions of people that have withstood 75 years of occupation and feel as though there is nothing else that they can do. That's the point. I don't want October 7 to ever happen. I don't want anything, even less than October 7, to ever happen to Israel, to anyone, right? So in order to avoid future pain, and in order to avoid October 7 to begin with, I believe that Israel has to stop its apartheid regime. Israel being the responsible party.
We do have a right to defend ourselves. We do have a right to defend ourselves from everything or things that happen. Let's say, I'm sorry for cutting you off.
The defense of Israel cannot be an apartheid, though. You can't, like, for example, you can't do a defense of genocide.
I agree. Our government is scattered all over the place. There's people I agree with, people I disagree with, but in general, I'm just saying, like, in general, people I agree with in the government, people I don't agree with the government. I'm repeating myself.
That's fine. That's okay. Disagreements within your own government is fine, but we're talking about something that most Israelis are unified on, at least according to Israeli polls.
The one thing we're unified of, first of all, live. Second thing, protect ourselves. And third thing, just having peace. I'm not. Well, wait. Now, wait. I'm even reading the chat. My God. Let's say you know Menachem Begin and the other former past presidents and prime ministers.
Yes.
You know they have did many peace treaties with other countries, right?
With other countries or with Palestinians?
With other countries around us, surrounding us.
Yeah, those are strategic partnerships, mostly facilitated by the United States in an effort to give Israel more breathing room so they can continue maintaining its apartheid and maintain the stranglehold that they have on the Palestinian population.
You know, I have one thing to say.
Go ahead.
If you want, come over here. I'm not saying you have to. I'm not saying it's gonna happen. Come here. Do whatever you want. See how everything handles. Go be on the front lines of the Israeli side and try and see a peek or whatever's going on the Palestinian side. Go to the West Bank, see what's going on, and if you and just see, and you need to be here to actually know what's going on, because in my opinion, if you're outside of the current situation physically, if we're not here physically, I don't think you have any right to have an opinion about this. I'm not saying this in a mean or a disrespectful way. The only thing I'm saying.
So let me ask you this: Have you ever been? Have you ever been to the Palestinian territories in the West Bank or Gaza?
No, I didn't finish my sentence though.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, finish your sentence.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. So what I was saying, if you're not here physically, just don't get involved, because the one thing, us, what's the name? The people that live here that are just trying to go to school, work, and just work, live their life, go to school, as I repeated that already, go play with their friends, go and have children, get married, buy a house. We still want to live. It's not like we're coming to demolish everyone. Most of the people here are just here to live and have a place to live in, like every country else, every other country that have a house, a family, their job, everything. So just don't. אני צועק? אני רב עם אנשים באינטרנט על מדינות עם 30,000 צופים. אתה רוצה להצטרף, אתה מוזמן. אתה רוצה להצטרף? Sorry, it's my brother, I'm just explaining the situation. אתה רוצה, אתה מוזמן להצטרף.
Oh no.
אתה רוצה, אתה מוזמן להצטרף. מה? למה לשים על מיוט? לא, אני בטח, אוף. גדע. טוב, מה? בשתינו, אנחנו בדיבייט. עם 30,000 אנשים, יאללה, תן לי לטפל בזה. I'm sorry about that. Okay.
It's all right.
I'm sorry, that was my brother. He is kind of clueless about what's going on. I'm just shouting here at around like 2:30 a.m., which is okay. And now I will go on something that I have written on the side while you were talking. Whoever's laughing, you can laugh about what happened. It's all right.
No, I'm laughing at your mom trying to.
Oh no, that was my brother this time. That was my brother.
Okay, well that's what I'm laughing at.
It's all right. It makes total sense. It makes total sense. I agree. That was
look,
funny.
You were talking about seeing the humanity of Israeli citizens, which I do. You do not know this probably, but not only do I have a lot of Israeli leftists in my community, but I also have connected with Israeli orgs. I've talked to a Knesset member, Dr. Ofer Kasif. He was suspended recently. I don't know if you're familiar with him. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. Everyone wants him out. I'm not joking. Everyone wants him out.
I know. He's not a very popular guy in Israel.
I went last week to take an interview with him from a school project, and that was a disaster. I'm saying.
We know that he's not very well liked in Israel, but I don't think that's a good point for Israel.
He was nice. He was nice. You know, he adores what is his name? Barcelona and Liverpool. He's a person after all. But he's yeah. I have no other thing else to say than he has. He wants, like, if we will go to another side, he was just like he's a communist. I have nothing else to say.
He's a communist. You have nothing. Okay.
He said, "I have friends that were with me over there," and he said he's a communist. So you
no, I know, but
you
the
do your own thing.
The thing is, I don't think that is as dirty of a word as you think it is. Is all I'm saying. But in any case,
I'm sorry
the organization the organization that I mentioned, who is comprised of people that are around your age as well, Mesarvot, is an organization of conscientious objectors to the IDF as well, including Tal Mitnick, who I think was also in the news, maybe not so much on the Israeli news, but for going to jail, for not serving in the military and refusing to serve in the military openly. So I do recognize, of course, I recognize not only the humanity of Israelis, but even the Israelis who disagree with me, I recognize the humanity of. I still think that regardless of what someone's opinion might be, I still think that they deserve a life of dignity. They still deserve health care. They still deserve to pursue happiness in their own ways. It does not matter what their opinions or what their ideologies are.
Which group of people are you speaking about again?
I'm saying all Israelis.
Gaza, or?
No, all Israelis. I'm saying, of course, I believe in the humanity of everyone in Gaza, no matter what. I'm saying that I also believe in the humanity of all Israelis as well, that they should also have health care, a comfortable existence, a roof over their heads, you know what I mean, and a lifelong pursuit of happiness and dignity. That is what I believe. I'm a humanitarian, and I believe that Israelis deserve that as well. My point is that the instability and the pain that Israelis feel after October 7 is the fault of the Israeli government. And it's the fault of the Israeli government for not only, obviously, not securing the kibbutzim and not securing those communities and not offering ample security to...
Kibbutzim were secure. I have my mom's...
I'm saying on October 7 it was not, though.
Oh, they were. There was a surprise attack. How we had
well, that's
very
what I
little
mean.
Intel.
That's what I mean. Is that it wasn't secure
enough.
enough.
Like guards around the kibbutzim before October 7th. There's a thing in the kibbutzim that are called shomrim, or basically the guards, or mishmar gvul, and other things which are border patrol going around, which around the Gaza, or around, like, on the Gaza Strip, around like the kibbutzim over there.
Regardless, a bunch of civilians died in the kibbutzim, did they not? They were killed.
Oh yeah, of course they were killed.
Okay, so that's my point. My point is that regardless of all the security that you just mentioned, it didn't work. And all of that is the fault of the Israeli government, yes. But beyond that, why are these people going in fucking paragliders and using any means necessary to go into Israel proper, and taking hostages and killing as many people as possible? This is the question that one must ask themselves. Now, if you believe they did that as a consequence of like a revenge fantasy, or because they hate Jewish people or whatever, then that's one thing. I don't believe that. Some of them definitely do. Some of them definitely must be anti-Semitic, certainly. Some of them wanted revenge, certainly. But a big chunk of the planning and operations and everything that has happened on October 7 was designed with a specific purpose. That specific purpose was to show the Israeli government that they cannot continue to oppress Palestinians without incurring a cost. And the cost was that tragedy on October 7. So this is the reason why I say, and have been saying, that if Israelis want to pursue a life of dignity and peace and prosperity, there's only one way out of that. Long-lasting peace can only be achieved if Israel releases the stranglehold that it has on the Palestinian population and offer them humanity, offer them dignity, offer them the same conditions that they offer to all Israeli citizens now.
Oh, wait. Let me. I'm sorry if I'm interfering with your.
No, go ahead. That was all. That was the point I was making.
Okay. I just forgot the very specific organization and the one that was supporting Gaza. It was a European, I think, organization that was giving them hospitals, healthcare, and everything. What's the name of the organization? I forgot.
You're talking about UNRWA?
UNRWA, yes, UNRWA.
UNRWA.
Okay. You know what happened with UNRWA?
I do. And I do know what you're about to say, and what you're about to say is wrong, but go ahead, say it anyway.
Okay. You do know what they had inside UNRWA and every other basically UNRWA building they had?
Are you going to say weapons caches? Is that what you're going to say?
Of course. Weapon caches, tunnels, ammo, grenades, whatever they had, intel, places to live, not places as in to hide. They had a whole tunnel system. If you went on the internet and you saw the whole tunnel system, just to strategize and basically prepare for October 7th. You know when they started preparing for October 7th, a year ago. They were in their tunnels preparing for October 7th.
I know.
Everything was planned. I'm just saying before I'm saying all of this, I'm just saying you can believe whatever you want to believe.
UNRWA as an organization is a United Nations backed organization that not only offers help to the Palestinians. One must ask why there needs to be help offered to the Palestinians to begin with, and the answer to that is, of course, Israel.
And did they get that support?
But hold on,
that was the original purchase. Did they get that aid?
Also hires,
or did Hamas come and take that aid for themselves?
UNRWA also hires Palestinians on top of that, so they are offering some kind of economic help.
80%, or I don't remember the exact percentage, but that was a high percentage.
80% of UNRWA workers are Hamas?
I don't remember the exact percentage, but I remember it was high.
My friend, remember when you said the media lies sometimes? And
of course the media lies.
Well, I'm here to tell you that
I saw
objectively a lie.
Footage.
No,
I saw.
Okay, well, I'm going to explain something to you right now. What you have said about, or what the Israeli media says about UNRWA is objectively and demonstrably false. Okay? The Israeli government said UNRWA participated in October 7 attacks. Do you know what number? They did not. Do you know what number? And I'll prove it to you in a second. But before then, I'll show you. I'll show you the actual investigations that were conducted, because as you said, this is ultimately a United Nations organization, so they have they can comprise internal. I mean, they do internal audits. But beyond that, do you know the number of UNRWA employees? Like how many people work under the banner of UNRWA?
Not exactly, but there is a lot of people.
13,000.
I remember.
That's the number.
13,000.
Okay.
That's still a number.
So Israel, the Israeli government, without any evidence whatsoever, suggested to the United Nations and the international community that 12 UNRWA members had played a role in October 7th. 12 out of 13,000. 12. Okay? That's what they said. It's not 80%. It was 12. Now, the 12 number was also false to begin with, albeit very low. That was enough for America and all of the dick riders of America, all these other countries that are cucked to the United States of America, to withdraw funding from UNRWA at a time when the Palestinian population desperately needs funding because they are currently withstanding genocide.
Okay. And now,
the 12 number was also false and was investigated and found to be completely bullshit. The United States of America also now agrees that it was fabricated. It was made up. UNRWA did not participate. UNRWA does not operate alongside Hamas, and UNRWA does not participate or did not participate in the October 7 attacks. And even the Israeli government's own lie, originally, the number that they offered was 12, is a ridiculous number to say that UNRWA is Hamas entirely. Now, having said that, of course, does Israeli media greatly exaggerate or change the narrative internally when conducting domestic affairs? I'm sure they do. I mean, we here in America do this all the time to our population as well. So it's not shocking, but that is not true. The notion that 80% of UNRWA is Hamas is objectively false.
Okay. And now, if UNRWA was monitored correct, I'm sorry, I'm just look at the camera. If UNRWA was monitored correctly, would they? I think they would stop the weapon stashes and the tunnels and whatever they had inside of the hospitals, schools, and
can I give you one piece of information as well, by the way, from Haaretz? I mean, I don't know if you're gonna say it's like too liberal or whatever.
Haaretz is not
Is what?
It's mostly fake news here.
Haaretz is mostly fake. Wait, what do you listen to? What do you watch then? If you think Haaretz is fake news,
Haaretz is mainly biased, but alright.
I mean, okay. What are the Israeli news sources that you rely on?
Kan 11, Chadshot 12, there is, what else there is? The 12, 11, there is Channel 14, there is Ynet, there is way more. There's a lot of sites.
I know there's a lot.
But
I know there's a lot of Israeli news.
If you want to go to these websites and see what's going on.
So can I ask you something?
I'm probably sure you heard of another news source which is called Yosef Haddad, if you heard of him. Joseph Haddad, if you heard of him. I'm just saying.
Joseph Haddad, what is that? Is that the son of? Is that the? No, oh, that's not. That's the Joseph Haddad is a defender of Israel.
And yes.
Israel cast with Joseph Haddad. Well, he's an IDF guy, huh? You don't think he's a little bit biased? Don't you think? Maybe.
You want? Okay, I'm gonna.
Is he not biased?
He has his own opinions. He is not paid by the government. He is not paid to say anything.
But I'm not paid by any government, and I have my own opinions. I admit that I'm biased, right? Like, don't you think that Joseph Haddad is a little bit biased of a person to have his own independent opinions, but you can still be biased.
Like you, he has his own. He can post and say whatever he wants. He has trustable sources. You have trustable sources as well. I'm just saying that he, in general,
I'm gonna be honest. I think
if you know, he's Muslim as well. He is considered as an Arabic citizen. He is considered Muslim in the country.
No, I know. I know. He's not Muslim.
He still supports.
He's not Muslim, by the way. Joseph Haddad is not Muslim.
He is Muslim.
No, he's not. He's an Arab Israeli Orthodox Christian. He's a Christian, but it doesn't matter. It is interesting that you thought immediately that because he's Arab, he must be.
Oh no, that was what I was told. Thank you for correcting me. That was what I was
he's Christian.
Told.
Doesn't matter. I mean, he's still a Palestinian citizen of Israel, as in he is still considered Arab under the Israeli demographics because he is not Jewish. So it doesn't really matter. If you're not Jewish, then you're Arab, and if you're Arab, then
oh no, that is so false. There's lots of Christians around here. If you went to Nazareth,
no, I know. I'm saying yes. If you're Christian,
lots of cities, there is like Christmas trees everywhere, and
no. You're misunderstanding what I was saying. Under the Israeli demographics, if you are Christian, you're still declared as an Arab. You're an Arab Christian.
That is completely false. I'm sorry, but that was incredibly false.
Wait, what do you mean that's incredibly false?
Okay.
So only Muslim Arabs are considered Arab, and Arab Christians are considered something else?
Arab citizens, people that are considered Arabs by the community and by the government are considered people that are Muslim or have people that are Muslim with a Muslim family. Not only that, Christian people in the government are considered Christians that believe in Christianity.
So they're not considered Arab, is what you're saying.
They can be considered Israeli citizens with a Christian believing or a Muslim believing, and they will still live here. It's all right. We don't have any. I'm not saying like we have.
No, you're misunderstanding you're agreeing with the point I was making. There's two different demographic designations according to Israeli polls in Israel. There are plenty of Arab Jews. I don't know where your family is from, but I suspect you might also be of Arabic descent. Potentially.
No, I'm from the UK.
No, but you're from the UK. But what's your family's ethnic background? Like, where
Jewish.
Are they historically from?
Swedish and Polish.
So are you Ashkenazi? Okay. Oh, I was wrong. I thought maybe because you look tan, I thought maybe you were also.
Oh no, that is because I'm outside a lot. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There's like there is.
But like Itamar Ben-Gvir, right?
There's lots of side here.
Like Bezalel Smotrich is Ashkenazi, Netanyahu's Ashkenazi, Itamar Ben-Gvir is not. What is Itamar Ben-Gvir?
How is that related? How is that related?
I'm gonna make a point. Yes, he's from Iraq. He's Kurdish and also Iraqi. So he's Iraqi, Kurdish, and Arab. So Itamar Ben-Gvir would be classified as a Jewish citizen of Israel because he is Jewish, of course. However, technically, his ethnic background is Arab. He is of Arab descent.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You know Chok HaSheva, the rule of retrieving. Have you heard about it?
I think I know what you're talking about. Yes.
It's called in Hebrew. In Hebrew, it's called Chok HaShvut. Have you heard about it?
Chok HaShvut? No. What do you explain to me?
The rule of retrieving. If I think it's father. I think it was turned to mother as well.
Yeah. It's matrilineal. Yes.
Was a Jew.
Yeah. Jewish heritage is matrilineal. Yes. Okay, I understand. Yeah. No, I know that. No. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. So you're saying that Itamar Ben-Gvir is Jewish, right?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So why are you not saying Itamar Ben-Gvir is actually Arab? Because he is from Iraq. His family is from Iraq. Therefore, he is of Arab descent.
Was he born in Iraq or was he born here?
I think he was born in Israel.
He was born.
No. I know, but you're not understanding.
So
what I'm trying to say.
How is he considered an Arab or Muslim if he was born here?
He's not considered a Muslim. I'm not saying he's Muslim at all. I'm saying he's an Arab
How is he considered
Jew.
Arab if he is born here? His parents are Arab. Okay, they're Arab.
Because he is Israeli. We know that he is Israeli.
He is Israeli, but how is that related?
Israel is his national identity, but his ethnic background is Arab. Now, I don't have a problem with this. Okay, I think that it is perfectly normal to be of Arabic descent and be Jewish. I think it's valid. Avi Shleim is a respected Israeli historian that I like quite a bit. He is also from Iraq. He is a Jewish Israeli historian who happens to be from Iraq. His family happens to be from Iraq, and therefore he is technically Arab ethnically.
Okay, but
and Jewish ethnically.
Well. Yeah, that is false. What you're saying, yeah.
Why would you consider that to be false?
Not everyone that is from Iraq or other Arabic countries are in fact Arab. You know, they can say. Do you know the Jewish settlements and the Jewish cities that were in Iraq and Iran?
Yes.
Okay, they are still not considered Arab. They live there in the I have friends. I have friends, or their grandpas and grandmas and family were from Iraq and Iran, and they lived in the Israel. They live in the Israeli settlements, even in Morocco. They're not considered Arab. They're still considered Jewish and Israeli.
I understand that that's what the government considers them as, and I understand that that's what you think as well. And that distinction in and of itself is the one I have issue with. That distinction in and of itself, the classification of Mizrahi or Sephardi, Sephardic or Mizrahim, is a designation specifically created to separate those with Arab origin and Arab ethnic background from Christian and Muslim Arabs.
There is no difference.
No, I don't think you're understanding.
It's like you're saying Muslim, Jewish, Christian.
The fact that you are saying Itamar Ben-Gvir is Jewish and therefore different, even though his family lived in Iraq for centuries.
No. That
is the point I'm trying to make. But I can't. I don't know if I can get it through. I don't think I can get through to you on this issue, because this is not like this is not a matter of like bias. This is simply how things are. I don't know how else to describe it. If you lived for hundreds of years in an area, as did many Jewish people living in Iraq, many Jewish people living in other Arabic countries, you are ethnically, over the course of hundreds of years, you are ethnically Arab. You are still Jewish, but you are also ethnically Arab.
You're Jewish. You live in an Arab country. That is completely different.
Okay, explain to me why you think that's completely different.
You live in an an Arab country, okay? You're not. How are you living in the where in the I don't remember the geographical area name, but like I think it's Asia and the the Middle East. The Middle East. I'm sorry, one out of my homeland. The Middle East. You're Middle Eastern, okay? And let's say I live. I was living in Iran, and I was Jewish, and I was in a place. I would still be considered Jewish. People would not be considered. They speak Arabic. They speak Iranian or whatever language that is
Farsi.
Local. Farsi, yes, Farsi. I'm sorry, Farsi.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Go on.
Yeah, my friend's grandmother speaks Farsi. I'm sorry. So
okay.
The thing is, even though you're from, let's say, Arabic countries, it doesn't mean you're Arabic. I hope you understand and see my point of view, which is basically trying to say, let's say, okay, I'm bringing a sort of different example. Let's say I have a grandma which lived in Iran, and all of them moved out because of what was going on there, and it was very dangerous for them to live there. Okay, I know there has been I think it was around the
50s.
50s. In the 50s,
yes,
there was a whole commotion, and Jewish people, it was not safe for them to live there. So they left. They left whatever they had, left everything behind, and went to, let's say, some people went to America, some people went to other places, and most of them, I don't know how much, but some of them went to Israel as well. They were not considered Arabs. They were considered Israeli citizens, Jewish.
Yes, the Israeli government considers them Israeli citizens, but their ethnic origins do not change regardless of what the Israeli government's designation is.
Okay, so they are dark. So they are dark skinned, and they have like weirds. I don't know, however they look, it doesn't matter.
No, I know that. I understand.
How is that related? How is that related? Is you saying?
Well, one, because I don't think being declared an Arab is a bad thing. Being called an Arab.
When did I say that? When did I say being an Arab is a bad thing?
The resistance that you have to this issue, in and of itself, seems to imply that you have some sort of hang up about someone
I have friends
who
that
is
are Arab
being
and
called
Muslim,
Arab.
and I talk with them every day. How is that being?
No. You're misunderstanding me. You're misunderstanding me. I mean no offense. I grew up in Turkey my whole life. My whole family is Turkish. I now live in the United States of America. I have dual citizenship. I have an American citizenship. I'm an anchor baby. I'm not going to get into that. I was born in the United States, but I grew up in Turkey, and my family is Turkish. Turkish is my first language. So I'm Turkish American. When I inevitably have children in this country, they will be second generation American. They will still have some semblance of Turkish identity, right? They will always, no matter what, especially if I do end up marrying another, let's say, Turkish person, they will still very much have some kind of ethnic connection. That's why multiple generations of Americans live here, and they can still trace their lineage back to Ireland and England. It does not make them any less American, right? It doesn't make them any less American. Of course they're American. You're here, you're an American citizen, you're an American. However, their ethnic background is still going to be, their ethnic origin is still going to be, regardless of what their religion is, wherever they came from. This is what I mean when I talk about Mizrahi Jews in Israel. Their ethnic background is still beyond being Jewish, because of course Judaism is an ethno-religion as well. Their ethnic background is also of whatever country they are coming from into Israel. This is unchanging. Now, the reason why I went on this long conversation with you is because there is a specific purpose for why the Arab designation separates Muslim Arabs and Christian Arabs that are living in Israel from Jewish Arabs, Arabs who are coming, or Jews who are coming from Arabic countries.
And how do they divide them? How do they divide them?
The divide comes from the fact that, for example, Muslim Arabs or Arabs as a whole, like either the Bedouin that we're talking about or other different groups of Arab citizens, for example, inside of Israel even, while there is an Arab Supreme Court justice in Israel, and there are Arabs that serve in the IDF, there are still some limitations to their rights. Up until 1967, the Arab population living inside of Israel from 1948 to 1967 actually were treated in the exact same way that the West Bank Palestinians are treated. They were treated under martial law, under military courts. They did not go to civil courts. They went and were prosecuted only in military courts. So historically speaking,
you're talking about a different group.
I'm talking about the Muslims and Christians, the Palestinian citizens of Israel, between 1948 and 1967, that lived inside of the boundaries of Israel proper, were treated in the exact same way that West Bank Palestinians are treated under Israeli courts right now. After 1967, they were given more. After 1967,
but today,
yes,
today
now I'm talking about
different.
Today. After 1967,
Mm-hmm.
After 1967, those Palestinian citizens of Israel were given more rights so that they were also treated in Israeli court systems.
They don't have more rights.
No.
We are equal. It's exactly like how it's going in the US.
There are still to this day limitations.
It's exactly like how it's going
there
in
are
the
still to this
here.
day limitations. For example, Arab citizens inside of Israel can not marry whoever they want and bring them into Israeli citizenship. If an Arab citizen inside of Israel, if a Muslim Arab citizen marries a Palestinian, if a Muslim Arab citizen marries a Palestinian, can that Palestinian Muslim get Israeli citizenship?
Yes.
No.
Wait, hold on. Let me. Okay, it is. You can't do that, but it's still not. It's still.
What do you mean? Don't you think that there's a severe restriction of liberties?
Wait, hold on. I got something there. What'd you say?
I said, don't you think that that is a severe restriction of civil liberties and shows that there is still inequality for the Arab citizens of Israel, Palestinian citizens of Israel? What I'm calling Palestinian citizens of Israel, by the way, are
let's say I'm going to be in Poland, maybe Poland. Okay, I am Muslim. My wife is I'm Muslim from another country, whatever. Let's say Iraq, and my wife is from Iran, and she is Muslim as well. We want to move to over there to Poland. Would you think they would accept us?
Are you a Polish national? Because if you are a Polish national...
No, you are not a Polish national.
Well, Palestinian citizens of Israel are Israeli nationals, though.
I am.
You just said that they have equal rights. You said that you just said that they have equal rights to all Israeli citizens. Like Jewish people in Israel have the same rights as the
Israel.
Yes. Okay.
And if you're Israeli and you live in Israel, you already have every right that other Israeli citizens have.
Okay.
It is not different.
For the fact that you can't
in, let's
marry
say, the
a
West
Palestinian.
Bank have their rights. We have our rights.
Except for the fact that you can't
they
marry
can go
a
out.
Palestinian Muslim.
I know people that go out of the West Bank to learn in Tel Aviv or other places. It's not like they're locked up
That's
or
not
something.
That's not what I was saying.
Okay.
I'm saying that if you are a Palestinian
But you're saying
citizen of
apartheid,
Israel,
so how?
if you are an Arab Christian or an Arab Muslim living inside of Israel, you are not allowed to bring your partner into Israeli citizenship if they are also Arab or Arab Muslim or Arab Christian. If they are Palestinian, if you go as a Palestinian citizen of Israel, as an Arab Christian or an Arab Muslim, you can go to the West Bank. You can marry a Palestinian Muslim or a Palestinian Christian in the West Bank, but you cannot bring them back into Israel and give them citizenship. Why do you think that is?
Because they're different countries.
Do you think that if you are a Polish national and you married someone who is not a Polish national, that they would be able to get Polish citizenship? And I don't even know why we're talking about Poland, because I can give you an example of America. If you're an American citizen and you marry someone who is not an American national, they become an American citizen as well.
But it's different. It's different. Every country.
Most countries are different. But if a country is that restrictive, don't you think that that implies that there is a double standard and an inequality there? Especially when, if you are Jewish, anywhere around the world, you are automatically a citizen of Israel. You can automatically become a citizen of Israel.
Not. As long as you live in another country, you are a citizen of that country.
Yes, but you can get
if you
a
want
citizenship.
to move here, you will be considered.
Wait, hold on. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
If you are an American Jew, you live in California, and you're like, I want to get a citizenship to the state of Israel as an American Jew, you can get it. If you are a Christian Arab with an Israeli citizenship, you cannot give citizenship, you cannot transfer over citizenship to anyone else that is not Jewish. You cannot transfer citizenship through marriage into Israel if your partner is a Arab Christian or an Arab Muslim or a Palestinian citizen in general. Don't you think that this spells
what does it mean? What does it give you?
The reason why I'm saying this is because you said all citizens of Israel unconditionally have the exact same rights, and I'm telling you step by step areas where they do not have the same rights. Areas where there are still glaring, obvious inequality for Palestinian citizens of Israel, as in the Arab Christians and the Arab Muslims.
And Israel, let me just remind you that Israel was designated and is looking forward to be a Jewish country. It's, let's say, not.
No, I know that. I know. I think that is not a good goal, especially because, and that is what I disagree with fundamentally. That's at the heart of the matter, and I'm glad you're recognizing that. And the reason why I do not agree with that fundamentally is because it is supremacist ideology that dictates that only one group of people from religious backgrounds are allowed into the country, and other groups of people from other religious backgrounds are not. This, in and of itself,
let's say you want to go into North Korea. Would you get in there? You would probably get in a tour. If you go outside of the tour, you will be eliminated or dead. Every country has their own rules. It doesn't mean.
Do you agree with North Korea? Okay, let's say that what you just said is true. Do you agree with that?
No. You're getting out of it. You're getting diverse from what I'm saying.
No. I'm asking you a question. Just answer the question. Do you think that that's a good thing? If true, do you think that that's a good policy?
No. What?
Okay, so you don't think that's a good thing?
No, I'm talking. What I was trying to say is every country has their own rules. Every country has their own
I know
laws and whatever
bad,
they do.
Right?
If people want to come in, if you're in America, let me just say this, okay? Okay. You want you can't get your wife to Israel. You're living in Israel. You really want and desperately want to live with your wife.
I mean, I think that would be nice. Yeah, I would like to give. If I was an Israeli citizen, I would like for my wife to also be an Israeli citizen. It's the country I love, right? In that situation.
It is the country you love, so you can. There is my mother does a a radio show. If you want, you can go search it up. It is called Yeh Beseder, which means it's gonna be all right in translation. Which what it basically does, it solves conflicts of mainly governmental conflicts. Let's say there are people. What happened with one of my mother's cases was she was on the radio and people came to her and they were saying, I want to bring my wife or husband or family from a different country, which they do not have a nationality, and I have a nationality. And you know what they did? It happened. They brought them here.
Okay.
It doesn't mean everyone is disqualified of coming. They are welcome. You just need to tweak a little bit the system a little bit.
Were they Arab Israelis?
Yes.
So you're saying that Arab Israelis, like Arab Christians and Arab Muslims in Israel, were allowed and their partners were given citizenship in Israel.
You just need to show enough proof that you're an Israeli citizen.
Wait, but the proof to show that you're an Israeli citizen is Jewish background.
Not only.
What else is there? What do you mean?
Which, as you saw, there are several cases which my mom did while working at the radio station with that related. So I don't. Whatever you're saying is, if only Israelis or Jewish people that are related to other Jewish people, or they want to come to Israel, it is not only that. The other people that want to come here and live and have their family and life and do whatever they can. It's not like we are prohibiting, like saying you can't come here.
No, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
I am not. You said if I want to, you said from what I understand, you're saying an Arab Muslim citizen in Israel. You're saying that an Arab Muslim citizen in Israel cannot move or bring over a family member or a husband or wife.
Yeah, a Palestinian.
Not Palestinian. Palestinian. The people in Palestine, which are over stuck there. If they want, they can come from like a ship from the sea, which from their port. It's like we're not.
What? Wait, what do you mean?
Palestinian people.
No, Palestinians can't. They don't have a port. Gaza does not have a port. Israel destroyed it.
Gaza have the shoreline. They can just bring boats.
They have a shoreline, but Israel controls their shoreline up to 6 miles. Palestinians can't even go out and fish in their own sea beyond the 6 mile line. Israel's Navy controls the Palestinian sea line. This is not true.
Sense. Okay.
Oh, it makes sense. Okay. Well, first you said it didn't happen, and now you're saying it makes sense. But it is the case. Just so you know, if you were unfamiliar with that. Palestinians are not allowed on different occasions, like all the freedoms that you normally would have inside of the Gaza Strip. They can't. As a matter of fact, the country that I'm from, Turkey, there was a flotilla of humanitarian aid workers called Mavi Marmara that went through the Israeli blockade to deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza. And they were killed by the Israeli Defense Force. The Israeli occupying forces dropped in with commandos from a helicopter and slaughtered all of the people on the ship. The ship, of course, was found to be carrying no weapons whatsoever, just humanitarian aid.
Did they announce? Did they ask for?
Yes, they did. They said that they were going through. It was peaceful protest against an unjustifiable thing,
which we did not approve of.
Okay. I don't think you understand.
I'm saying as the government, I am not.
I know, but you do understand that that's still kind of fucked up, right? You can't just be like, "Oh, sorry, you're delivering humanitarian aid." Well, we didn't approve of it, so we're gonna kill you.
They have their sources and things from UNRWA, right? They have their humanitarian sources from UNRWA.
Well, I mean, it's clearly
what
not
happened
enough.
to the sources from UNRWA? Where is their sources?
Wait, it's clearly not enough because obviously
it's clearly there was enough. There was enough sources.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Because all matter of information, and I've read a lot about this stuff. Everything that I know for at least the past 10 years, and all of the things that I read showed that there was a humanitarian crisis in Gaza, that Gazans did not have access to clean water.
Because the militants were taking all of their supplies and building the. You know how much. Okay, you know how much money Hamas took to build their underground tunnel system?
I don't know, but I also don't know why this is relevant.
More than 10 million.
But you're misunderstanding something. I'm not talking about Hamas right now.
Okay,
I'm talking about Palestinian civil governance, and I'm talking about. Okay, I know you want to talk about Hamas because that's the only way that many people try to justify the horrifying conditions that Palestinians are subjected to on a regular basis.
It's true. And who chose Hamas? Who chose Hamas?
Well, not the current Palestinian population.
Oh, they did. They did.
Let me ask you this. Wait, you think so? You think that?
We went out of there. Hamas went into ruling that area, into.
Okay, what year?
Through election, they went through election, and Hamas won.
What year was the election?
They took the resources.
What year was the election?
What year was the election? Wait, election or not election? Somewhere in the 2000s. From what I remember, it was election or no election. Eventually,
wait, hold on. No, this is important.
They didn't do anything,
so
and they let Hamas go rise.
Wait,
hold on. Control that area.
There was an election. You are right.
In August 2005.
It was 2005.
We went out of Gaza, and Hamas went into ruling.
How old were you in the time when the election?
Well, how is that related? How is that related? I'm sorry, I'm getting angry, but how is that related? How old was I?
Well, considering that I think it's the majority of the Palestinian population is like either around your age or very close to your age. Don't you think that they probably did not participate in the election? After all, how could they have participated in this election that elected Hamas, considering that they were not alive?
Okay, so their parents probably did participate in that election. It was their parents' decision.
Okay,
it doesn't really matter who elected or who voted for that.
So because it was their parents' decision,
eventually they did vote for Hamas to go on and to go and rule that area.
For the record, the election that took place in, I think it's 2005 or 2006, the election that took place, Hamas's margin over the Palestinian Authority was very slim. I mean, it was small. They were not exactly a very popular group regardless, and they never have been a very popular group. They have gained popularity over the course of many, many years as a consequence of Israel's actions on top of the entire Palestinian population, as they were the only militant resistance group, as they were the only militant resistance group against the Israeli state, because people said, all right, well, what the fuck are we going to do? We can't reason with the Israeli state at all. So, I guess these are the guys we're left with. Now, having said that, however, if voting, if your parents voting for a group,
they had the Palestinian Authority. They had.
No, they didn't. They had a coup because the Americans fucked up the election, didn't listen to the Palestinian Authority, set an election anyway. George W. Bush did this.
Okay.
And then after that, they tried to facilitate a coup d'etat in the Gaza Strip. Okay, I'm telling you, but I am currently explaining to you important history about the 2 million person open air prison that your government currently occupies. So I think it would be good to at least know some of this. Maybe you can come to different conclusions. Maybe you can find that justifiable, but it's still good to learn about the history, don't you think?
I'm sorry. What did you say about the prisons?
I said.
Can you just repeat that again, please? Thank you.
I said that it is good for you to learn about the history and the living conditions of those living in the open air prison. I know it's a trigger word.
I learned. The thing is, if you learned.
Well, considering that you didn't even know that Palestinians can't even go beyond the 6 mile point in their own coastline, I think that I probably know a little bit more.
I don't think that is necessary for me to know that.
I think that is necessary for you to know that. It is a genuinely important aspect.
I don't need to. How am I supposed to know every single rule or thing that was going on in Gaza, or every single miniature detail?
You don't normally need to know that. I agree. It's just that if you're going to defend Israel's actions, you might as well know what actions you're defending, don't you think?
Here, and now I have opened the 2006 Palestinian legislative election.
Good.
They were here. Legislative elections were held in the Palestinian terrorists on 25th of January 2006 in order to elect the second Palestinian Legislative Council. Okay. And now let me tell you who are the parties. Hamas, which won, leader Ismail
by 3%, by 3 percentage points.
And then there was Fatah, which was the
representative of the Palestinian Authority, is the secular party. My friend, everything that you're repeating to me right now, I am very knowledgeable on. I was trying to explain it to you before you cut me off, but it's good that you're learning. So keep reading.
Okay, it's okay. And somehow, as I see. Let's see. The new government with Hania as prime minister was sworn in 29th of March as of April 2044.
Okay, so
as of April 2024, no new elections have been held since this one. Basically,
no elections were held since 2006. Yes,
exactly. So they voted for Hamas. They knew what was going on.
How old were you in 2006?
It is still not related. How old was I in 2006? That is still not related.
Because considering that the majority
is related?
Because the majority of Palestinians are around your age. The overwhelming majority, as a matter of fact, of Palestinians are around your age. So they didn't vote for Hamas at all. It is called collective punishment. What you're describing is a justification.
Their parents voted. There were still people that voted. It wasn't like no one voted there. They still have like people that are like 20.
Exactly.
Most of
Do you think they deserve the punishment?
Most of the militants over there are average, from what I see, are 20 and above. They were alive.
They were alive. They were 4 or 2 years old.
2. They could still.
They could still vote.
I think
they still voted for Hamas at 2 years old.
Their system is different than ours. Here, and the And the United States spent 2.3 million in U.S. dollars to support in the Palestinian elections.
They did. It was a U.S. backed election that the Palestinian Authority Fatah urged the United States not to
supporting Israel,
not to conduct because
as well. Until they noticed what was going on.
Okay, hold on. You have to listen. Come on.
Now.
This is something that I definitely know more about than you do. So please.
Okay.
Let me explain it to you.
If you know more about than me, I know you probably do. Go ahead.
Okay. The elections were conducted by the Bush administration against the better interests of Fatah at the time, because Fatah at the time was seen as very corrupt. Okay? And they were seen as collaborators by the broader Palestinian population, and Hamas at the time was running as the anti-corruption candidacy. And even then, they were not very popular. Ever since then, their popularity has gone up and gone down, but overall, because they do poll the Palestinian population quite frequently on this sort of thing, Hamas is simply the government in Gaza, especially after the coup d'etat that occurred, that failed, that was also U.S. backed, where the Fatah administrators were that they tried to by force take over the Gaza Strip and failed. Another mistake that the United States brought upon both the Israeli and the Palestinian population. Having said that, however, the reason why I keep stressing how old you are. The reason why I keep stressing how old you are is because...
It is still not related.
It is related. Because what you're describing is collective punishment for the way that people vote. If that is how things worked, then Palestinians, if they had the opportunity to do so and subject the entirety of Israel to the same exact conditions that Israel subjects them to, do you think that it would be a justifiable act? If Palestinians tomorrow magically had the same nuclear capabilities of Israel and had the same weapons that Israel has and decided to put full blockade around Israel for all of the, 9 million, I believe, Israeli citizens, including the Palestinian citizens of Israel, and decided to cut them off from the rest of the world, no aid unless they control whatever goes in. Do you think that that would be a justifiable situation if your living conditions were destroyed because your parents voted for the Netanyahu government? Do you think that that would be valid?
But Netanyahu is not a terrorist.
Oh, Netanyahu definitely is a terrorist. I don't agree with you on that. I think that Netanyahu is very much a terrorist. What do you think terror is? Do you think October 7 was an act of terror?
Okay.
Do you think October 7 was an act of terror?
We chose this man 8 times in a row. How many times did they choose Hamas? Once, and they never had an option.
Yeah, they never had an option. Yeah,
we have an option to choose.
And yet you still choose Netanyahu.
No, their government did not. After that, the Hamas did not let them. They did not post or host. There was no other elections. Why? Because they are stuck with their mindset. They want to do whatever they want. They're
you think if the Palestinian citizens had an option, they wouldn't vote?
I'm talking about Hamas.
You think the Palestinian citizens don't want?
Okay, did you see what they teach them at school?
Hamas teaches them at school? I know what you're gonna say. Okay, let me ask you another question. What do you think is more radicalizing for someone to hate Israel? Something that you learn at school, or a bomb being dropped on your school and killing your teacher, killing your family members?
So they shouldn't have rockets in the school.
No. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. What do you think is more radicalizing? What you learn at school, or a bomb being dropped on top of your school killing your classmates, killing your teacher, killing your family members.
Okay. When did that happen? When did that happen? When they were
every single siege.
No. I want solid
siege
proof
since
I want
2005.
solid proof. I want please just send me solid proof when there
I'm
was.
telling you exactly what it is. You can look it up. Every single siege since 2005, after Israel pulled out of Gaza, has been met with bombing campaigns that end up eviscerating Palestinian life and Palestinian existence in the Gaza Strip. Beyond that, Israel also controls all flow of supplies into Gaza. Israel also obviously occupies the West Bank. So on both fronts, Palestinians are being brutalized by the Israeli state. Do you think that this is a radicalizing component, or do you think it's what they learn in school? Because you have to learn to dislike Palestinians in school.
Okay.
They don't have to learn it at school. They learn it when the school gets blown up.
Hold on. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me just teach you about something. If you know about, did you hear about roof knocking?
Yes, of course I know
You're
what roof
talking about school.
knocking
Did you
is.
hear about roof knocking?
I know exactly what roof knocking is. Yes.
Okay.
So
now let me explain to whoever doesn't know what roof knocking is in Hebrew. It is good.
everyone here knows what roof knocking is, but go on.
It's a term used by.
I'm gonna pee while you explain roof knocking.
I am reading off Wikipedia. I saw what is going. It's basically okay. Let me read exactly off Wikipedia and tell you what it says. Roof knocking in Hebrew, hakesh bagag, or knock on the roof, is a term used by the Israel Defense Force (IDF) to describe its practice of dropping non-explosive or low-yield devices on the roofs of targeted civilian homes. In the Palestinian terrorists, as a prior warning of imminent bombing attacks to give the inhabitants time to flee the attack. So whoever's saying we are bombing innocent people, there is 99% of roof knocking. Whoever doesn't believe this in the chat, go to Wikipedia, go learn. Okay, there is something that called roof knocking, and you're nervous. Wait, did he say he's going or something? I can't hear him. Oh, okay, he's not here now. I can take this as my own. Okay, let me explain some more things. Okay, during the Israel 2023 Israel-Hamas war, CNN reported that many people in Gaza said the ADF had abandoned the roof knocking policy. Why? Because of the war, and that is just. And then we issued mass evacuation notices. And who wanted to?
I'm back. Yes, I know what roof knocking is.
We're not here. I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't, but it's okay. I'm glad that you read the Wikipedia page for roof knocking. I'm very familiar with what it is, as this community is very familiar with it as well. So the question I present to you is this:
I'm not really sure.
If tomorrow, Hamas or any other Palestinian resistance group decided to send an artillery shell to the roof of the house that you're on right now to imply that they're going to bomb it into the ground, would you be fine with that house being bombed into the ground?
And they did, and when they launched this,
to your house.
Okay, Hamas does. Okay, Hamas doesn't warn.
If they did roof knocking, do you think it would be okay to blow up your house?
I would evacuate. I would go save my life.
Would you be fine with that? Like you'd be like, all right, I don't have a house anymore. Fuck it. But would you be fine with that?
Okay, and if the terrorists and people holding people hostage in a house, would you still do roof knocking? Would you still do roof knocking, or you just bomb the house?
Would it be okay? I'm asking you a question. Answer the question, and then I'll respond to what you have to say. Would you be okay with your house, your school, your mall, getting roof knocked and then blown up? Would you be fine with that, or would you be upset, like a little bit?
Because I know was it okay if people came into my house, held me at gunpoint, and said we are not getting out of here until we get some sort of ransom or whatever they want from the government.
Wait, you're not hearing what I'm saying. Not only is roof knocking not being used in Gaza currently,
okay, but, I'm just saying.
But it had been. Do you think you would be fine with those who gave you ample warning, as you say, if they gave you warning to leave the house and then blew up your house? Would you be happy with that? Would you be like, well, fuck it, I don't have a house anymore? Or would you be a little sad?
What do you want us to do? You want us to throw sunshine and rainbows on their house?
No, I'm asking you a question. Why is this so hard to answer? It's
after
pretty normal
7th of
question.
October, we barely do any roof
No, I'm not talking about 7th of October. You're misunderstanding the point. You're misunderstanding the point I'm making. Would you? So you wouldn't be happy, right? Can we at least say like you would be upset that your house is blown up, even if you were warned prior?
Of course I would be upset. Of course I would be upset. I would deal with it, and as long as I know. But
you would deal with it. But you would want.
It is better than no warning. It is better than no warning.
Sure.
Like
but you'd
like
still be very mad, right? You would be like, you'd be like, what the fuck? These guys that blew up my house.
Because it's war. It is war. It's like we do. And Ukraine and Russia, it's war over there as well. People die.
I don't know why we're talking about Ukraine and Russia again. I'm asking a very simple question, and you said you would not be happy if your house got blown up, even if you got prior notice.
Of course, but as long as I know as long as I live, as long as I am standing and I can walk, I can breathe, I can go around. I would be fine by that.
Okay, so what would you?
I would be fine if my house got destroyed.
But what would you do? You'd be upset. Would you want to like maybe even if it happened over and over again?
War isn't a good thing. It's
no.
war.
Okay, I understand. But if it happened over and over again, you would probably, especially when like you didn't have access to the treats, you didn't have internet, you didn't have electricity, you didn't have running water.
They have internet. How do you think Gaza uploads their videos with their full HD cameras taking footage of videos with an RPG bombing a tank? Tell me that. How do they have? They don't have internet. You're saying they don't have internet. You're saying they.
No, I'm
probably
saying
we're going to say they don't have equipment. They don't have their cell phone. Their Samsung Galaxy Tab 12, taking pictures of tanks and dead soldiers.
Yeah, it is really unfortunate that they're able to show that they're being murdered. I know, and the rest of the world is seeing it. I know it's kind of fucked up for Israel.
They are not showing what do you do?
I know. But, look, you've been very cordial, so I'm not going to like yell at you or talk over you. I'm trying to just describe something. I've been trying to describe something this entire conversation that we had, and the thing I was trying to describe is the living conditions and the circumstances that Palestinians experience on a daily basis. That is where that radicalization comes from. That is where that hatred of Israel comes from. That's simply it.
That came from their decision to choose from Hamas, and everyone paid for their
2-year-olds and people that
everyone pays for the consequences.
Okay, if that was a valid argument and not simply inhumane collective punishment, because that is what it is. What you're describing is collective punishment. Which is illegal.
It is collective punishment for whoever chose them.
Yes, it is illegal. Also, we can hear the guy this entire time that has been talking to you.
Okay, I really don't mind. It is all right. If you want, it's okay. I don't mind.
No, it's fine. I'm just letting you know. I didn't want to tell you.
He is backing up my opinions.
No.
And it is he's not some random guy. It's my friend from school. He lives 2 rows away from me, and we go to school every day. So it's not just some random dude. You can laugh.
It's all right.
Okay,
I've quite enjoyed this conversation.
I enjoy this as well. I'm not trying to be like mean or like saying it in a mean way.
No. It's not. Like, no, I don't either. But I do hope that inevitably you and your friend both will maybe be a little bit more sympathetic and maybe understand exactly what I was trying to describe to you, because ultimately it would be unjustifiable. It would be a crime and unjustifiable if, let's say, in the future at a certain point that Palestinians had the same level of resources and power that Israel currently has and the backing of the international community to do to you what your government has done to them.
Oh, we would be dead. We would be dead.
Exactly.
If that happened already.
And the reality is you cannot sustain.
Okay. And let's say you're saying
you cannot sustain a healthy existence.
You're saying now me and my
like
friend want us to understand what's going on. Okay, what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to take our M16s, go in Gaza, or do something, or go kill the soldiers that are with us.
Not at all.
We are 16-year-olds going to school, hanging out.
Of course, that's why I wanted to originally, before finding out more about your perspective, was trying to lead you to look into both B'Tselem, But more importantly than that, also Messervot, which is comprised of a lot of individuals around your age group as well. To you know, at first stage, the first stage for you would be to recognize why Palestinians are angry, and to develop a better understanding of their living conditions.
I understand why they're angry. They have a right to be angry. But the thing is, the situation is not good.
The situation is not good
sinning
for
right
a
now.
brief moment for you.
I have nothing to do
the
with
situation
that.
is not good for a brief moment
help.
for you on October 7. And it is true. It is
on
not
October
a good...
7th, I was in my shelter hiding for
I
for dear
know.
life.
Yeah, well, the problem is Palestinian kids that look exactly like you, that are your age, don't even have the fucking shelter to hide in, though. And their existence is chaos every day. Okay. And that's not just since October 7. Their existence is chaotic whenever Israel decides that there needs to be chaos.
Now. That's the situation right now.
I know. And
they chose.
And you as a good person,
what do you want me to do?
I'm telling you, you as a good person should probably stand against that. Should probably say enough is enough, and you should get your friends to also understand the conditions that Palestinian children just like you are subjected to on a daily basis, instead of making excuses for it by saying they deserve it, which is very mean to say, in my opinion. Because if the shoe was on the other foot,
we as Israel, what we need to do? Tell me.
They would probably want you to engage in protests and also become a conscientious objector to the IDF. These are, I mean, there's many different things that you can do, but protesting would probably be one of the first things.
What do you want us as Israel to do about the situation?
Oh, you mean Israel? Oh, I want Israel
I said Israel. I don't say me. I said Israel.
Oh, okay, my bad. I want Israel to end the apartheid. I want Israel to move towards a one-state solution where all Palestinians not only have a right to return, but also the same right to return afforded to every Jewish person around the planet should be afforded to the Palestinians.
And lots of Israelis died. Lots of Israeli people died.
No, you did not do that, and lots of Israelis died. That. What do you mean? Right to return for Palestinians has never been even a starting point in any of the negotiations during the peace process. There has never been a right to return. Even right to return afforded with Israeli demographic concerns in mind was a non-starter. Was not even something that could ever happen.
Let's say, I'm sorry.
The point is, there's nothing different.
We do free the border. Let's say we free the border. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry for cutting off. Let's say we free the border. Everyone comes in. There's probably lots of militants, people coming on with their weapons, trying to kill us. Why? Because they're being
great question.
Because that's what they want. If we would free them,
that's not what they want.
And let them come into our country, and they would have cars and they could drive and do whatever they want because they're a citizen of this. They would be considered a citizen of this country. And they would be in Israel, in Israeli territory.
Let me ask you something. Right now, if an Israeli Jewish citizen goes and is a murderer, right? Like, and they go and kill another Israeli Jewish citizen, what happens?
Oh, he goes to jail.
There you go. If there is any kind
like every
of terror,
terrorist that comes into Israel and
if there's
kills
any kind
people,
of terror,
they were sent
once
to
there
Israeli
is,
jail.
yeah, well, there you go. That's the difference. Okay.
And
the idea that Palestinians across the board are going to want to get vengeance is not a new idea. It's an old idea. It's actually something that those who have oppressed others throughout history have always falsely, mind you, believed. Oh, the Irish, if we allow them to, if we liberate Ireland, then they'll come back and kill us. Oh, if the black population in South Africa, if we give them full-blown citizenship, they'll kill us in vengeance. Oh, if slavery is abolished in the United States of America, then black people will rise up and kill every single white person. This is a real fear that is ever present. They will do to us what we have done to them is the operating protocol here. History, on the other hand, has shown that that is not what happens. What ends up happening in many instances actually is like with the inception of the Ku Klux Klan in the Reconstruction era in the South, it's actually more likely that the current settlers that live in the West Bank, they would probably do violence to the Palestinians. It is not violence from the Palestinians that you should fear. It is more violence that settlers will that want to take matters in their own hands. That's the real violence that will disrupt the peace process. That is a very real consideration, and it should still be handled like a normal democratic country, like a normal liberal democracy. That's what I want.
How?
And that's what what do you mean how? Through regular protocols, through a police force, through a civil criminal justice structure. That will still have a litany of different issues and different complications. There will still be plenty of inequality. However, that is an objectively better circumstance for all the Palestinians and the Israelis as well for long-lasting peace. That's what I believe. And I hope one day you will realize that as well. And your friend who's been communicating with me and you this time throughout this.
Oh, if you want, I can bring him on.
It's okay. I have to go because this has been a wonderful conversation, but it's taking up a lot of space on the stream.
In the end, it got a little bit out of hand, and I'm sorry about that. If I was a little bit aggressive in any way, I was trying to keep it as peaceful as possible, but I did go a little bit too far.
It's all right. All right. Well, you have a good one. Okay. I appreciate you for coming on.
I still have way more things. If you want, I can hop on another time. We can continue this conversation. It's solely up to you.
Maybe in the future. All right. Have a good one.
Maybe in the future, whatever.
All right. Bye. Okay, you can get out of emote mode. So we're just debating idiot babies now or what? Okay, shut up, chat. Oh, I know he's very young with being immature, but he was accidentally honest in a way a government minister, for example, with 40 years in legal and political experience would never be. I think that it's here, I freed you guys. I think he's trying his best. It's important for some of you to also acknowledge where like how deeply ingrained this kind of propaganda is. Okay? That's just it. He's a kid. Okay? It's great that he came on, but having his friend tell him what to say was too much. I mean, I think it was good that his friend was telling him what to say. It made the conversation a little bit more productive. There are some of you in this chat who probably had similar, if not way worse opinions, by the way, at that same age. So come on, don't be like that. And if I were to encounter you back then, I'm certain that you would want me to be just as charitable to you as I was to him. I know that we kind of lose sight of that sort of thing, but there's a reason. No one is 16 and develops these opinions on their own. Okay? Come on. Are you ready for the Clip Chimps headlines? Hassan schooled by a 16-year-old? Maybe get in front of it. You're fucking delusional if you think that that is what happened here. If anything, people will say Hassan is too afraid to debate like actual adults, which I have many times over, and that's why he's debating a child and owning him, because he wanted to find an opponent worthy or some shit. And even then, it's like I debate adults all the fucking time too. The opinions are just as silly. But anyway, regardless, maybe there were people that were watching that have similar opinions and they appreciated the charitability. You never know, but it's good to learn. Anyway, I used to know a dude who was exactly like him. This kid was at least very polite. This dude I knew was like 22. The propaganda is real. What? Yeah. Also, I love people being like, bro, you fucking, I can't believe you're talking to teenagers. It's like, dude, what do you mean? This is like, I talk to thousands of teenagers every fucking day, and adults as well, of course. Many of you are now no longer teenagers, but I started talking to you when you were 18, 19. You know what I mean? So yeah, it is possible the conversation has a positive impact on him. If not today, then later down the road, hopefully one day. That's all you can expect out of a situation like this. And he was, like I said, the reason why I brought him on was because he seemingly had a very like honest to a fault attitude about the situation. Yeah, and also none of the clip channels post that interview. This is a teenager. That's ridiculous. Don't do that. I don't think I want some fucking absolute nut jobs online being like, this person is responsible for genocide and say like unhinged shit and not recognize that they're 16 years old. You know what I mean? And like I said, always, when I'm having a conversation such as this one, you have to remember it's not just for you. Okay? It's for many others who are coming from a similar perspective. It's to also show that you can be charitable no matter what. So yeah. I stopped caring about politics after Bernie 2020 and I was in D's community for the shitty laws. I've been so embarrassed and mortified about what he and his community actually are. The Israel stuff is fucked. Thanks for calling it out. Yeah. So here's the thing. One thing that you have to remember, one thing that you always have to remember is that like, that one, you were also children at a certain point and had a bunch of silly, stupid things that you believed in. Okay. And two, I think I talk quite a bit about the isolation that Israelis feel, right? And I think he's a decent representative of like how different the approach is within Israel in comparison to the rest of the world. And a lot of Israelis who think that their cause is just can't make sense of that and think like maybe that isolation is coming from anti-Semitism, like not recognizing that it's actually coming from the fact that they just simply don't understand. They don't see it in the way that the rest of the world sees it. It's that simple. I also saw a lot of chatters laugh when he quite didn't know what apartheid was, and I kind of did too at first, but I think it's a good indicator of how outside the standard narrative that is. Yeah. Can you tell me when you have debated anyone knowledgeable on the opposition on this topic, doing this with a clueless 16-year-old seems kind of shitty? Are you fucking stupid? One, I didn't know he was 16 at first, and two, it's not like I was trying to own him. I was trying to reason with him. Do you think I was looking for like shitty applause breaks? Is that what you think I was doing there? Or do you think I was trying to have an honest and earnest conversation with someone who's diametrically opposed to the way I see the world in the most charitable way possible? You fucking disingenuous piece of shit. Go back to the fucking monstrous pedophile defending Nazi goddamn community that you have been to. I knew he was going to say this. Look, Hassan Abi, when have you debated anyone on the opposition who's actually knowledgeable? On the issue of Israel-Palestine, I've gone on fucking television to talk about these issues as well. I don't know what the fuck you want from me. Many of you think that it's like, oh, you're going to thrive only when you fucking debate people. Only then do you actually arrive at the truth. So stupid. This wasn't a fucking debate. This was just simply a conversation. Having a normal conversation where I tried to be as charitable as physically possible. I was not trying to fucking get quick slam dunks, you dumb fuck. Something that you will never understand because you are a debate pedophile. You literally are an unironic debate pedophile coming from a psychopathic community of bloodthirsty weirdos who simply thrive on drama and toxicity. This is why you will always be fucking sad. Okay? This is why you will be sad for the rest of your fucking life until you remove yourself from these toxic corners of the internet that you thrive in. Okay? Fucking, yeah, sweaty Reddit commenter losers. Jesus Christ. Anyway, like I said, I still hold out hope for you too, chatter, no matter how fucking brain broken you are. Let's watch John Oliver on Medicaid while I eat. We're going to talk about Tyler Oliveira, and then I'm going to play The Walking Dead. Okay? If you think that's annoying, get ready for the left versus left crime debate is coming back. What do you mean left versus left crime? The fuck does that even mean? The irony, of course, is that like the kid debating didn't bring anything like new or unique to the table that I haven't heard a million times over that, you know, every fucking adult defender of Israel would say as well. Sure, they would have a little bit more polished, a little bit of a more well-rounded and polished approach, but it's not even a fucking debate anyway. I like that immediately one of these fucking weirdos had to come in and be like, oh, you tried to own a child. That's why you did this. You're such a fucking loser, dude. Such a goddamn loser. I'm over here trying to fucking show resources to this kid, trying to get him to change his mind a little bit. And immediately you're like, oh, I don't understand. Why don't you fucking destroy him? Oh, you did this to destroy him in the marketplace of ideas. Anyway, I'm running the ad break now. I gave him... Speaking of your friends, why does Mark look like Huxley's dad? I can't. The post has been deleted. What is this? Actual Iranian streamer chiming in about Iran ex-Israel?
IRI. It's good if Israel hits Iran, because then it's going to diminish the power of IRI. We are not them. Let them let them attack the embassy. Like, let's go. Like, they're cheering for Israel and America to start bombing them. How much of a cuckold you have to be like, oh, please, America, bomb us. Bomb us. I would love you to bomb us because that really fucking worked out for any other fucking country.
I mean, he's right. It's just like, at first when he was doing the first part, I was like, oh no, here we go. Is this guy fucking sending me another, like, I am Persian, not Iranian, please bomb Iran type person? And I was wrong. He was making fun of them.
That was bombed by US. Shut the fuck up, retards. Holy shit, man. Oh my god. These are the fucking people who are cheering for fucking Israel. All right? And
I'm blocked by that guy. Send another link. Bro, chatter sending Facebook links will never not be insane to me. I don't understand that at all. Like, what the fuck are you doing? It's objectively the worst link. I ain't never seen nothing that is worthwhile on Facebook, bro. I haven't even had a Facebook account. Like, I have not had a Facebook account since like 2017. You started on Facebook? I know. I had to have it. And I was like, this sucks. This shit is so awful. Just ridiculousness, dude. What is this? How do I get my... I saw someone the other day say, how do I get Hassan my video? It's on Google Drive. Oh my fucking God. Breaking reports of airstrikes on Iran-backed militias in Iraq. Okay, so I guess that's the retaliation, which is what I said was likely to happen, which is like very limited. But who knows? Oh, this was awesome. So Tyler Oliveira and Boy Boy got into a bit of a Twitter spat because Boy Boy, aka Alex, can't stop himself from posting on Twitter. I mean, he is more brain broken than I am. Yeah. Or I said Alexa, sorry. I like that chatters are correcting me. Telling the truth is crazy in a world full of lies. I researched Tyler Oliveira a few months ago, and I think his content needs much more extensive coverage from Boy Boy and Hassan the Hun. I can only describe the guys. Hello? Kaya? Place. Get your ass on that bed. That's crazy. It's still ongoing? Oh, wow. He's still posting through it? Telling the truth is crazy in a world full of lies, he said to the Twitter thread that we were going to look at. Almost as deep as when you commented the same platitude on my YouTube video. You're a real poet. Telling the truth is crazy in a world full of lies. Yesterday's history, tomorrow's a mystery, but today's a gift. That's why it's called the present. Kung Fu Panda. But yeah, Tyler Oliveira, for those of you who don't know, used to do like Mr. Beast style videos, as he's showing here, and then like basically turned heel and started doing Mr. Beast type videos. If Mr. Beast was like brain broken and a fucking psychopathic right-wing reactionary, and that's all he's been pumping out. One of the top comments on your video with over 3,000 likes is people who genuinely believe I flew back to Seattle 12 days later to burn a random building down where a homeless man was squatting in a 5-second clip of my 53-minute video. Do you not understand that propane tanks burn down homeless camps all the time? Your audience is mentally ill. You encourage your fosters insanity. It's got likes because it's funny. My subscribers are calling out that commenter in the 63 replies law. But I am concerned that you think my audience is mentally ill, though. Those are the kinds of people you ambush and film pooping for views. Stay away from them. Stay away from my mentally ill audience. Wait, are airstrikes hitting Iran too, or just Iraq? Iranian proxies in Iraq. Yeah, do not film my chatters pooping, Tyler. Tweet about you comparing him to Nazis. Yeah, I don't think you understood the point I was making. I didn't compare him to all Nazis. I compared his behavior to the Nazis who personally were invested in doing awful shit. So I didn't just compare him to Nazis. I compared him to the worst kind of Nazi. You know, the guy who isn't just like taking advantage of the division of labor under a veil of ignorance, who is still morally culpable in the violence, but instead the guy who takes matters into his own hands. Okay, who's like, oh yeah, I like this. I'm gonna fucking do this thing. I'm gonna take matters in my own hands. Tyler Oliveira versus Twitter. Oh, Twitter is coming out to get him. And then he just posted a fucking sick photo of us. Like, I don't understand. What's going on here? Like, is he trying to make us look good? What's happening? He's pressing the gas button. Anyway, what else would happen? The next three, this one was the best one though. Wait, what? I did actually talk about that. I was watching the VOD yesterday. I got to the part in The Walking Dead where they mentioned not having to pay student loans. I was surprised you didn't bring up the fact that the IRS does have a plan to still collect taxes after an apocalyptic event. The short video talks about the IRS document. No, I mentioned not the IRS, but specifically how your student loans don't go away even after you die. Like, who is he kidding with this? How is this insanely racist content even allowed on YouTube? What do you mean? Of course. Sorry to hear that. Have you already reported these videos? Anyway, this was the best part because he's so fucking oblivious to what he's saying. The next 3 top performing videos on my channel are literally Mr. Beast clone vids. Lol. Boy Official just needed to DM me if he needed YouTube advice. I stand corrected. It's good to know you're exploiting homeless people for passion, not just for money. He's like, you don't understand, dude. I despise homeless people so much. You don't get it. I'm doing it for the love of the game, baby. But yeah. Explaining First Amendment to an Australian. I don't know what the fuck was happening here. It's too long. Not going to read all that. I'm not saying you're a criminal. I'm saying you're soulless. I may not have barged into homeless people's tents and interrogated them for views like you did, but I have volunteered at street kitchens. None of the people I talked to said that. The fire was very clearly a joke, lol. The duality of man. I knew Maya would pull some shit like this. Messed up. Sky News Arabia reports citing Iranian media that there have been 3 large explosions in Isfahan, Iran. Uh-oh. That's not good. That's not good at all. Oh my God. They don't want you guys to fucking... Chat, they don't want you guys to fucking watch gaming, dude. That much is clear to me. Do you understand? It's been a good run, boys. They strike near or on their nuclear facility. It's unclear at the moment. Well, what is clear is that so they strike Iran and then they invade Rafah and Biden looks like a doofus. Oh, brother. Should I quit my job and do the bucket list before the nukes drop? I don't fucking know. I do not know what will happen. It's probably nothing. Yeah, you're right. Nuclear power plants just kind of do that sometimes. Hassan Simp Talk. Okay, we'll look at this. Well, is it all your favorite daddy? I mean, favorite streamer. That's such a dude, listen, I see a Hassan Simp Talk, I hit like, okay? Just because it happened does not mean you have to talk about it for hours. This does not have to be a topic of discussion. We can simply save this tomorrow. It's Clementine, Hassan. Bro, I really thought, unironically, that chatters were just kidding. How do you watch this? What do you mean? Why would America allow Israel to hit Iran like this? Bro, but they asked nicely. They said, you can keep doing genocide in Rafah, please. You can keep doing genocide in Rafah, please, bro. Please, let's get back to what's important. Do you think the U.S. is going to pack Israel? Dude, I don't know anything. What? I'll never forgive you for disrespecting Trap House, the CTE general. What? No. Do you think China will side with Iran? Dude, if I'm China, I'm just staying the fuck away from this. I'm staying the fuck away from everything. We don't have any real confirmation yet, by the way. This is all just like, we don't know. Intense warplane activity over Iraq, across parts of Iraq. Oh. Iranian here, the explosions are real, but the cause is not yet disclosed. The probability of malfunction is more likely. That would be a wild coincidence. That an explosion in a nuclear facility occurs literally right as Israeli warplanes are at the same exact time. I mean, could be. I don't know. Who knows, man? Israeli airstrikes just minutes ago targeted the Al Tala airport in Sweda, southern Syria. US and UK expand on sanctions. Yeah, that part we knew about already. I mean, that was coming. The US said that they were going to do it. I like that everybody's like so desperate for The Walking Dead that they're just like, bro, come on. Like, don't look at the world falling apart. What is happening right now? You guys are like changing the category and shit. Everybody calm down, okay? I need further confirmation. Y'all are being a little annoying, okay? I love my gaming watchers, but you're being a little bit annoying right now. It's ridiculous, mod team included. Everybody calm the fuck down. Oh my God, you guys are being so fucking insane. So insane, you forgot that at the top of the hour, there is another devastating act. It's a 3-minute ad break. Another Iranian chatter here. Newspaper saying is an accident. Wait, what? Gaming frauds are like, yo, let's play The Walking Dead. Meanwhile, we might be literally playing it IRL. I mean, we'll wait. We'll sit back and we'll wait. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. What the fuck is this? We're about to play Walking Dead DLC up in this bitch. Fallout edition. Okay. Well, we'll wait and see what happens. But as we await further confirmation, bombings in Syria and Iraq, Walking Dead Season 2 finale is starting now. Okay, Jesus Christ. What the fuck is my life, dude? What is my job? What do I do? All right. I'm telling you guys right now, don't fucking complain. Bye, Polysci streamer. Fuck gaming. Gaming is worthless. It has no value. Gaming sucks. Fuck this stream. Take a week off, dumbass. I hate that. Like, you could have literally just been like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, fucking possible World War III is happening and you're over here fucking talking about playing video games. And that would have been a valid criticism. Apparently, no anti-air. Iranian sources are reporting that no anti-aircraft fire or air raid signs have been heard in the cities of Isfahan and Natanz. Just the roughly 3-4 explosions that were heard earlier. Anyway, I mean, listen, it's unconfirmed. It's unconfirmed for now. Okay, we wait. We have a Q4 Global Hawk 50K feet up on the way to see what the hell's going on. I'll watch the skies. You watch gaming. Let's go. This is so funny. Whenever I see stuff like this, it's like it always feels like Leroy Jenkins. I know that ages me a lot, but it always does feel like it's just like a YOLO mode. I've covered a lot of strikes in Syria and Iraq, and this is not usually how they occur. No local media is reporting any of this. Neither are the usual sources, so I don't know. What if they're just debating everybody on OSINT Twitter? Except that would mean that they're debating like the American military as well. Why the fuck would there be a recon flight? OSINT Twitter is unstoppable. They would never get debated. They're always correct. I mean, I don't know. Fuck Hassan sucks ass. What is going on? Are you okay? I can't tell if he's Canadian, if he's just some drunk Canuck, or if he's saying fuck Canada. Okay. Don't scroll up too far. Okay, I won't. King, don't worry. All right, let's see. I hope it's saved. Season chapter select episode 5. No going back. Let's get started. Oh, it did save. I think. Right? No buh. No buh. Is
that it?
It saved. No buh.
Hey,
Chatter was wrong. No buh. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, we were worried that it wasn't going to save all the way up to the point that I was at because of a buh. Turns out no buh. No such buh. For me, at least. A good chunk didn't save, though? No, that's normal. That's because I didn't get to a save point.
What? It's what? What do you mean, what? The place you're fucking taking us.
Arvo, is this where the supplies are? Where the food is?
Answer her, goddammit!
No, it's at the house. There's still more walk. Some more hours.
God damn it! I knew this was gonna happen. This guy fucked us.
Thank you. Don't mention it.
It's getting dark. Maybe we should stop for the night.
This is bullshit.
Relax.
Don't tell me to relax. He's lying. He's been lying this whole time.
You don't fucking know that.
Luke needs a break. We probably all do.
Look, I'll do whatever you guys want. Okay? But I could use the rest.
It'd be safer to rest in there, where there's a fence.
What would Patrick Bet David be doing in this scenario? Value-taining, baby.
Can we just try and have a calm, quiet night? Please.
That sounds nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Oh, shit. Sorry about that. It's all right, buddy. It's all right.
If we're staying, we should scout this place out.
All right. Y'all wait here. I'll go make sure this ain't some walker nest we're locking ourselves into.
I'll go with you.
See if you can calm him down a bit.
Arvo, are you gay?
No.
That's
all you. Wouldn't have guessed that'd work.
Me neither.
I think he likes you. Calmed right down for you.
He's cute.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? Most babies are pretty ugly this soon after being born.
That's true. They usually look like weird little aliens.
Here, I got him.
Come on over. It's safe.
Today's my birthday. Near as I can tell, at least.
Happy birthday, Luke.
Yeah, man. Happy birthday. Thanks.
So that makes you, what, 27?
We already talked about this, but he did a spoiler alert. He did a double Secusa here.
That's right. I'm surprised you remembered. Sure as hell feel a lot older.
Don't even start with that shit.
Got out of college 5 years ago. Feels like a million years.
Hold on 1 second. Oh my God. I'm also like checking on CNN on the side as well as Twitter to see, but apparently flights, Iranian flights have been diverted.
At least I don't have to worry about paying off them student loans.
I hear that. I'm sure there's some asshole sitting on that paperwork, waiting to collect.
What did you study?
Majored in art history.
That's cool.
One thing I didn't mention yesterday is that art history is the reason why he got double Sexo, by the way.
Coffee shop.
Pretty much.
Oh, stop it.
Did get a minor in agriculture. Keep the old man happy.
Oh, I almost forgot. Was saving it for a special occasion, and all it being your birthday and all, figure this is as good a time as any.
I'd like a sip. I mean, after you, obviously.
Really?
No.
Oh, what's a sip gonna hurt?
You are not drinking. That is that.
Feel a little guilty taking the first...
Whoa, wait! You gotta make a toast.
I'm not really the,
Come on, birthday boy. It don't have to be fancy.
A toast means we all got something to drink.
Oh, we can just pass the bottle around afterwards. Go on.
To the loved ones that we've lost along the way. And to the hope that we see them again. Someday.
Here, here.
That was real nice.
Yeah? I didn't mean for it to rhyme. That was...
Well, I got first watch.
I think the fence has got us pretty secure.
We can't be too careful.
The baby might be cold.
Nah, I'll keep him warm. He's a tough little guy.
Come on, Kenny. At least have a drink.
Nah, maybe later.
Clem, let him go.
I'm gonna post up over near the hole in the fence there. Holler if you need anything.
Thanks, Kenny.
How does Luke look so young despite being so old? 27, Lamau.
Fire's real nice. Plenty of room
guts.
if you want to get warm.
Maybe in a bit.
I didn't expect her to come back.
Zombie guts.
Just when I thought I got her figured out, she up and surprises.
It's a good thing. You saved our ass.
I know. I just don't know what she's getting at all this.
Well, she helped us back there. So that puts her as okay in my book.
Well, it ain't no secret how you feel about her.
Bro, I can't do this.
Oh, come on. I'm just teasing.
I can't do this. I'm sorry. I know you guys want fucking gaming. I can't do this. There's like, there's way too much going on right now. This is crazy. What the fuck am I doing? Like, no, stop fucking complaining. Stop. I'll game after. Okay. Jesus Christ. What the fuck am I doing? I'm a goddamn political commentator and I'm over here like trying to fucking figure out what the hell's going on. CNN is talking about prosecutors. Trump violated gag order 7 times since Monday. The fuck are they doing? Reports of near simultaneous airstrikes on Iran targets in Isfahan, homes of the nuclear facilities, as well as targeting air bases in Daraa and Suwaida in northern Syria, home to the radar and air defense sites. Developing. If they're fucking targeting air defense sites and radar, and it's not a one-off, or maybe it is, I don't know, but it doesn't feel like it would be a one-off. Intel Doge says 2 flights over Iran bound for Dubai turning around. I mean, that's just 2 flights. They both turned around right before getting near Isfahan. I mean, they're probably turning around, I assume, because they saw the explosion and they're worried potentially about. Iranian foreign minister tells, no, this is from Iranian foreign minister tells Aaron Burnett, if Israel strikes back, the next response from the U.S. will be immediate at a maximum level. FM said it wouldn't include U.S. targets unless America gets involved in it too, but. There's a Boeing E-6B Mercury in the air over Texas that just took off, used for nuclear command and control communications. Minus 5K viewers are the closing Walking Dead. I'm sorry, dude. I don't give a shit. Okay? That tweet was before the attack. No, I know that tweet was before the attack. I know. Flytek News says he can't find any NOTAMs in Iranian airspace, but multiple aircraft are now diverting air traffic. Also, that's not even true. Most people that watch me play video games are in here for the political commentary first and foremost. Okay, so calm down. Oh my god. Okay, this is just like all OSINT shit so far. So because it's happening right now, it's too early for like journalists to basically confirm. The Suwaida 24 correspondent. Preliminary information indicates that unidentified warplanes carried out airstrikes on Syrian military sites between the governments. More details as they come in. Strong sounds of warplanes flying in the southern countryside, preceded in minutes by the sounds of 3 successive explosions, the sound of which was heard in the city of Suwaida and the western countryside. What is this? If this is some fucking dumb shit, okay, it's not. Syria's only confirmed airplane explosions. J-Post is only confirming explosions in Syria. I thought they also... No, explosions heard in Iran, Syria, and Iraq. Syrian reports indicated airstrikes targeted sites belonging to the Syrian army in As-Suwaida and Daraa governorates of southern Syria. Explosions were heard in Isfahan in central Iran, in the As-Suwaida governorate of southern Syria, and in the Baghdad area and the Babel governorate of Iraq early Friday morning. There was no official confirmation of explosions in Iraq and Iran or of their cause as of early Friday morning. But it's all OSINT shit, but it does seem like they're clearing out the airspace above the area. U.S. officials say all options on the table as Biden considers reviving Iran nuclear deal. Wait, what is this? This is U.S. State Department tells President Biden will ensure one way or another that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. OSINT is open source intelligence. It's just like chatters like you and I looking at things that are readily available, scouring the internet to find like phone footage. It's very susceptible to misinformation. And obviously there are more reputable sources in the OSINT community. But overall, it's basically looking at like flight radar and shit. A lot of OSINT Twitter is just like full of misinformation. So what you have to look at is actual... What is this? The Farsi Voice of America? The fuck do we translate, man? News sources report that several explosions were heard in Isfahan. That's all they're saying so far. How's Papa John's doing, chat, please? What? This is Al Mayadeen, which is close to Iranian-backed forces. They report an explosion in southern Iraq. From the Al Mayadeen correspondent in Baghdad, an explosion was heard, the cause of which was unknown, in the Imam district of Babel governorate, south of the country. If it's explosions in Syria and Iraq, it's Iranian proxies. If it's actually explosions inside of Iran, then it's also Iran directly. Football bad TV. What the fuck? The fuck? No, we haven't. It's not a meme. Oh, that's what you were asking about, Papa John. Oh, got it. Now I understand. The chatter is talking about how the pizza places near the Pentagon always get super busy when shit's popping off. Which this is worthy of pizza places getting busy, but that doesn't mean what you think it means. News about the bombing of Isfahan and Iran and Erbil in Iraq. No reliable media outlet published the news, and it was circulated from accounts the Iranian opposition abroad not reliable. Sky News Arabia received the Iranian media outlet. The Hebrew and Jerusalem Post reported the news. Al Haddad and Al Arabiya channel. Never actually seen a NOTAM like this. What? And I actually work for the company your brother does. OIFM. Shahid Beheshti International. Israeli attacks confirmed. Breaking Israeli missiles. Oh shit. Pentagon reporter and producer for ABC. Okay, now Israel is confirming that they did hit Iran. A senior U.S. official tells our Martha Raddatz. Oh fuck. That is real confirmation. That's very different than OSINT shit. All right, let's tune into CNN, see what the fuck they're talking about. Oh my god, bro.
Can see that. And remember, the only discretion that we got from the judge was use common sense.
CNN, do your fucking job.
So people's
CNN.
versions of common sense are very different when it comes to what you do in terms of the media. So you should expect these right-wing
is not unverified.
Media, followers to be pushing this forward.
Who cares?
So, to that point,
the fuck do you mean who cares? Bro, what are we talking about? Do people not understand what's happening? Israel has in the past covertly targeted Iranian nuclear capabilities. It's like how do I describe it? It's one of those things where it's never acknowledged fully. It's never really acknowledged. Sometimes the Israeli government acknowledges it as a flex, but oftentimes it is not. It's like an open secret. Specifically this facility. That is the difference, however, is that it's never been done in a way where there was like active heat and international eyes on the matter. So I don't know. It is odd, however, the way that this was done, because I feel like normally in a situation, as Elant News also pointed out, under normal circumstances, there's more local media coverage instantaneously. And then beyond that, there's like air raid sirens, just like other markers that an all-out air attack is happening in all of the places. But the only solid confirmation we have so far is this. This has like 200 views because it just happened. Also, there's usually, I wouldn't say international cooperation, but when you do something like this, you inform other allies just so they can prepare defenses. Does that make sense? And ABC is on it now.
Iran's direct attack on Israel. And tonight, what sources are telling ABC News about two separate moments since that Iranian attack, when Israel was set to retaliate again.
This is old news. The video is old, but here's the new article. Wait, what? Israel Gaza live updates. Israeli missiles hit a site in Iran. Iran on Saturday night unleashed a retaliatory strike against Israel, sending a volley of more than 300 uncrewed drones. The attack on Israel came more than 6 months after Hamas. Wait, what? Why the fuck doesn't have? Oh, here it is. Israeli missiles have hit a site in Iran. A U.S. official confirmed to ABC News Israeli missiles have hit a site in Iran. The official could not confirm whether the Syria and Iraq sites were hit as well. This is weird. This is very weird. Like, why is it only on ABC News like this? Nothing ever happens. I mean, it could. Iran could just eat it. You know what I mean? I don't know. If Iran just eats it and then Israel decides not to further escalate, then nothing ever happens, boys will be correct. I mean, something is the irony of nothing ever happens is the irony of the nothing ever happens, guys, is that you can only say that if you live in America, because it basically just means nothing ever happens. Meanwhile, you're saying that while fucking 30,000 plus Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered by the apartheid regime in Israel with American weapons. Like, things are always happening. It's just not happening to you. You know what I mean? That's all this is. So if you're interested in this, or if you're confusion, or if the outcome that you're trying to find out is like, will this harm me in some way? Then yeah, you will go, yeah, nothing ever happens, really, lol. Pro-Iranian sources are sharing footage of reported air defense activity over Isfahan, Iran. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the validity of this. What I do know is, please, after this commercial break, get to the news, man, like the actual news. S&P downgrades Israel's sovereign rating on heightened geopolitical risk. An hour ago, the Iranian foreign minister, before these attacks, said if Israel takes action, Iran's response will be immediate and at a maximum level. So I don't understand what the fuck's going on, because I don't think Israel would strike Iranian targets without telling America, in the interest of self-preservation, so that they could gear up the American defenses for the inevitable retaliation. You understand what I mean? Like, that would truly be insane. Iranian Foreign Minister Hossein Amir Abdullahian warned Israel on Thursday against taking any military action against Iran in the case. So far, we have a couple fucking we have no footage of the explosions. We have so far, it's as insane as Putin invading Ukraine, maybe. I mean, yes, but even more insane, because again, I don't know why you would do that without telling America, because then America can't launch a proper defense. I don't follow politics often. Does this not happen usually? Isn't Israel always bombing shit? How is this going to lead to World War III? Brother, I don't know how to explain this to you, but Iran never directly struck Israel from Iran with missiles and rockets directed from Iran until this past week. That was truly unprecedented. It was not unprovoked, but it was certainly unprecedented. Okay? That was a big fucking deal, especially considering what the Israeli retaliation would look like. Israel said that they weighed their options, and immediately they were interested in striking back, but chose not to do so because they wanted to communicate with the American allies. The Israeli public also was not interested in it. Israel has the ability to conduct strikes against targets inside of Iran. What? Without entering Iranian airspace from aircraft over Syrian and Iraqi airspace? I mean, Marco Rubio would be the guy that is knowledgeable on this matter. I mean, he's not a random dickhead. He is a dickhead and he is stupid, but this isn't that. Yeah, we don't have anything other than this. Israeli missiles have hit a site in Iran. That's it. That's the only thing we have. ABC News' Martha Raddatz confirms that a U.S. official confirmed to ABC News that Israeli missiles have hit a site in Iran. That's it. Do you think the U.S. veto of Palestinian recognition potentially emboldened Israel? Like, obviously, we don't know they're responsible, but yet, no. Ken Klippenstein and everyone else that you are talking about on Twitter are literally just repeating the same thing that we are looking at, which is this. This is the only substantive piece of information that is, I would say, not fully verified even for the matter, for what the circumstances are right now. But this is the only fucking piece of information that we have. What is this? They are insane. Miscalculation led to escalation and clash between Israel and Iran. Israeli officials say they didn't strike on a high-level Iranian target in Syria as a provocation and did not give Washington a heads up about it until right before it happened. Yeah, they gave him a 5-minute warning, which is crazy. This video was posted by the IRGC. Was it? Yeah, I don't know if that's the case. It is suspicious. Is it suspicious that the information is coming so slowly? Yes. It also does feel like too insane even for Israel. And no, it was not sent by the IRGC. You guys are silly.
Secretary Austin, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and Undersecretary of Defense Comptroller, testified before the House Appropriations Subcommittee.
This is early today. This is not from right now.
The importance of passing the Defense Department's fiscal year 2020.
This is literally not right now. I mean, it's being reported on currently, but that's from earlier. That's an earlier State Department report. Number 2 on the U.S. Senate Intel Committee, after reports indicate that Israel has hit a site in Iran, U.S. officials tell Al Arabiya English that they anticipate an Israeli retaliation tonight or tomorrow. It does unironically feel like we're playing catch up. Like the American government is playing catch up.
We turn now to ABC's Matt Gutman, who is in Israel with the latest reporting. Matt, what are you hearing?
Juju, a senior U.S. official telling us that Israeli missiles have hit at least one site inside Iran. No reports yet on casualties or what specifically this site was. As you mentioned, Israel has been telegraphing that it will respond. Officials telling me at the time and place of their choosing, they did not specify what that response would be like. We didn't know when it would come. And of course, this is in response to that massive missile salvo from last Saturday, the largest ballistic missile salvo in history. And of course, Iran has said that if Israel chooses to respond, the Iranian response would be severe and immediate. Juju.
Matt, thank you. From the latest in Israel, let's turn now to Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz in D.C. with the latest. Martha, what are you hearing?
It is a single senior U.S. official who said that it had started, that Israel had retaliated and hit one site in Iran. There are reports this evening that other places, Iraq and Syria, have been hit. This U.S. senior official said they simply cannot confirm that. There were reports yesterday that Israel would hold off on these strikes until after Passover. But today we started getting indications that it could come much quicker than that. This senior official also said the Israelis have been quite secretive about this, so there's very little information we have at this point about the strike that the U.S. senior official said that Israel had made inside Iran.
Well, Martha Raddatz, thank you for that update. Of course, we will return to our regular reporting. This has been a special report. Stay tuned, of course, for the latest updates.
That's it?
And we return you now to your regular programming.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
Our thanks to Juju for that. Good evening. I'm Lindsay Davis. For those of you who are just joining us, we are, of course, following breaking news. Israel has retaliated against Iran, and we are learning from a senior U.S. official Israeli missiles have hit a site in Iran. There have been explosions heard in Iraq and Syria. At this hour, it is not clear the cause of those explosions. All of this comes just days after Iran fired hundreds of ballistic missiles into Israel. 99% of those were intercepted. Israel's war cabinet has spent the better part of the week debating a response. There was some talk of waiting until after the Jewish holiday of Passover. We're waiting for a U.S. response at this point, but President Biden had told Netanyahu that Israel would have to go at it alone on any counterstrike against Iran. I want to pivot now and bring in Mick Mulroy, also an ABC News contributor and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East. Mick, how big of an escalation is this for the region?
So if it is true that these strikes were in Iran, then it could be an escalation, but we have to see what targets were hit. If they were nuclear sites, that would be a very substantial escalation. If it was a site, say, that was a manufacturer of the Shahed drones that attacked Iran, potentially not as escalatory. But really, it does come down to the perception of Iran. Right now, it's really important for us to find out what happened, and I'm sure that's exactly what the U.S. government is doing to try to gather this information and be prepared potentially for a counterattack, which could have been already prepared by Iran, knowing this was likely coming.
How concerned are you about the potential for a full-scale regional conflict?
I think everybody should be concerned about a full-scale regional conflict right now. This was substantial, the attack by Iran on Israel. That's why they felt like they had to respond. But the biggest concern, I think, with all countries involved, including countries in the region, was this could escalate. And it could escalate to a point where it's just nonstop. There is no calculated return. It is just a exchange of fire from Iran to Israel, Israel to Iran, which, of course, would be devastating to the region.
For our viewers at home, how concerned, people are thinking, oh, this is half a world away, but what could the impacts be here in the United States and beyond?
So, yes, it is half a world away, but the world itself is much closer than it's ever been, especially when it comes to the economy. And I'm not an economic analyst, but you don't have to be to realize just how big of an impact this could have on world oil prices, for example, which is the underlying cost of everything that's transferred around the world. So this could be very substantial for the world community, and that's why there's so much attention to this right now.
All right, Mick Mulroy, our thanks to you. I want to bring in Matt Gutman, who is on the ground for us.
Bro, Isfahan, like limited or not, nuclear facility or not, is still a target on Iranian soil.
You understand that Israel, according to at least one U.S. official, has fired missiles that have landed in Iran. We don't know the nature of the site, what they targeted. We don't know if there are casualties at this point. There may be additional strikes in other places. We don't have that yet confirmed. Of course, this is in retaliation to that massive
Yeah, they're talking about oil prices in the same way that I talk about oil prices. They have to talk about it because that is how wars are fought and won, okay? They're talking about the impact that this will potentially have for the United States of America because they're American news broadcasters and they don't give a shit about Iranian lives or the lives of anybody else for that matter. That's why they're covering it from that perspective, as I have as well, time and time again, because Iran retaliating, Iranian Fars agency says explosions sounded near Isfahan airport and Hashtam Shikari air base. Yeah, I just don't think that Matt Saylor replied to you. What did he say? He said, we're working to confirm whether those reported explosions from Israeli strikes. I can't understand how there isn't more information on this in real time. It might not be the nuclear, it might not be the nuclear facility, which is fine, but it still means it is a fucking escalation, as in it is a direct attack to Iranian soil from Israel.
Cyber attacks or the...
Now, Israel has struck Iranian soil in the past, but it's more of like a open secret type situation, like I said, and not necessarily with this many eyeballs, especially with like the Iranian government saying that they will have a severe and swift retaliation if such a strike would occur.
Attack from its territory to Iranian territory and been essentially public about it. Lindsay.
And of course, many people are concerned about the implications of that on a wider scale. Matt Gutman, our thanks to you reporting in from
the fact that the Iranian government is saying like, oh, we don't know the source of the attack is actually very interesting, specifically because I feel like if they acknowledge it, then it demands swift retaliation.
Ongoing since October 7th between Hezbollah and Israel, it's safe to say. So that is the main issue here for Hezbollah. Does it get actively involved in in a war with Israel. I mean, look, this is Iran's largest and most powerful proxy. They have more than 100,000 rockets, according to the CIA, and actually more Hezbollah fighters have been killed since October 7th than were killed in the war between Israel and Hezbollah in 2006. So it's safe to say the war here has already begun. But every time Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah here in Lebanon, has been asked about Hezbollah's role in this war, he always talks about needing to have solidarity with the people of Gaza, wanting to support Hamas, supporting the October 7th attacks, but crucially not wanting to get more involved in this war. It just might not be up to him if the war if Israel chooses to respond to these attacks by Iran by hitting Iran's largest proxy in this country. Tonight it's too early to say exactly what targets have been hit by the Iranians, but it doesn't seem at this point.
The cause of the sounds is still unknown. Investigations continue until the exact details of the incident are determined, a semi-official Fars news agency said. Iran's Fars news agency said on Friday the explosions were heard near the airport of the country's central Isfahan city, but the reasons was unknown. It is interesting to see that like the Iranian government is not hitting the fucking full tilt like this was Israel and we're retaliating. We also have no information, no further confirmation on the reasons or the strikes or the targets on the potential explosions being heard in Syria and Iraq. We don't know. We don't know anything. There might literally not even have been fucking any explosions, and we just, I guess, saw it on Twitter. It fucking sucks. The footage seemed legit to you? No, man. No footage seems legit yet. And people that say this footage was posted by the IRGC, they're not actually getting the footage from the IRGC. Okay? They're going to Telegram. They're simply going to Telegram, and they're posting shit that they find on Telegram. This is more official. NOTAM has popped up for Tehran airspace, and 17 minutes ago, it was for the Isfahan airspace. Telegram is accurate as fuck. No, brother. You have no idea what you're looking at half the fucking time. You might be looking at explosions from 2003. You might be looking at fucking Arma footage. Okay.
Tracking that a number of flights have diverted their flights over the skies and away from the skies of Iran this evening. We also understand that a NOTAM, a no-fly zone, has been declared in the west of Iran.
I was just about to explain to you what a NOTAM was, and he did. So there you go, chatter. You got your information.
From local sources on the ground, locally reported, unconfirmed by us, that there have been other explosions. We can also say that earlier on this evening, a number of small earthquakes were detected in Iran. All of these different developments, John, we're trying to piece together to give a complete picture of what is happening. Of course, there has been huge expectation that Israel was going to strike back in a decisive way at Iran. Indeed, Prime Minister Netanyahu said just a couple of days ago that that would be happening. And the British Foreign Secretary indicated he understood there would be strikes in Iran. What we are trying to assess right now is who is behind these explosions reported in Isfahan, what the bigger picture is adding up to at the moment, and therefore the implications that this might lead to. I think we're at the very leading edge here, John, of trying to get a solid picture of what is happening in Iran tonight. But airspace affected, explosions reported around a significant city with significant bases and a major nuclear research facility in Iran tonight, John.
And Nick, a second Iranian media outlet now reporting that in Isfahan that there have been significant strikes there. So let's stay with it. You mentioned we've been expecting this. Just for our viewers, just go through the timeline. Remember, back on April 1st, Israel was blamed for an attack on the Iranian consulate in Damascus, Syria. And then, as Nick noted, back last Saturday on the 13th, Iran deployed more than 300 drones and other aerial weapons to attack on Israel. After that, Nick, the President of the United States, who helped the United States, Britain, other Western allies, helped repel the Iranian attack. And the appeal from President Biden to Israel was, you proved they couldn't hit you. You know, don't do anything provocative. Don't do anything that further escalates a region already on end. Prime Minister Netanyahu has not listened to the President of the United States.
My man said blame, by the way.
Conflict.
Blame for the strike on the embassy compound.
John, I think what it's safe to say at the moment is that it appears as in all likelihood that Israel has struck Iran. Now, if this has happened, has the Prime Minister dialed back what he might have otherwise planned? Certainly, there's been a huge international...
Bro, don't even know the details, and he's already running covered. That's crazy, bro. Get the dick out of your mouth. Holy shit. That's crazy.
The President of Israel do not escalate the situation, but both seem to accept that Israel was going to go ahead, John.
Bro, that's insane to be like, yeah, I mean, we don't even know what happened, but it's probably, Israel is probably being restrained here. They can't say now getting an update that a second on the news like that anymore. Those days ended on 9/11. That's insane, bro. That's insane to fucking say.
Good evening. I'm Abby Phillip in New York. There's breaking news tonight. Reports that Israel may have hit back. Iran's semi-official Fars news agency, citing local sources, says tonight an explosion was heard northwest of Isfahan. That is about 4 hours south of the capital.
Okay, this seems reliable. IRGC affiliated media has confirmed airstrikes hit a target in Isfahan tonight, and this video footage has emerged purportedly showing the impact, the major hit by all accounts. I don't know. I don't know if this is correct. No, this is a Hezbollah strike earlier. I don't know if this is from Isfahan. I don't know. I still don't know. Especially because I don't think there were air sirens when the explosion occurred. So I don't know.
This comes from now multiple Iranian semi-official news outlets. The latest from Press TV reporting that an explosion was heard near Iran's central city of Esfahan. The reason is still unknown, and that echoes what we heard just moments ago from another semi-official news
agency
Hezbollah
airstrike 7 hours ago.
So here we have Iranian media itself reporting an explosion or explosions in one of Iran's most prominent cities, Esfahan. It is in the middle of the country, towards the western part of the country. It does have a prominent nuclear facility, but I will note that this was near Esfahan. So it is very much unclear what the target may have been, indeed how this was carried out. We have not heard anything, Abby, from the IDF, from any Israeli officials. We have not heard anything from any American officials. We, of course, are checking with our sources. This is something that we have been anticipating for several days now. It has always been a...
Twitter has literally gotten worse. It's just gotten so much worse. There's no fucking breaking real-time news reporting happening
this historic attack
on this fucking godforsaken platform
without escalating the situation.
Don't click shit, bro. It doesn't matter. It's good to sometimes click the shit, specifically to dial back. Twitter is the best. You don't follow OSINT accounts, you need to do that, sir. There's a reason why I don't follow OSINT accounts. This is the reason. Bro, shut the fuck up about Blue Sky, okay? If I want to learn about how, like, eating Kellogg's Frosted Flakes is ableist, then I'll go to Blue Sky, okay? The next time I want to hear about how, like, I don't know, like, queer theory needs to also factor in, like, I don't know, Aboriginal tribes or something, I'll go to Blue Sky, okay? Like, that's the most prescient, most important thing that I need to fucking worry about. Motherfucker, shut up about fucking Blue Sky. Update direct from Iranian media. New flights to Tehran, Isfahan, Shiraz, and all of the other airports in western Iran have been suspended. Iran state-affiliated Mehr news agency reports. Okay, this is more substantive. It's just like, if I want to read radical disabled queer praxis or something, like a poster saying shit like that, I'll go to Blue Sky, okay? What this means for you is like, what the possible Israeli airstrikes on Iranian soil mean for those with a learning disability and an eating disorder.
Lights in the skies above Iran have indicated within the past hour or so that flights have been changing their flight paths to avoid Iranian airspace. We're also aware that in the last half an hour or so, a NOTAM, a no-fly declaration has been made.
I didn't know you had this much smoke for Blue Sky. It's just like, it's fun to look at from the outside, but it's not something that I can utilize for real-time coverage because it's mostly shit that I talk about, like mostly shit that I meme about. That's what it is. And no, you can't get captions because they're broken.
Covert route for them might be from the west. So that piece of information, I think, is telling and important. And I think what first caught our attention here earlier on this evening, which could be completely unrelated, but a number of small earthquakes were recorded in several Iranian desert locations outside of cities. Now, there's no.
Bro, they got the earthquake gun on God, bro. That's it. I'm convinced, bro. Israel had the fucking earthquake gun this whole time, dude. Why'd they do that to Taiwan?
In other cities, we know
I'm
of at
kidding.
least
Please
two
don't take that seriously.
other cities where the local population that we cannot confirm at the moment, I should stress that, cannot confirm, have reported unexplained explosions. Now, of course, in Iran, people can be concerned about the possibility of this pending Israeli airstrike threat, and people can misread things that can be as much as an exploding tire on the road outside of where they live. So I stress all this information has to be tracked down. And of course, Iran controls the information flow inside the country, and the internet is not readily available, and Twitter is not readily available, and high-speed cellular network connection is not so ready for people. The Iranian government controls that because they want to control the message and information, whether it's about protests on the street or the explosions that may be happening in the country. So the fact that we're only through the news channels that are sanctioned by the government of Iran hearing about explosions in one city or close to one city, Isfahan, is only, as far as we can tell at the moment, part of the picture of what we think may be happening. But it's going to take time for us to look at what we're here, look at the details we're getting, cross-reference them, and try to get some better clarity on them.
Yeah, and Nick, as you're talking there, I just want to reset for people who may be just joining us. We can report now that there have been explosions heard inside of Iran near the city of Isfahan. That's about a few hundred miles south of Tehran. That's a city that is the third most populous city in Iran.
Iran is hiding this means a lot. They're preparing a military response, in my opinion. No, they could be just trying to, they could be also hiding it like they have in the past when Israel has, conducted military operations on Iranian soil without openly fucking stating it. But it doesn't. If you noticed, a lot of the Iranian information that's coming out, a lot of the Iranian information that's coming out from Iranian sources simply confirm explosions and never really says it's an Israeli strike. The only thing that we have to tie this back to Israel potentially, and even the ABC journalist who broke the story responded to me saying we haven't tied this back to Israel yet, was the ABC reporting coming from one U.S. official. One U.S. official stating that that Israel has struck Iran. That's it. And also, I guess Marco Rubio stating that Israel doesn't need to go into Iranian airspace to strike Iran. They have targeting and they have weapons that they can hit Iran with from Syrian and Iraqi airspace or something like that. But it is weird that there isn't more information on the matter. Isfahan is home to the Khatami Air Base and is located northeast of the city. Yeah, he's just tweeting this why is he fucking vague posting? Bro, stop vague posting like a fucking angsty teenager. What is happening? It's very odd. What's going on? Oh, I really can't be alone right now, said Marco Rubio. Ladies, are you up? I really can't be alone right now. I'm feeling some type of way. I'm in my feelings. Yo, I never believed in magic until I saw all my dogs turn to snakes. Okay, the fuck do you mean, bitch? Explain what you are saying. Israel has the ability to conduct airstrikes against targets inside Iran without entering the Iranian airspace from aircraft over Syrian and Iraqi airspace. Okay, what does that mean? Is that what's going on? Is that what's going on? You fucking asshole. Just say it. What is this vague posting? And then he's like, Isfahan is home to Khatami Air Base. Yeah, he just thought this is a convenient time to drop facts that he knows about Iran, maybe. Breaking, semi-official Iranian Fars News citing local sources. Reports that explosion was heard northwest of Isfahan. Yeah, he's Drake and driving currently. The Israeli Air Force attacked Iran for the first time in response to the Iranian attack on Saturday. This is how reports are flying in Iran and the United States. Alertness in Israel for the Iranian response. We are on a special broadcast on News 13. I mean, they don't know shit either. The thing is, they don't fucking know either. Nobody knows what the fuck's going on. Literally no one knows. Not a single official, with the exception of the ABC report, has said a single damn thing. If you don't know the Duke Ellington tune Isfahan, it's the perfect music to go out as the world ends. What? First recording of the famed swinging impressions of the Near and Far East, composed by Duke after his U.S. State Department World Tour and played by the great Ellington Band.
So this is, you know, a pretty serious turning point. I had commented earlier that, you know, it looks like the Iranians crossed the Rubicon by attacking or attempting to attack Israel proper. Well, the other side of that Rubicon appears now has been crossed by Israel. So, you know, where do we go from here?
Where do we go from here? The question
That's
of
crazy.
the hour. It just so happens that the CNN interviewed the Iranian foreign minister just 2 hours ago, live on this air. I want you to listen to what he told Aaron Burnett.
Our response to the Israeli regime was limited and stayed within a minimum of frameworks. We will not continue. However, in case the Israeli regime embarks on adventurism again and takes action against the interests of Iran, the next response from us will be immediate and at a maximum level. It will be decisive.
As a trained intelligence official, when you hear that pretty absolutist language, it will be immediate and at a maximum level.
God.
It will be decisive. What do you hear?
Well, I take him at his word. I think, you know, right now the Iranian regime is very hard line, more so than perhaps in Iran's history. And so I take him at his word. I think they will.
MAP is a direct transposition of the NOTAM, the Notice the Airmen.
How can this be?
And it's the entire Iraq-Iran border.
It can be at all. But I take seriously what he's saying, and I believe the Iranians will respond. And I don't believe they can't stand another embarrassment like the first attack where they mounted this massive
attack. This guy being put in prison for treason already? Who, me?
Director Clapper, please stand by for us. I want to go live now to the Pentagon where Oren Lieberman is there standing by. Oren, anything you're hearing right now from military officials in this country?
Not at this point. Right now, U.S. officials are being very quiet.
This is crazy.
Here. We haven't gotten confirmation.
Not crazy. Not as crazy as forgetting to run the top of the hour ad break and then running it 17 minutes in, but still crazy nonetheless. Here's the 3-minute ad break right now. I'm going to go pee.
Minister Yoav Gallant. So it's difficult to see the situation we're playing out right now with reports of explosions in Isfahan, Iran, as well as some explosions in Syria and Iraq as anything other than the Israeli response that they had been promising. A few interesting points to make here. Over the course of the past 6 months, we have seen Israel openly talk about some of its strikes in Lebanon, a smaller number in Syria. Here, it seems, if this is indeed Israel once again choosing to be quiet. And this is a policy they had followed for many, many years, not talking about actions and strikes that they would carry out in Syria, sometimes in Iraq. There were a number of reasons for that. One of those was simply not to be seen as boasting or bragging about an attack, not to add insult to injury. So potentially, Israel once again following that policy right now, aware of not only how sensitive the entire situation in the region is, but also the desire of the United States not to see the situation escalate anymore here. Now the question of explosions in Syria and Iraq. If Israel were to have attacked Iran, how would they do so, knowing that some of the countries that aided in the defense from the Iranian attack several days ago did not want to see anything coming through their airspace once again? Jordan, for example, would be an example of that. So how would Israel, if it wanted to seek out to strike Iran? Obviously, the obvious choice there is going through Syria and then over Iraq, directly into Iran, likely with some sort of long-range missile taken from a fighter jet. Now the question of where does this go from here? I'll go back to Erin Burnett's interview with the Iranian foreign minister, which aired, as you pointed out, just a couple of hours ago. Despite the fact that that was a completely ineffective Iranian attack on Israel, the foreign minister claimed victory. So it'll be interesting to see how they describe this attack when they're able to say more. Do they simply call it a complete failure? And what does that mean for their response? That's something the U.S. and, in all likelihood, Israel are right now watching very closely. Abby, one more question. The countries that participated in the defense of the Iranian attack, given the fact that this was, or at least appears to be, the Israeli response, do they do so again, given what we're looking at here? And that's another question that the U.S. and others have to answer.
A lot of questions at this hour, Oren. Thank you.
This is a little bit unrelated to the situation that's ongoing, but my dad came back from Turkey and he brought back some of my fucking figurines, including this Kevin Garnett Celtics figurine that I used to have and a shit ton of others. Remember when I told you guys that I played with toys until like a very late age? Here is Steve Nash, Scarface. Don't know why I had this one. Damn, this shit is like dirty. Oh, this one was sick. Punisher, Frank Castle, that I think I put like another person's like military gear on as well. That I put like different action figures military gear on. This was from Medal of Honor. A lot of these things, like I remember this vividly. This had a Thompson gun, but I think it's gone now. This is a Medal of Honor World War II soldier. Conan the Barbarian. Look at the articulation on this bad boy. I don't remember what this is, but it's a zomber with its head blown out, but like a zombie soldier with his head blown out. I don't even know what that's from. I also don't know what this one is from either. Showing toys while Iran is being bombed. Yeah. And this as well. I don't know. I'll show you guys more in a little bit. Spoiled child. Yes, I am a spoiled child, but it might be Spawn. Some of this stuff I didn't even care for. I just simply had because they had like some level of articulation. But yeah. Wow, no one cares? Well, maybe you don't, but I'm sure there's a lot of people who do care in the chat.
In the sky above Iran. My language is incredibly careful here because we don't know what's actually happening in the skies there. We don't know what aircraft are there. There's a broad supposition that this could be an Israeli strike, but we don't have confirmation of that. We know Israel's been talking about striking back, but we don't know what's happening. We can piece together the picture. Something untoward is happening in the skies above Iran, and there are explosions close to a city that has a principal nuclear research facility, as well as multiple military bases. Again, we don't know the precise locations of these explosions, but we do know that they appear to be ongoing in pattern, at least as recently as the last half an hour. We also know that we've been tracking some other reports that have not yet come on Iranian state media. These have been social media reports. They have not yet come on state media in Iran, in a couple of other cities. So let's be cautious about that information for the moment as we try to piece together at least what we know the state media is reporting in Iran.
That caution is important. I'm glad that you reiterated it. We've been telling our audience all hour so far that this is just really preliminary information, but these images, as you said, certainly seem to indicate that something is happening in Iran tonight. Nick, do stand by for us. We are getting word right now from Iran that flights into Tehran and Isfahan have been suspended. CNN military analyst and retired Major General Spider Marks is here with us as well. General Marks, what do these images tell you? I see it almost looks as if dawn is on the verge of breaking there, but I'm seeing in my eye multiple flashes of bright light in the sky. What do you see?
You guys thought I was joking when I said there's like...
Well, first of all, what we have to keep in mind is, as Nick described, is there is a litany of assumptions that everybody is making right now, and we're trying to piece all this together. One assumption is, was the United States apprised before Israel? If Israel made a strike, another assumption. Was the United States apprised a priori? If there was a strike, was it a series of cruise missiles? that were launched from Israel or launched from a fighter en route Iran that never hit Iran airspace, but in fact released those cruise missiles? What was the ordnance on those cruise missiles? Damage assessment on the ground? Were there multiple engagements? Was this
Woman on ABC just said it's not a hyperbole to be concerned about a possible global conflict. Can't believe people got mad at you for that. Yes, because people are fucking stupid, and they literally are only they only care about one thing, and that's just like fuck us on. They don't think.
The mother of all bombs?
They just react. They're reactionary.
Released a number of years ago in Afghanistan. Those have because they're so large, about 30,000 pounds.
Notice language.
Can they be released by
An American official told Al Jazeera, we're aware of reports about Israel launching a strike inside.
Possibly an F-15 that was equipped
Iran
appropriately. The empty weight of an F-15 plus the loaded weight underneath, you'd be right at the hair in terms of the distance, the tolerance, and the ability to do that. But again, I mean, these are all assumptions that we're making that will be pieced together here shortly.
Very shortly, we hope, because certainly there's a lot of speculation going on right now about what might have happened here. I do want to go back to Alex Marquardt. Alex, you have some new reporting. What are you learning?
Well, just to answer the general question there, Abby, there was a sense among U.S. officials that if there were a counterattack by Israel against Iran, that the U.S. would be warned about it, not just as a courtesy, because the U.S. is Israel's closest ally and its biggest supporter in terms of military aid and certainly in this war in Gaza, but also because an Iranian retaliation could significantly put American troops in harm's way. Of course, there are American troops in Syria, as well as Iraq. There are American ships throughout the Middle East. And so there was a sense from senior officials who I've been speaking with for the past few days that if Israel decided to carry something out, that they...
Told you. And also, America needs to prep up defenses, too, against Iranian retaliation.
Of what the U.S. knew and when. So, again, to underscore that we do not know right now whether Israel has carried out any kind of strike. But I want to emphasize something that I learned a couple days ago, Abby, and that is the U.S. expectation. They had been told by Israeli officials that were there to be a counterattack, and that was the expectation. And we have been expecting something from Israel over the course of the past few days. That it would be, to quote one official, limited in scope. And what that would mean is essentially, we think, a handful of strikes. Another official was saying a kinetic attack against, say, military targets. Again, back to Israel's efforts to try to thread the needle in terms of sending a message to Iran, hitting back at Iran without escalating this situation. I was just speaking with a senior U.S. official just moments ago.
That's insane. That is not escalating the situation. Are you fucking serious? That definitely is escalating
Nuclear
the situation.
Facilities. So we're talking about Isfahan. We're talking about the nuclear facility that is there. And I'm being told now by a U.S. official that their understanding from Israeli officials was that they would not go after any nuclear facilities in a counterattack. Again, we do not know that the explosions happened near there or at that facility, and we again don't know whether Israel carried out any kind of attack. But that certainly was the understanding from U.S. officials. One more thing, Abby, is that the U.S. thought that Israel was going to do something and strike back at Iran because of that attack last weekend. But the U.S. firmly did not want Israel to do this. And in speaking with this senior official just moments ago, that person said, there was no green light from the U.S. for any kind of retaliatory attack against Iran. Now, the U.S. is not.
If Taylor Swift drops an album instead of fucking condemning the Zionist apartheid regime, I'm going to lose it, okay? She's fake.
Israel's war in Gaza. The U.S. certainly has a large amount of leverage, and the U.S., along with close allies,
so
France
unrelated,
and
but
Britain, who, mind you, helped helped defend Israel last weekend, other members of the G7, they all wanted Israel to, in the words of the White House, take the win, recognize that they had been attacked by Iran on a massive scale, and done a very, very good job at defending themselves, knocking some 99% of the projected.
She announced this album months ago, like, yeah, exactly. It's really fucked up that Israel would ruin her album release by doing this. Am I right? Come on, Swifties. You must be with me. Think about it. She literally announced months ago that she was gonna fucking drop this album release, and now Israel chooses to strike. They couldn't wait like 3 fucking days so that we could listen to it as Swifties, because I am one. We couldn't listen to it for like 3 whole days, and then maybe we could go back to World War III. It's kind of fucked up. Swifties, I'm with you. Just remember that I'm with you. Remember the Swiftie that actually refused to serve for the Israeli occupying force and had to go to prison. Remember that? She was also a Swiftie. I am a Swiftie. I'm with her. So think about that.
Others have said in these past few moments, the foreign minister of Iran saying very clearly right here on CNN that they are very willing to hit back hard, hit back quickly, and expand the kind of targets that they tried to go after last weekend, which, as far as we know, were just military. Abby?
Alex, as you're talking there, we're just getting some new information. Iran is now saying that its air defense systems have been activated, seemingly indicating there was some kind of attack that transpired in its airspace. As we're talking now, I want to bring in political global affairs analyst Barak Ravid. Barak, I know that you are working your sources inside of Israel, inside of the U.S. government, to find out as much as you can about what's going on here tonight. What are you hearing?
I don't hear much from the Israelis. One of Netanyahu's aides,
what happened, Barak?
I spoke to just minutes
ago. I thought you had inside sources, Barak. What happened?
Me no comment. But on the other hand, it's 5 a.m. now in Israel, and he was awake. So I think it tells you a lot, even if he says no comment. Nothing much also from the Biden administration. All the officials I try to reach are in radio silence right now. But I think it's pretty clear to everybody what's going on. There's what seems to be quite a significant airstrike in Iran near Isfahan, and the air defense systems were activated. And I think it's fair to say that I cannot think of any other country right now, other than Israel, that has any interest or motivation to conduct such a strike in Iran.
It's an important point. Look, as you were hearing Alex Marquardt just a little while ago telling us what he had been hearing from U.S. officials, which is that they had been getting something that seemed to be parameters from the Israelis about what may or may not be fair game if there were to be a counterattack. According to Alex's sources, that they were not going to go after nuclear facilities. We do know that Isfahan there is a nuclear facility there, and just in February, Iran said that it started to build a research center there. So we know that. There's also an army facility near Isfahan as well. Do you hear anything on the Israeli side about what they think would be within the parameters of a counterattack?
Yeah, this is from a senior defense correspondent at Channel 13 inside of Israel. Based on the reports from Iran and the U.S., this is a limited and targeted attack on one Air Force base near Isfahan. Official Israel does not address the reports. Oh, great! I'm glad that it was limited and targeted, dude, as opposed to indiscriminately firebombing the entire nation.
What the Israelis were trying to do is to conduct a strike that will be a retaliation on the one hand against a military target in Iran, but on the other hand will not be too big so that it would push Iran for an even bigger attack than they conducted last Saturday. And I think it's a very, it's a very complicated balancing act. I'm not sure the Israelis are calculating well enough Iranian intentions and the Iranian willingness to retaliate again for this Israeli strike. And I think the next...
Why are you saying Channel 13 isn't reliable? The Israeli teenager I talked to earlier today said he relies on Channel 13 alongside Yosef Haddad after saying Haaretz is biased and bad and laughing about Ofer Kasif.
Maximalist response to any kind of Israeli activity in Iran, essentially. As you just
I thought
noted,
he said 13. He said Channel 14.
It's a question of whether the Israelis made the right calculation. If that is in fact the case, do you think that inside of Israel there would be some second guessing about the wisdom of a counterattack?
Well, I think that I don't know if to call it a hope or an assessment, but what I heard from Israeli officials in the last few days is that they think that the Iranians will retaliate, but...
This is so funny. Iran's going to go after Israel's nukes per the IRGC, bro. Chatter's got the IRGC in his back pocket.
It won't be a wider retaliation than the one they conducted last Saturday, and then, both sides will call it a day. But again, it's all assumptions. Nobody knows what the Iranians are going to do, and we can only look at what they were saying publicly. And you just said it a minute ago. They said that their response will be stronger than the initial attack on Saturday. And if that's the case, we might find ourselves in this, escalation after escalation after escalation that can lead us to a regional war.
Where does it end, Barak? I mean, where does the confidence come that after one retaliation and then another response that it might stop?
Until this moment, there has been no air attack from outside the borders of Isfahan or other parts of the country, and they have only made a failed and humiliating attempt to fly quadcopters, and the quadcopters have also been shot down. The news of the American media is not true. What is this? News sources have said that 3 explosions were heard near Army hunting base in the northwest of Isfahan. The defense is activated in response to an object that is likely to be a small bird. It is said that the Army radar is one of the possible targets, and the windows of several office buildings have been broken. Fars report us pictures in the front of the Shakari base.
You for all of that. CNN's Paula Hancock is in Beirut for us now. Paula, you are hearing now from the Iranians. What are they saying?
Well, Abby, what we have heard is the Iranians pointing out that if there was some kind of an Israeli response, if it went after Iranian assets, then the president, Ebrahim Raisi, said that the response from Iran...
Small drone, probably, right? I assume they're saying small drone, not small bird. That'd be funny.
A more dangerous response. Now, as far as Tehran was concerned, after the drone and the missile attacks of last weekend, almost as that attack was still ongoing on Israeli soil, we heard from Tehran that they said this has been concluded. So as far as they were concerned, at least as far as they said publicly, that was in response for the Israeli attack on the diplomatic compound in Syria, which they said they felt as if it were on their home soil, on Iranian soil. They said it was a diplomatic compound, and that was their response to that. They were very clear that they believed that was the end of it, something which Alex reporting has shown as well, that the US was hoping would be the case. But clearly we have heard from the Israeli side that is not the end of it, that they would be responding at some point as well. But from the Iranian side, we have also heard just yesterday, local time, on Thursday, from a Revolutionary Guards commander who's in charge.
Hassan, I thought you didn't cover breaking news. There's an exception. Genuinely curious. I hope that, you know what, every day we inch closer and closer to full-blown nuclear annihilation, and I welcome it when I get genuinely curious chatters like this, which is the new Just Curious. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Don't you think that this is a little bit different? Don't you think that this is a little bit different than like a random fucking shooting that has occurred? I don't know. Okay, fair. Oh, okay, fair, I guess. January 6th was breaking news too.
Israeli nuclear assets
I'm going to
for example,
kiss myself.
And that they
I
could
will.
Go,
I'm going to kiss
those
myself.
Assets. Now, of course, a lot of this...
I'm not over here... Thank you. I'm not over here speculating on like whether or not a mass shooter is trans, okay? It's a little bit different looking at mainstream media coverage and also openly trying to parse through a shit ton of the misinformation. But like I said, like I have joked so many fucking times over, nukes could be launching right now and chatters would still be like, Hassan, you're a fake socialist. I just wanted to let you know that my final message before we die, before we perish from this earth, is that you're a fake socialist and I hate you, and have fun in your nice fucking Hollywood mansion surrounded by your loved ones, which is an own, I guess.
That city contains is a facility that converts uranium ore into yellow cake, and eventually that gets enriched and then becomes a nuclear weapon. So the why I think that could possibly be a target, going back to what General Marks said, is because Israel wants to show Iran that it has the capability to reach out and get to that facility. Now, we don't know if that specific facility was attacked. They could have just attacked around a military target around it in there in some cases. But the message I believe Israel would be sending, or hypothetically, is that they can get to that facility. That's an important facility because it's the second step in how nuclear bombs are made. And if Israel can take that linchpin out, then the Iran nuclear program is
like, notice how fast they've started talking about how valid this target is. They don't even know what the target is yet. We don't even know. They're like, we don't know what the target is, but if it is this, then it's such a good target to hit. I mean, my dick is hard thinking about how dope it was that Israel hit Iranian soil.
So, Major General, just as you were speaking, we are now hearing that there have been explosions near an army base there in Isfahan. What do we know about the military capabilities that are located in that area?
Well, they're likely air defense platforms. They have those kind of weapon systems protecting all of their nuclear facilities here. So again, Israel decides to attack, come due east across Iran, takes out air defense platforms that exist in there. And to General Marx's point, do they attack with a cruise missile? I likely think that they used manned aircraft in this kind of operation to ensure.
Yeah. The attack attributed to Israel in Iran. There is currently no Israeli confirmation. The response was planned in such a way that Iran could contain the attack, although even for the assassination of the Iranian general, the intelligence did not estimate that Iran would respond with a missile attack. This is actually interesting. This is honest. Exactly. Military correspondent for Khan News says this. As we found out, Israel was like, oopsie, we didn't think Iran would retaliate if we killed a bunch of their fucking generals in a goddamn embassy compound, which they did. So now they're bombing Iranian soil, and I suspect that the consideration is still the same. Will Iran respond? I mean, oops, we didn't think that when they said we are going to retaliate swiftly with the might, with all of our might or whatever. I didn't think that that was real. Now, having said that, it might not be. It might not be a real retaliation, judging by how timid Iranian retaliation has been, how calculated Iranian retaliation has been consistently. While the world is showing that they are going to unconditionally defend Israel and offer political cover for Israel, whether it is doing a genocide or whether it is violating the sovereignty of other countries in the region, and only attack and respond politically when you retaliate, a lot of regional actors feel alone, that the rule-based international order is completely fucking fraudulent, which everyone already knew. So this puts Iran in a weird predicament as well, because it has to demonstrate strength. It has to project some semblance of strength, considering that Israel has no interest in stopping. And also, why would they? Nobody's fucking telling them to stop. Iran has allies? Not necessarily. Iran has strategic partnerships. I wouldn't say they're allies. I suppose that after the Iran's failed attack, Israel will do whatever they want because they are not scared anymore. Yeah, brother, see, this is exactly the kind of fucking attitude that I really hope dumbass Israeli officials don't have. Okay? Like, I hope this attitude is only relegated to Kevin Lomaxda and not like the actual fucking defense minister, Yoav Gallant. You know what I mean? Because if they're operating on this fucking idiotic assessment, then, well, that spells trouble. Thank God it's only Kevin so far that thinks that. I hope. Fars news agency reports that 3 explosions were heard near a military base northwest of Isfahan. Fars adds that a radar site may have been targeted. I do hope that it's just literally nothing. Like, this is just like a silly billy, very, very, very minor, no damage had, just like, oh, we have the capacity to fucking strike you, but we won't type shit. And then Iran's like, yeah, look how humiliated Israel is because they didn't actually hit anything. And the Western media is lying about the damage in order to fucking cope with the reality that Israel is scared of Iran's might. And then we just fucking end it there. Considering that they have not already retaliated, who knows? Who knows what it might be? But that, I feel like, is the best possible outcome here.
Control, because again, you've been showing the video yourself of the Iranian foreign minister threatening devastating responses should Israel attack Iran, which it certainly looks like they have done now.
Are there any more levers available to the United States to cool this down?
Well, I think President Biden has been doing his best, and you would think that he would have a lot of credibility because it was actually on Saturday. U.S. forces were defending Israel and shooting down actual missiles and drones that were headed to Israel. So that should buy a lot of goodwill. But clearly, the Israeli war cabinet was not listening to President Biden. And I assume they're now counting on the U.S. to protect Israel once again from any possible Iranian retaliation. So I would say that the U.S. certainly has some leverage, but it's obviously pretty limited.
Yeah, and up until this point, it has not been enough to change the actions of Israel. They are a sovereign country, but They rely very heavily, as you pointed out, on the United States for protection and also for weaponry. Max, stand by for us. I want to go to Spider Marks. He's standing by, reiterating the news here for folks who are tuning in right now. 3 explosions have been heard near an army base inside of Iran, near the city called Isfahan. That is a very large city, the 3rd largest in Iran. It's one where we know there is a nuclear base, but there is also a military base as well. Spider Marks, tell us more about what the military capabilities are in that area. And if there was something targeted there, what could it be?
Clearly, you're going to find a military capability, primarily air defense, in the vicinity of these enrichment facilities. So not surprising at all. And also, when you go back to the nuclear deal that was signed a number of years ago that the United States
It's so funny when people find out when I joke about like, oh, we're bringing on General Spider Rapist. Like they don't realize that I'm actually making a joke about a real person that CNN brings on all the time.
The enrichment, and then transport or move that enrichment to a military facility.
He's not the only one. There's a bunch of generals with like psychopathic names like that.
With very short movement requirements, distribution requirements, that might be difficult to detect. So it's not surprising at all. And so going after an enrichment facility
Mad Dog Mattis.
Ideally, we certainly don't know what took place, but there will be a requirement to do some very thorough.
Generals love fucking getting like weird ass names, bro. They literally get like they get funny ass names off of like how badly they did war crimes.
Iranian nuclear progress, the development of this capability. There has to be an assessment of what they accomplished. If it was simply to describe a capability that the Iranians have, it's no mystery to the world that the Iranians can conduct military operations along multiple lines of effort simultaneously. We see that right now. Hezbollah, Hamas, efforts elsewhere in the region, and then conducting this strike into Iran. I mean, this is quite amazing, not surprising entirely. The Israelis have this incredibly capable military force. So if they're not sending a message, they're trying to achieve a result.
See, okay, there you go. Iranian officials and outlets are claiming that all explosions heard tonight are due to interceptions and that no explosions have occurred on the ground. Dude, regardless of how limited this fucking strike was, it's still insane, okay? The fact that it happened at all is a direct shot, not at Israel, not at Iran, is a direct shot at America, okay? Biden's out here being like, please keep doing the genocide in Rafah. We were lying. We were wrong, okay? We were lying and we were fucking wrong when we said you can't do the Rafah genocide. Just keep genociding the Palestinians. Just don't strike Iran. And then like the next hour, they're like, yeah, oh, I'm sorry. Did you say strike Iranian soil directly? Because I think we got the wrong, it cut out a little bit in the conversation that we were having. And I think you meant strike Iran. No, the IRGC did not say they're going to target Israeli nuclear sites in response. The IRGC talked about the potential for striking Israeli nuclear targets earlier before the strike happened. I think that's what you're confusing this with. Unless there's something new happening. I can't believe Iran is playing the nothing happened card. I mean, it doesn't seem to be that severe considering that people did hear explosions. There are Iranian chatters and shit. But I haven't seen a single fucking piece of footage, not one, from the actual explosion. That is a little bit unique. And the only thing that you guys have sent me so far have been explosions from other places.
For over the past hour, this is a very visible strike. And now we have this confirmation that this was indeed Israel that is attacking Iran. So major questions now, where we go from here. We have to get a much better sense. Indeed, Israel and the U.S. have to have a much better sense of what was struck, what the damage was done, in order to be able to try to predict how Iran might respond. But we have gotten some very serious words from a whole range of Iranian officials over the course of the past few days, the latest of whom was this Iranian foreign minister in New York with our colleague Aaron Burnett tonight, warning that if Israel were to attack Iran, that they would strike back hard, that they would expand their range of targets beyond just military, like last weekend, to include civilian, financial, and others, and that they could do so immediately. One thing to note from the foreign minister's interview, he said that they would not be going after U.S. targets unless the U.S. were somehow directly involved. I was told very firmly by a U.S. official not too long ago that the U.S. certainly did not give the green light to this Israeli operation. What we have heard all week long from senior administrators.
What are you doing, bro? What is BRICS info? What is BRICS info? What is this? What is this? What is this? What are you doing? Bro, just send me Hinkeldink as a fucking source. Hey, up next on BRICS News, dude. Fucking, this is good stuff. This is an educational moment for chatters to understand, like, a little bit more media literacy. Now, some of these accounts will get shit right sometimes, okay? That doesn't mean you should trust them because they do not have a reliable way of verifying information. It's no different to me than sending me like the octopus that picked the right presidential candidate 8 years in a fucking row. It's literally no different than that octopus, okay? I don't know how many fucking picks that octopus made. Why am I watching local news programming right now? It's crazy. Do not insult him. I'm sorry. But that's what it is. It's the same fucking energy. This is the guy who tweets from that account. Well, I take back everything I said. It does seem unironically like BRICS info is pretty reliable. Yeah, I trust Matt with my life, dog. Thank you for understanding changing opinions. Yeah. Bro, check OSINT Brad DEFCON USA is a reliable source. Yeah.
Of course, there could have been other military units that the Israelis thought was high value targets.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but if you want to send me reliable information, send it from the fucking war perverts, not OSINT accounts, but dudes that work for like the FDD, okay? I hate to admit this, but they are probably going to be the only source of reliable information in moments like this. It sucks. Yeah, the Foundation for Defending Democracy. Yes, you heard me, okay? Think Tank Foreign Policy Andes are still going to be, and even they are unreliable in real time, but at least they are fucking a little bit more reliable than OSINT guys who are looking at those guys and reposting their posts anyway. And also some Telegram shit. Like BNO News is not great either, but this is at least like something that I've seen a lot. Flytux is a little bit more reliable, I guess, and that's where BNO News is getting their information from. But yeah, there's been no airstrike in Isfahan or other parts of the country. They only made a failed and humiliating attempt to fly quadcopters, and they were all shot down. God, I hate Marco Rubio.
One of the big questions, of course, is also what is Israel's long-term strategy? Is it seeking to prevent a nuclear weapon?
It seems for people who are saying, like, should I be worried? We don't know yet. We don't know what Iran will do in retaliation, but it does feel like the Iranian statements that have come out thus far have been very restrained, considering the minimal impact that this attack had. It still is a violation, but I guess they don't consider this to be as severe of a violation as the red lines that they said they would have. Fars News Agency is good, obviously. This morning, some local sources reported this was. We covered this already, yeah. Some local sources reported the sound similar to an explosion was heard in the west of Tabriz city. Investigated by Fars reporters show that there was no explosion in Tabriz, and the air defense fired upon seeing a suspicious object. Tabriz Air Defense is located in the area of Wadi Rahmat in the north of the city. This defense overlooks the city of Tabriz and is located at a distance about 2 to 3 kilometers from Tabriz refinery and petrochemical. Currently, Tabriz is in complete peace. What? Air raid sirens activated in northern Israel. Yeah, I mean, that's probably like Lebanese posh shots. It's different. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this is, I don't know if it's because we're hyper focusing on it now. But something to remember is that given the fact that we do not fucking know, yeah, there you go. Iranian state TV is reporting that several small drones were shot down in the airspace of Isfahan province. So here's the thing. given the fact that America said, don't fucking strike Iran, please, we'll let you do the genocide in Gaza, just don't strike Iran. And then Israel still struck Iran, albeit with a tiny fucking, with a minuscule attack, with an anemic attack. It still opens up the opportunity. It still potentially opens up the opportunity for Iran to retaliate. Like, there's no guarantee they're not going to retaliate in this circumstance. So the fact that Israel was able to say, fuck you, and push away American calls for restraint is again, another big fuck you to the United States of America. A Brazilian femboy I follows breaks news. They are trustworthy. Yeah, exactly. A U.S. official confirms to me that Israel had carried out a strike against Iran. Both the official and another senior U.S. official say Israel indicated they would not attack nuclear targets. U.S. didn't greenlight this attack, the second official told me. Just another fuck you, dude, because there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee Iran doesn't retaliate. It seems like they won't, but I'm saying you don't know that before you do this attack. And Israel still did the attack. In response, ours as a treat if they promise not to strike. I'm sure we'll hear about how privately. I said, very cool that Israel gets the gamble on the Iranian response. Hours after Biden told them they could invade Rafah as a treat if they promise not to strike Iran, I'm sure we'll hear about how privately mad he is. Iran ground commercial aircraft across a wide area as the state-run media report air systems firing and the sound of explosions near the city of Isfahan. James Clapper weighed in on CNN. Predicts that Iran may strike back more strongly against Israel than its failed attack last week. I don't know. No. If that was going to happen, it would have happened already, I think. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. That is the gamble when you strike Iranian soil. But yeah, here, Itamar Ben-Gvir calling to dismantle the war cabinet yesterday due to their inaction. Pressure was clearly mounting on the coalition internally, too. In Gaza, pictures of thousands bathing at the beach. In the north, Hezbollah saw that the conception cabinet was not responding to the attack of hundreds of missiles from Iran into Israeli territory, so it raised its head and took an aggressive step against us that today cost us wounded fighters. It's time to dismantle the conception cabinet. Does he mean war cabinet? Stop the policy of inclusion and proportionality and show our enemies that the landlord has gone mad. What? The landlord? Does he think that he owns the land all around, like all the way to Israel? Like, what's happened? I mean, all the way to Iran? Or is that just a translation mistake? Just what he calls a war cabinet? Okay. As long as the current policy of the conception cabinet continues, unfortunately, absolute victory is getting further and further away. Bro, who's he talking to? Like, sure, there's a lot of further right-wing motherfuckers out there than Benjamin Netanyahu. But it's wild that he's just always getting like 1K fucking likes on tweets like this. It's like, bro, you ain't got the fucking juice. You know what I mean? What is this? God, dude, get on Ozempic, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Make something of yourself. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ. Go work out, dumbass. Maybe you'll be less hateful, you know? He's like, bro, I swear to God, I'm going to fucking disband the war cabinet, bro. I swear. If you don't let me do genocide right now, I'm going to fucking do it. That didn't work on Meatball Ron. Bro, please stop sending me the same fucking person saying I'm in Isfahan and I didn't feel the explosion. Please, I got it, okay? I got it. That person didn't see the explosion, okay? I know. I promise. I don't care. I do care, however, about official Iranian news sources and what they say. I think that the reason why we care about this is because the reason why we care about this is not only because of the potential damage. The major reason why we care about this is because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Fuck you. I doubt Iran responds. If it does, it could hit something sensitive in Israel, which in turn would lead Israel to conduct a more severe strike and an escalation cycle that ends in nuclear facilities hit in both countries. Neither side wants this. They just want to save face and establish deterrence. Exactly. I agree. Can we watch Iranian news? No, because none of you speak Farsi. I'm not going to fucking sit here and try to understand what the fuck's going on by looking at Iranian news. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Inside Israel, the conception is used to refer to the way of thinking before October 7th. So the conception cabinet basically means pussy cabinet. It's so funny because Itamar Ben-Gvir is the biggest pussy of all time. Like, oh God. IDF says the alarms in the north were false alarms. Do you guys understand? Here's what we have right now. A couple hours ago, there were reports coming out that there were explosions being heard in Syria, explosions being heard in Iraq, and explosions being heard inside of Iran. Immediately, the explosions being reported inside of Iran being in Isfahan made people think that it was at the nuclear site. However, it seems like, especially because of how limited the information was, okay, it seems like it wasn't that severe. However, it's still a big gamble. Why is it a big gamble? Because you don't know what Iran is going to do in retaliation. And it's especially a big gamble because the United States of America said, don't do it. Okay? The nuclear site in Isfahan is reportedly okay, according to the Fars News agency. The nuclear facility in Isfahan is completely safe. The report of some foreign media about the incident in this facility is incorrect. So, like I said, even if Israel did not demonstrate their full power, their full striking capability here, it still doesn't matter. Because what if Iran did retaliate? That was always a very realistic outcome, considering that they said they would. So the fact that they still tried it to be like, here's our deterrence, either A, means that they just genuinely believe in Iranian restraint, which could be the case, but it's still a fucking major gamble regardless because it's an unknown situation. The point I'm trying to make, I guess, is that it is an unknown escalation that will potentially be met with maybe even disproportionate response from a foreign adversary that America said, don't fuck with them. And they did this right after there were news reports coming out from the Biden team saying, one, we are vetoing the Palestinian statehood recognition for you, Israel. And two, if you want to fucking invade Rafah, go ahead. As a treat, we will let you invade Rafah and continue your genocide. Just please don't strike Iran. The fact that Israel still turned around and struck Iran, albeit with a very anemic retaliation, is still fucked up. It's still a big fuck you. It almost feels like if Biden said, please, Israel, strike Iran, Israel would go, you know what, fuck it, we're not going to do that. It's like opposite day over there. Whatever Biden says, the war cabinet does the exact opposite. The fuck's happening? So maybe, hopefully this means they won't invade motherfucking Rafah either, because Biden was like, you can invade Rafah. Just kidding. Of course that's not going to happen. They're going to do both. Does not sound like nuclear sites were targeted. Military targets only. U.S. was notified in advance. Escalation was not the objective. Israel demonstrating its capability to reach inside of Iran at will. That is a step taken tonight to begin restoring deterrence. It's so funny that the FDD guy, Richard Goldberg, is saying this. Like Iran doesn't know that Israel has the capability of reaching inside of Iran. Israel has reached inside of Iran before. The fuck are we talking about? Both through cyber attacks and also with direct targeting. What do you mean? And yeah, he's wrong. The United States was notified in advance, but the United States did not greenlight it. So there's that part too. Senior U.S. official tells Marquard TA, Alex Marquard, Chief National Security Correspondent, that Israel informed the U.S., but we didn't endorse the response. Do you think the U.S. warned Iran through back channels? Fuck no, I don't think so. But I don't know, but I would doubt it. It's so funny that, like, this is, I think, mathematically the worst possible outcome for Biden. Like, I can't comprehend it. It literally feels like more of a fuck you to Biden than it is to Iran. Sending fucking like quadcopter drones or whatever the fuck they sent in that will easily be swatted away by any capable country's anti-aircraft defense systems is literally less of a fuck you to Iran than it is to Biden, especially after Biden was like, don't do it. Don't fucking do it, Jack. What is happening here? I mean, it could be multiple different reasons. Like our chatter brought up, that internal pressure from the war cabinet that demands a response that directly strikes Iran could be part of the reason. Bro, Ben-Gvir isn't seen as a pussy by his followers. He's literally seen as a strongman and a thug. This is how he presents himself. Just watch the video of him pulling out a gun on an Arab security guard from 2021. I remember this, dude. I remember this. His voice is breaking. Shut up, bitch. Fucking pig. No, I refuse. You cannot say escalation was not the objective when Israel bombed an embassy and attacked, doing ironically the most minimal casualty count. And now the response is to fire back, hoping there's no escalation. No, I think it's fucking stupid. I think Israel is that stupid to some degree. Or at least like they're communicating to Western media that they are that stupid. Because if they were genuinely worried that they would come across like fucking dumbasses, there wouldn't be a New York Times article today, literally with the headline, Israel didn't think killing Iranian generals in an embassy compound would be worthy of a missile strike retaliation from Iran. So even if they genuinely are that stupid, or they're just presenting themselves as such, they are trying to communicate to the rest of the world that they are that fucking dumb. I personally think they're not that fucking dumb. I think that they do want to escalate the conflict, and they're going to keep prodding and pushing and pushing and pushing, trying to warrant some kind of response from Iran, with the hopes that it will inevitably bring the United States of America into the conflict in a very meaningful way.
Really important reporting. We'll continue to go to you as well. Important note that on February 26th of just this year, a nuclear watchdog report did suggest that Iran is enriching uranium to 60%. It's an important figure because weapons-grade uranium needs to be enriched to 90% to make a bomb. And just earlier on our own airwaves, the Iranian foreign minister was speaking to CNN. This is before the strikes, and said in case the Israeli regime embarks on adventurism again and takes action against the interests of Iran, the next response from us will be immediate and at a maximum level. It will be decisive. That was the Iranian foreign minister speaking to CNN earlier this evening. I want to bring in CNN Pentagon correspondent Oren Lieberman. Oren, you reported in the region for a very long time. What is Israel's message now with this strike?
A large part of that depends on the damage on the ground, and we'll get a better sense of that in the coming hours and days. But if the initial reports coming out of Iran are correct, and it is fairly minor or relatively small damage, then the message from Israel is simply to point out that they have the capability to do this. It's not just Iran that can fire hundreds of miles and hit Israel. Israel has the capability to do that exact same thing right back to Iran. And Isfahan is an interesting choice there because of the nuclear facilities. At least in the initial reports, it doesn't seem like that's what Israel was going after in this strike, but it's a clear message to Iran that if this escalation continues and gets out of control, it is well within Israel's capabilities to hit Iran's nuclear facilities. That looks like the message being sent here. Of course, now the question, does Iran follow through on the promise made by the foreign minister and others to retaliate for this attack and fire back? Is Iran going to fire more ballistic missiles and drones at Israel? And what happens in that case? The U.S. position is clear. The U.S. will try to help intercept any launches as early as possible that are targeting Israel. It's the other countries and the other partners in the region that are the question mark here. They participated, for example, Jordan intercepting foreign objects in its airspace over its territory and participating in the interception of that Iranian attack several days ago. Do they do that again? Are they willing to take that step? Or now that they see that this is Israel's retaliation, do they step out of that? It's a much bigger task for the U.S. if they have to defend the airspace on their own. That's one of the key questions here. We haven't seen the Pentagon comment at this point. We haven't heard a public statement from military officials, but just like the White House, just like Israel, the Pentagon obviously watching the situation there very closely. Laura.
Oren, we've now seen both countries try to demonstrate their capability to reach one.
MAGA communists were right. Donald Trump, once again, based, permanent first world genocidist, Maoist third worldist. He destroyed the Iran denuclearization agreement, hoping that Iran would reach nuclear proliferation immediately. And when Iran literally pussied out and was like, no, we're still going to follow the protocols because this is a big fucking deal for us. Please don't sanction us. He still sanctioned them, even though the European counterparts were still investigating the nuclear facilities and saying that they were complying. Donald Trump, on the other hand, being the J.D. Pawn advocate that he is, said, no, permanent first world genocide now, Iran deserves nukes, and said, no, we're going to put sanctions on Iran again, as a matter of fact, even though you're complying. Why? So that Iran could develop nukes and that we could have a nuclear holocaust. That is the reason why Donald Trump did this. He was a Maoist third worldist. I never understood this until this very moment. Turns out Donald Trump, Lisan al-Gaib, said family atomics for Saudi Arabia. Now Joe Biden is giving family atomics to Saudi Arabia. Okay, family atomics for all, he said. Nukes for all, baby. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. It was always the case. The case was that Donald Trump is literally a Maoist third worldist, and the MAGA communists were correct.
And other capabilities, but they probably pose a very limited threat to the Israelis. The other thing to keep in mind, Laura, is that when it comes to the nuclear facilities in and around Isfahan, the one that's really important is the Natanz nuclear facility, and that is 120 kilometers or about 70 miles away from Isfahan. So if you strike the area around Isfahan, you are not going to be striking the city of Isfahan, that is, you're not going to be striking Natanz, and but you are telling them, as we've talked about, you are telling everybody that you can reach this area and you can, in fact, eliminate that threat or at least attack that threat if you need to do so.
When he says it's well within their reach, he's framing it as it's well within their right, because everyone knew Israel could hit Iran. But when you frame it in the sense of it's well within, it's almost automatic for Westerners to preempt with right. I mean, they have openly stated that. That part they openly stated as well. Dude, the fucking guy literally was like, we don't even know what happened. We don't even know if it's a nuclear base, but if it is, it's fucking sick. Imagine how dope it is that Israel may have struck the nuclear facility. I mean, that would be sick. And it's like, dude, you don't even know what happened. Why are you fucking defending it? What's wrong with you? Do you think Israel is trying to call Biden's bluff? Do they think he's bluffing about the extent of U.S. involvement? I don't know what the fuck Israel's doing as far as Biden's bluff. I do know, however, that Benjamin Netanyahu benefits from not Biden. He doesn't like Biden. Even though Biden has been a fucking rabid Zionist from the jump. Like, Biden is a more consistent ally to Israel than even Donald Trump is, because Donald Trump is volatile. If you fucking hurt his feelings, like, who knows what he might do. There's a level of instability with Donald Trump. But Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu are the exact same type of corrupt fascist idiots that I think, like, he likes the prospect of Donald Trump being in power, because he thinks he probably can manipulate Donald Trump way better than he can even manipulate Biden. But you don't even need to manipulate Biden. Like, Biden will do it anyway. So Trump got a bit colder. No, he didn't, dude. Are you kidding me? Trump will be fucking being like, kill the Iranian dogs now. Like, get the fuck out of here. Y'all are crazy. Iranian media saying drone attack came from Kurdistan. What? Was carried out through parties located in the Kurdistan region of Iraq. Damn, bro, Turkey's about to pop in. Turkey's about to jump in, dude. Any day now. Recep Tayyip Erdogan is sending the commandos to Israel. Trust. Biden is asleep right now. He will wake up mad as fuck. If Iran doesn't respond, I think it's all calculated by all parties. I mean, it doesn't seem like they will, because everything that the Iranian media has said has been very, very careful. Iran state media claims target in alleged Israel strike was not nuclear sites. Earlier today, the IRGC commander in charge of security of nuclear facilities said that Iran's nuclear policy can change if nuclear sites are hit, implying a move towards the production of nukes. Post hoc rationalization? What? What's the post hoc rationalization? Iran should just accept that Israel is USA backed and they don't have much of a shot. I mean, yeah, they should just sit back and take it, honestly. Everyone should sit back and take it. It's all up to Israel. No one else. Oh, chatter that said it was all planned. Yeah, no, I don't think it was all planned. I don't think Israel is operating within the bounds of reason here. But it doesn't seem like it was a big deal, so that's good.
The dominant position on both sides.
Bobby Ghosh, thank you so much. I want to reference and play right now what the Iranian foreign minister told CNN's Aaron Burnett just earlier tonight.
I don't know what the reason is for why they're showing this kind of stuff and not necessarily showing that the Iranian media is consistently saying, at least with the limited amount of information we have from Iranian media, they keep repeating over and over again that it's not that big of an attack, that it was like basically nothing. Yeah, we already showed this Hossein Dalirian. Until this moment, there's been no air attack from outside the borders of Isfahan, or other parts of the country, and they have only made a failed and humiliating attempt to fly quadcopters, and the quadcopters have also been shot down. Why is my brother calling me? Are you okay? Is everything?
Response from us will be immediate and at a maximum level. It will be decisive.
Very daunting words. It will be immediate, at a maximum level, it will be decisive. I want to bring in CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Kim, the foreign minister, you've heard the words he's spoken, that it would be immediate. How does the United States now go about managing what has obviously now been elevated to the next level?
Well, one of the scary things that we've been talking about this evening is the fact that the Iranians are closing the airspace and closing all those different airports, because they could be doing that to keep civilian aircraft safe, or they could be doing that to prepare for immediate retaliation.
Well, Israel spent 2 days after Iran saying that it was nothing and mocking it and then retaliated. I'm not sure the Iranian media response right now means they won't retaliate. No, Eve Chartlow's poop sock. It does. Because Iran also said that if you actually struck us and violated our red lines, we would retaliate immediately. So, and Iran has been the more restrained party in this process, literally from the start. Restrained, depending on where you are in the region and depending on what you believe, okay? Maybe to a fault. Oh my God, bro. Are you okay? Are you all right? What the fuck's this guy doing? The dude who got... No, I'm talking about the dude who got clapped. He's like, bro, you have to look at Jackson Hinkle, Dink. Disingenuous to mention that the clip was made before the bombings occurred today. Yeah, that's what I mean. No, my brother's fine. He's just been duking out of his butt a lot. So Israel's calling Iran's bluff? No, if Israel was calling Iran's bluff, per se, they would have probably struck with way more significant, with way more serious weapons. I think Israel's just taking pot shots. I guess you could say that they are calling Iran's bluff, but not with a decent amount of force that would genuinely require. Here's a tweet they mean, I think. Don't you think the attack might have been weak because they're low on ammo? Bitch, Israel is never low on ammo. They got us.
Violated. The Israelis hit actually their targets. The why behind the target still remains. Was it to get close to the nuclear facilities? Was it to destroy aircraft or missiles that were possibly launched from that location on the attack? Was it, again, to go after air defense systems that they want to take out now that will help them in the future? So again, I think it just shows that from a deterrence perspective, it's back on the ball's back on the side of Israel. They have
I think if
much more
Iran was going to retaliate, and if they thought that this was like a severe enough attack, they would have already retaliated. We'd be covering the Iranian retaliation right now.
Reporting talks about that the range of targets never specified in precise terms, but nuclear and civilian locations were not in the category of the types of information they were going to try to carry out. When you hear this, Max, and see the potential for escalation, we do know that the United States, according to our reporting, had some notice that it was coming in the days. Does that have an impact on the United States' need to involve themselves, or are we still in a watchful position?
They took 2 weeks to retaliate last time. Yeah, it doesn't matter. This time, before the retaliation last time, they literally urged the international community to take action against Israel and only retaliated after they didn't. And also, this time they literally said, if Israel attacks our nuclear facilities, like, we will explore the nuclear option. And if Israel attacks us on Iranian soil, we will immediately respond with massive force. So I think that I don't think that they are. If Iran was going to retaliate, the council will be meeting also. There have been no emergency meetings of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, according to the Tasnim news agency. Why aren't the Israeli officials claiming it? No, they did, I think. Also, I actually don't know. Didn't they? I thought they did. Bro, whatever. America already confirmed it. Who gives a shit if fucking Israel confirms it or not? You know what I mean? Like, America already confirmed it. That's it. That's all you need, bro. What do you mean Israel didn't confirm it? When does America even confirm Israeli actions? Sometimes Israel will be like, yeah, we did that shit. And America will be like, did they? So I'm sorry. But if America is confirming that Israel struck a target, I'm going to go with Israel definitely struck a target. Like, literally, Kirby, the State Department official, was fielding questions as Israel was like, yeah, we struck those fucking World Central Kitchen guys. Sorry. My bad. We're looking into it. And they were asking Kirby about it. And that motherfucker was like, did they? And if they did, maybe it was good. Did you think about that? Maybe they were Hamas. It's like, bitch, you don't know? The fuck do you mean? So, yeah, we are definitely, depending on who you're talking about at the State Department, depending on which spokesperson we're talking about, like, we're sometimes to the right of Israel on issues. It's fucking insane. Which is, of course, precisely the reason why I think it was Matt Miller. They got yelled at by the IDF. But yes, tonight the Nothing Ever Happensers have won once again. Although like I said, things are happening all the fucking time, and the Nothing Ever Happensers are fucking delusional and stupid for saying nothing ever happens, only because they live in fucking America. And these Amerifat pieces of shit only think something happens when their goddamn gasoline is fucking $5 extra per gallon. Okay? When they start paying European prices for gas, they're like, oh, something is happening. You stupid fucking diabetic piece of shits out here with the nothing ever happens nonsense. 40,000 motherfuckers are dead, and motherfuckers still in the chat, including Weeby, going, nothing ever happens. No, things are happening all the fucking time. Okay? I hate that. It is all Weeby, just so you know, you are posting like a fucking bisexual OSINT Nordic guy who fucking literally is like 3 steps removed from being a Nazi. Okay? Bisexual catboy OSINT posting when you say nothing ever happens. Just so you know. Dudes who will be like, why don't we wipe out the Russian orcs? Nothing ever happens posting. Anyway, I'm glad that nothing ever happens today. But yeah, it's just the only people that get away with saying shit like that are people that just don't live in the region where things are happening all the fucking time. We all fall into that trap. I know. It's just like, whatever. I'm doing fucking 9 hours and 30 minutes of full-blown news. It's annoying. What do you think Iran's response will be? I don't think, I don't know. I'm not going to make a prediction on this. But judging by what they've done so far, they've been restrained. And like I said, depending on where you are living, you might even say too restrained to a fault even. So I think it's good that they're restrained, obviously, and we shall see what happens. But it is, once again, another very obvious Israel told fuck you to America moment. Anyway, yeah, the Israelis didn't and probably won't confirm themselves to help Iran avoid retaliation. They've also used quadcopters to hit Iranian targets in the past. In February 2022, they sent 6 to blow up a drone facility in Iran. Yeah, see, I told you. Israel has fucking struck Iran before, but it's more like it's always done in a way where it is an open secret. But this was in Erbil, Iraq, so it's different. But they have, Iranian missile structures building in Erbil, Iraq on Sunday that Iran said housed in Israeli intelligence operation. But Israel has struck Iran before. Like they'll kill Iranian nuclear scientists. They'll do a whole bunch of shit, but it's never with this many eyeballs on it. I do think that what is this? Iran primer. Oh, the timeline Israeli attacks on Iran. Yeah, this is an insane one. A physics professor at Tehran University was killed by a remote control bomb planted on a motorcycle. The device detonated as he left home in northern Tehran to go to work. The government described Ali Mohammadi as a nuclear scientist, but said he did not work for the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran. Then they did the Stuxnet, as you guys know. We've talked about that before. November 29, 2010, Professor Majid Shariati, a member of the nuclear engineering faculty at Shahid Beheshti University in Tehran, was killed in his car on his way to work. His wife was wounded by the blast. Like, Israel attacks Iranians on Iranian soil all the fucking time. Iran has been funding, supplying, and encouraging attacks on civilians for decades, often with money from America. Wait, what? What fucking planet are you hallucinating from, dude? What are you saying? Do you mean Israel has been funding, supplying, and encouraging attacks on civilians for decades, often with money from America? Did you accidentally type Iran instead of Israel? What is going on? What? I think this is an Elon take. I want to know. He's probably talking about the money we confiscated but then gave back. But it was never our money. It was South Korea money for Iranian oil that they purchased that we decided they can't get. The fuck? Like, where's the American financing coming from? I just don't understand it. Anyway, yeah, and I do think that we froze those assets anyway. Again, doesn't Iran back Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis? Yes. What is your point? Whoa, Raiders from Matt Binder and Surfs TV. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Maybe he means Iran-Contra. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Finally, Barack is a source peeping A senior U.S. official told me Israel conducted a strike in Iran tonight. He said that Israel notified the U.S. in advance. We were not surprised, the official said. Nice, man. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think Iran would be openly stating that nothing happened and it was fucking bullshit and it was like a humiliating bitch-made attack if they were going to strike back. It's going to be hilarious when Trump is back in office and you'll all be whining day and night wondering why you wanted Biden gone so badly. Wait, so I don't get it. That's how little the difference is for you? Like, it doesn't make sense. Didn't you just openly demonstrate that, like, Trump or Biden doesn't really matter to you? Who wins? You're just in it for making fun of me, I guess? Doesn't that immediately violate the other premise that you're trying to present here, that, like, Biden is significantly better than Donald Trump? Well, I guess not for you. This doesn't make any sense. The classic debate pervert guy. Classic debate pervertry. I don't really care who's in charge. I'm just in it because it'll make you mad. What the fuck? Just pure dumbassery, bro. It's going to be hilarious when Trump is back in office and you'll all be whining day and night, wondering why you wanted Biden gone so badly. Is something that only a Biden supporter who understands the seriousness that Trump represents would say. So what is it? Do you think Trump is actually significantly worse than Biden? If so, don't you think that if you're engaging in harm reduction, don't you think that, you know, you'd have much larger problems to worry about, like the tremendously dangerous Trump presidency? You already have demonstrated that you don't give a fuck if Trump is president, because all you care about is how hilarious it'll be, because you'll find that, like, leftists will be upset. There it is. These motherfuckers never care. They don't give a shit about anything. All they care about is basically owning the left. But he's a liberal. He's a fake, phony liberal. He's just aesthetically a liberal. And the only reason why he's a liberal is because when he openly fucking mentions he's a Nazi, everybody goes, oh, dude, that's nasty. You're gross. So these fucking dumbass 4chan idiots have decided it's actually much more calculated and better to be a fucking nihilistic edgelord as long as I present myself as a Biden-supporting Democrat. My man Bernie Sanders now has all the momentum. Hillary Clinton is starting to feel the burn. Hashtag feel the burn. That's what happened. How'd you go? How'd that happen? How'd that happen, Akeem? Damn, M. Hunt, that was quick as fuck, dude. Holy shit. What happened, bro? What happened? Come on, address it. Come on, big dog. Address that shit. I unbanned him already. I immediately unbanned him after Lake McGrew banned him. What happened, big dog? The dream died when we couldn't feel the fucking burn. So you just felt homeless politically. So you just looked for whatever fucking edgelord would sing the praises that you want to hear. You went back to the fucking roots of what you actually care about online. Being a nihilistic fucking edgelord who wants to say slurs as a white dude. Is that what happened? White adjacent? There's no difference between this fucking asshole and the likes of, what do you call it? Jackson Hinkledink. Whatever the fuck his name is. No, he's not banned. I unbanned him immediately. It's just like dudes who are bandwagoners who just fucking run around and they're like, well, this thing seems cool. I'll join it. I'll be on board with that shit. Also, an important point, if it's quadcopters, then the attack came from the Israeli operatives inside Iran, not outside, as they would have had to be a few miles away from the airbase to control them. If so, this was also the Israelis demonstrating they can mobilize men, likely local Iranians inside Iran very quickly in the event of a conflict. Anyway, yeah, terminal contrarian brain illness. What was I going to say? Oh, fuck it. Our gaming session was disrupted, but I'm still going to do it. I'm still going to fucking do it. It's Clementine. We're back. Walking Dead Season 2 finale. It's going to happen tonight. I really want to play it. I know it's crazy that I'm still fucking live at this point and still continuing and still kicking after almost 10 hours, but I really want to play. So I'm going to do it. It's Clementine, bitch. P Bubblegums, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Told y'all I would do it for the one time. Dakota Lal and Laha, thank you for the 5 gifted. Stinky, thank you for the 10 gifted. Praise be to Allah, we are doing it, okay? The Zionist entity was unable to thwart our efforts of gaming tonight. They saw Clementine doing what needed to be done, and they said, enough is enough. We must stop Hassan from finishing The Walking Dead Season 2. But they will not. Paul, Fizz, Yohi, Dare Tor Bust, thank you for the 5 gifted. Meg Noob, thank you for the 10 gifted. Osprey and Prey, that's such a funny name. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Inshallah is Clementine, baby. This is the third time I'm playing this fucking moment. Jesus Christ. Iran launched a nuke. Just stop gaming right now. Shut the fuck up. Iran would never do that to me.
Is that it?
Burgles, thank you for the 10.
Hey, I'm talking to you.
What? It's what?
What do you mean, what? The place you're fucking taking us.
He doesn't speak much English.
Hey, bro,
Carvo,
as long as the
is
fucking
this
Oilers
where the
keep juicing in the
supplies
chat,
are?
I'm
Where the
still
food
gaming,
is?
baby. Cutie
Answer,
Hassan Rella.
God damn it.
No,
FMA
it's
Masochist.
at the house. There's still more work. Some more hours.
God damn it. I knew this was gonna happen. This guy fucked us.
Thank you. Don't mention it.
It's getting dark. Maybe we should stop for the night.
This is bullshit.
Relax.
Don't tell me to relax. He's lying. He's been lying this whole time.
Luke needs a break. We probably all do.
Don't even.
Look, I'll do whatever you guys want.
Politics
Okay,
lover is fucking
but
faking an
I could
attack
use the
right
rest.
now.
It'd be safer to rest in there, where there's a fence.
Don't do it.
Can we just try and have a calm, quiet night?
Okay,
Please.
this time I'm
That
gonna.
sounds nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Oh, shit. Sorry about that. It's all right, buddy. It's all right.
If we're staying, we should scout this place out.
All right. Y'all wait here.
Let's go,
I'll
sexy.
go make sure this
I'll
ain't
do it
some
for you.
walker nest we're locking
I'll scout it
ourselves
out for
into.
you, sexy.
I'll go
Big
with you.
sexy.
See if you can calm him down a bit.
Supreme Leader of Iran.
That's all you.
Supreme Leader of Iran has said we're gonna delay the gaming. We're gonna delay the
Wouldn't have guessed
nuclear
that'd
first
work.
strike until Hassan finishes
Me neither.
gaming.
I think
Burgles,
he
thank
likes
you for the
you.
10.
Palmed right down for you. He's cute. Yeah, he is, isn't he? Most babies are pretty ugly this soon after being born.
That's true. They usually look like weird little aliens.
Here, I got him.
On over. It's safe.
Am I tripping? Does that baby look like Clementine? Bro, I'm a baby. Clementine is a baby. I'm 11. Street Amont, thank you for the 5, tier 1 gifted. Don't say I'm 11 in the chat, by the way. You will get banned by Twitch. Don't say,
Today's
you
my
can
birthday.
say 11, but don't say I'm 11.
Near as I
because
can
Twitch
tell,
will
at
ban
least.
you.
Happy birthday, Luke.
Yeah, man. Happy birthday. Thanks.
So, that makes you... what? 27?
That's right. I'm surprised you remembered. Sure as hell feel a lot older.
Don't even start with that shit.
Got out of college 5 years ago. Feels like a million years. At least
Yeah,
I don't
you'll
have
have
to
to
worry
show
about
your
paying
ID
off
to
them
Twitch if
student
you say you're
loans.
11.
That. I'm sure there's some asshole sitting on that paperwork waiting to collect.
I hope I can go someday. Maybe when this is all over.
I hope so too, Clem.
I don't know.
No, you don't, Clem. They teach you homosexual Marxism out there. There you go. Oh my God, fucking Kenny, Florida boy. Let's go. Just a waste of money, Clem. Bro, bitch, we are in a zombie apocalypse, bro. You're still talking about PragerU style right-wing commentary. I love Kenny so much. He's still the best.
Well, the major in art history hasn't helped too much the last few years.
Sounds like you majored in working in a coffee shop.
Pretty much.
got him.
Oh, stop it.
Did get a minor in agriculture. Keep the old man happy.
Oh, I almost forgot. Was saving it for a special occasion, and all it being your birthday and all, figure this is as good a time as any.
Dude, my favorite chatter. Where is he? Oh my God, did mods ban him immediately? Hold on. Oh, you are my favorite chatter, bro. Unironically. I love you so much. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Literally, I think mathematically on the dot, the closest possible moment you can come in at where like we've at least like gone back to gaming to be like, did Hassan cover the Israel attack? Oh, my bad. It's okay. I'm memeing. I'm joking. I'm not actually mad, but it is very funny that you are on the dot. You are the chatter.
Do you think that's a good idea? Clementine, after the day we've had, I think it's the best idea I've got.
I'd agree with that.
I think she's just saying to take it easy.
Right. Feel a little guilty taking the first
No,
step.
wait.
Israel's bombing. Israel's dropping bombs on everybody's birthdays, bro. Ali Khamenei, fucking Luke. Luke turned 27. Happy birthday, Ali Khamenei. He turned 85 today.
You gotta make a toast.
I'm not really the,
Come on, birthday boy. It don't have to be fancy.
A toast means we all got something to drink.
Oh, we can just pass the bottle around afterwards. Go on.
To the loved ones that we've lost along the way. And to the hope that we see them again. Someday. Here, here.
It's a lame ass fucking
That
toast,
was real
bro.
nice.
Yeah? I did
She's being a simp. She's being a simp. That's right. She's simping for our boy.
Mean for it to rhyme. That was...
Well, I got first watch. I think the fence has got us pretty secure. Can't be too careful.
I can take it.
Nah, you stay warm.
Clem, let him go.
I'm gonna post up over near the hole in the fence there. Holler if you need anything.
Thanks, Kenny.
Triple sexo run? Who else is he gonna fuck, bro?
Fire's real
Kenny?
nice. Plenty of room if you want to get warm.
Maybe in a bit.
I didn't expect her to come back. Just when I thought I got her figured out.
Kenny is
she
daddy,
up and
bro.
surprises.
Kenny is daddy.
It's a good thing.
He protects the
Saved
baby.
our ass.
I know. I just don't know what.
I still don't know what happened to Rebecca. Rebecca turned Zomboni because of the, what is it? A chatter I remember was saying 24 ounces of 24 ounces of blood is lost every minute during pregnancy, during childbirth. So clearly the oxys that I gave her didn't hit, and she ended up fucking turning into a zombo, literally in the midst of a firefight with the Russian brigade pushing Z, trying to kill our asses and steal our shit. And then Kenny popped her. All hell broke loose, and that's it. Just please try and not kill any more autistic children. Bro, this is, I mean, come on.
She's getting at all this. We're lucky to have her.
It's a
I'm
zombie
glad she's
apocalypse.
here.
Some of the
Well, she
autistic
helped
children
us
are
back
gonna die, okay?
So
I'm
that puts her
sorry.
as okay in my book.
Well, it ain't no secret how you feel about her. Oh, come on. I'm just teasing.
I'm not making no promises, and by that, I mean I'm gonna kill Arvo eventually.
It was stupid.
I understand. She's a pretty girl. Once you get past all the dirt and guts.
I don't know. I guess I just wanted to forget about all this shit for like 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Man, that's longer than I'd last at this point.
Hey,
All right, it wasn't 10 minutes.
come on. We got a little one around.
Sorry. Forget I said anything.
I know
what
you're
you guys
talking
are
about.
talking about.
This is the cutest
I certainly
moment.
hope not.
This is so cute.
Talking about kissing stuff.
I love that.
Yeah. Yes, that is exactly it.
Was there any kissing?
You shut your mouth right now. The both of you.
It's so cute. She's literally a baby. It is wild that they keep talking
Maybe
about
she
it.
came back for you.
Could be.
I'd
What
come
does
back
this
for
mean?
you. You know what I mean.
Well, thank you, Clem. I do the same.
I wondered what that
Oops, ready to
option was
cast
gonna
them out?
was
Hey,
gonna
shut
look
up.
like.
Don't be modest. Your moves are working on all the ladies.
Worked on me.
Like, does the game imply that Clem has a crush on Luke? Is that what it is?
I just did it too, didn't I? Sorry.
Because
It's
I
the
did
drink
the other
talking.
option last
They
time.
say a drunk man's talk is a sober man's thoughts.
Well, I ain't a man, so they can take that shit somewhere else. Clem, go see if you can get Jane and Kenny over by the fire. It's too cold for them to be out there like that.
Bro, what freak wrote that? Dog, I'm literally fucking 11. What do you mean? Like, that would unironically be one of the more realistic fucking moments of writing. They are trauma dumping on me like I'm a 35-year-old therapist, okay? Literally half the time. It's just like that would be one of the only, like, there's a couple moments, and I've joked about this before. There's a couple moments in this game where, like, they give you the 11-year-old option, which is like, hug Kenny, hug Luke. You know what I mean? That is the 11-year-old option. Every other option is like, execute 8 zombies with your ice pick. Those are not 11-year-old options at all. So for him to have like a crush on Luke or something would be unironically a 11-year-old option.
Oh, and here, maybe a swig of this will change their minds.
They're giving her alcohol. It's crazy, man. You're 35 though, and you're my therapist. Bro, I know healthcare is bad and hard to come by, but goddamn, get a better therapist, dude. Okay? I'm sorry, ain't no therapist is serving you 3 minutes of ad breaks at the top of the hour. Okay? That's a bad therapist. Do you understand? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Can you imagine you're fucking talking to your therapist and your therapist hits you with that? If you no longer want to see those ads, if you want to cure your depression, the depression that comes from seeing 3 minutes of ads, especially on the gaming side of the Hassan Abi broadcast, then all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free, baby. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Thank you, Park Jung, for the 521 gifted subs.
They expect you to lure me over there with alcohol? I wouldn't have expected a bottle to last this long.
We just want you to feel welcome.
It's warm over by the fire.
What is it?
It's rum.
I don't know. It might be awkward. I wasn't expecting to, you know.
Why? Because you made it with Luke?
Made it.
What does that even mean?
I
What's
love
the
that.
it?
You know.
Yeah, because I made it with Luke.
It's not a big deal.
Made it.
Why does this feel like I'm signing a contract or something? That's really
Was
good.
it God, I love
Have you had
commercials?
any? Want a sip? It's okay.
I'm 11.
I'm a kid.
Okay then. Suit yourself. I wasn't too much older than you when I had my first drink. God, I was so stupid back then.
I'm doing the
There was
straight
this
and narrow
time I
run,
broke
dude.
into my parents'
Straight
liquor
edge.
cabinet and drank a whole bottle
I'm doing the straight edge run. Sorry.
of this really spicy, sweet liquor. Oh, what was its name? It was dumb. Earthquake or something.
Sounds like you were a bad kid.
Ooh.
I guess I was. At the bottom
Fucking
of the
got
bottle,
'em.
there were these sugar crystals, and I got it in my head that I really wanted to eat a couple. So I got the bright idea to smash it on my parents' dining room floor to get at them. And it shattered into 1,000 pieces, all over the dining room. And I proceeded to eat what I thought was sugar candy.
Did you ever get caught?
Yeah. The problem with glass is it looks a lot like sugar crystals.
Oh
That's
my
never
God.
really been a problem for me.
Keep it that way. My sister found me, drunk, blood pouring out of my mouth. Jamie thought I was dying, so she called 911. They pumped my stomach.
You ate glass?
I ate glass.
Yo, her survival
I haven't thought
instincts
about that in a
are
long
OP. Thank God. Thank God.
I guess a deal's a deal. Here,
Oh, her eyes,
that
bro.
guy
She's
needs a drink
getting,
more than any of us.
she's getting drunk.
Time to not
Damn.
make it weird.
Damn. She's trying to hit that. She looked at Luke like a piece of fine meat, dude.
Want to sit here?
No, I'm fine.
Oh, yeah, okay. Wherever you like.
I can't believe people in the chat are saying Taylor Swift album release. Like, oh man, that's crazy. I can't believe it. Sick, dude. I'm putting your fucking names on a list, okay? OSINT guys are on it.
At least we don't need to worry about being electrocuted.
I feel like Cutie is the OSINT for Taylor Swift. That made more sense in my head. I'm sorry.
So, how far is the house? We walked all day, so I assume we're pretty close.
We're not. Arvo's leading us astray, bro. Figure it out.
Leave me alone, please.
What an awful place to keep Arvo. Arvo deserves worse. Do you understand? Arvo literally deserves worse, chatter. Don't even fucking start
miss
with this
TV.
bullshit.
Feels like forever since we had electricity.
I'm not a NATO Andy, and Arvo has turned me into a fucking unconditional Zelensky lover, okay?
Seems secure enough. For one night anyways.
I've turned into a NAFO guy, whatever the fuck those losers are called. Probably best that he don't drink, to be honest. He's a little nutty.
Shh, I got you. I got you.
Hey,
Oh, hey, Clem. Just, needed some air.
Kenny, there's air everywhere.
I'm sorry for how I acted back there. After...
Wait, she's doing a listening party?
We're just gonna listen, okay? We've gotta listen. You guys, you've ruined the listening party. Everything's ruined it. It dies literally every day. It's so bad. It's so
Hold on,
bad.
I'm sorry.
If a mod can link me the lyrics, I can do it, but I can't pull it up because I can't move right now, and I really just want to listen to it. That's all I care about. Are you okay? Hassan, I'm not okay. My fucking headset died. This is my Armageddon. I don't know what to say to you. Ah! Dude, it won't turn on. Oh my God, it literally won't turn on. It won't turn on. I hate this thing. It's so stupid. It literally won't turn on. It just won't turn on. It won't turn on. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I didn't need it on for the past, I literally didn't need it on for the past 2 hours while I was yapping. When I turned it on, it said it was at 100%. It just died on me. It literally just died on me.
I heard Taylor drop the stuff.
HyperX, we need to talk. We've got to fucking talk. Check mod
Too
chat.
busy.
I'm losing my mind.
Oh my God. Is she like actually
If it's
crying?
not a nip slip and you go... Mech, it's just the lyrics. I don't need the lyrics. Why are you telling me to check mod chat right now? I don't need the lyrics right now. I need to be able to listen to it.
What is going on in her world right now? Doesn't Lud have headsets? What the fuck?
Everybody, this is what we're going to do, okay? I'm going to pull up the lyrics Everyone's gonna be really cool. We're gonna, yeah. I'd rather my nipples be out there and slipped than we're 5 minutes, 6 minutes behind on this album. I'm livid, all because of the stupid fucking headset. I'm so mad right now. It's ruining my life. Okay, I'm pulling up the lyrics. We have the lyrics. We're going. I've got the lyrics. Here we go. Okay.
It's so hard not to fucking
This headset
troll
literally dies every stream. It's insane.
when you chat. I never chat, so I never
mad.
understand the mindset of a
Charge
troll.
the headset while you listen.
But
It
like,
won't turn on.
if someone
And
did
my
this
cord
to
is
me,
this short. This is the
in a
longest cord I
moment of
have.
weakness,
It's this
like
short.
the moment that Cutie is experiencing right now, I would lose my fucking mind. And the moment I become a chatter, I have to be the worst fucking chatter.
I might cry. The headset
You're
literally
trolling
won't
like
turn
my
on.
70-year-old dad concerning.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. The headset won't turn on. Yeah, Will, I need a headset. Will you run here as fast as you humanly can?
Hey, Cutie, you need a headset.
I'm gonna cry.
I just want to give her bad suggestions. Oh, God. Oh, God.
So sad. This is my Super Bowl. My Super Bowl is ruined.
Oh, no.
It won't charge. It's not charging. It's literally not charging.
There's so many good
I've
chatters
been
and they're being
waiting
like,
months for
no, it
this
just
album
means
and
there's
it's not charging.
there are so many good chatters and they're being like, no, it's okay. Just means that the hype will build more. Want me to call you and play it on the speakerphone?
Even if I plugged in another headset, I don't know how to get it to work on stream. I don't know how to switch it to speakers because my shit's all fucked now because I've like upgraded all my stuff and now I don't know how to use it all.
That'll ruin the integrity.
Even if I plug in my headphones, if I plug in Ludwig's headphones cast, they literally won't work because my stuff's all messed up. I'm calling. It was just working. I'm gonna cry.
I guess you could say she's a tortured poet on this day.
I don't, because even if I hook them up, I can't get it to work because my tech's too complicated for me to even use. I don't know how it works.
That was cringe. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but literally my headset just won't turn on.
Remember when normies say we don't know how to have fun? Yeah, this is what they mean. This is so much fun for me. I can't stop myself. Okay, let's get back to the game. I'm sorry. I don't know what it is. It's just like the moment that I go from streamer to chatter, it's just really awful. It's really awful. It's just like there's this thing that happens to the mind of a chatter where you just want to be a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like chatters in here being like, you're muted, you're muted. Thanks, man.
Sarita I just couldn't handle it. I'm sorry. I mean, you did what you could. You tried to help, and I blamed you for it. I'm so sorry.
You don't have anything to apologize for.
That's bullshit. He should apologize.
Thanks. I miss my boy. I miss him so much. I didn't raise him like I should have. Made mistakes. Wasn't there a whole lot for a couple years. Off on a boat somewhere or other. I thought I enjoyed that time away from him. From my family. But I'd give anything for one more second with them. To play catch with Duck. To touch Katja's face.
I miss Duck too. He was a good friend. And I haven't had too many of them.
He was a good boy. Pure. Just wanted folks to be happy, that's all. Boy like that, thrown into a world like this. It's gonna be different with him. He's gonna get raised right. I won't make the same mistakes again. That's a promise.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not going to turn him into a duck. He's going to grow up one day to prosecute Donald Trump.
We're here. I can handle watch on my own.
Okay. Well, I understand if you want to be alone for a while. I get that way too sometimes.
Thanks, Clem.
How would you survive this shit in 2005? I wouldn't. Easy answer.
Jane, you don't have to justify that with a response.
Hey, I find it's best to just get this stuff out in the open. Less drama.
Well, that's fine. But I can confirm there was no time for kissing.
Oh, damn. They're still talking about fucking, bro. Chill.
Hey, you, Clem.
It's nice to hear people laughing.
You just spend so much time trying to stay alive that
you don't get a chance to enjoy living.
Yeah. We need to make more time for that.
Alcohol helps.
Hell yeah, it does.
Are they gonna have a threesome? Don't tell me, don't spoil it. But I feel like they're gonna do a threesome situation.
Let me get that bottle. We got someone else that might need some help.
Yeah, all right.
Like maybe
Looks like
maybe
you
like
could
a
use it.
orgy. Bring Mike in there too.
Leave me alone! Sorry, okay? My fault. I shouldn't have...
me alone!
Oh my god, this scared me. Holy fuck, Kenny, chill. Oh my god, did he kill him?
Jesus, Kenny. You knocked the kid out.
What was I supposed to do? He was screaming bloody murder. What the hell'd you rile him up for?
He was tied up.
So? What's that got to do with anything?
It was under control. You knocked him out with the gun.
I was just reacting. I didn't have time to... Fuck!
Go to sleep,
Tired,
Kenny.
Maybe you should get some rest. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I could probably use some sleep.
It's been a long day. We should rest up.
That kid was defenseless.
I know, but we can't do nothing about that now. Let's just get a little rest. Will you take first watch? I mean, I can if you don't
All
want
right.
to. Come on, Kenny. Let's go get some sleep.
Okay. Yeah.
Everybody rest up. Who knows how long a walk we got tomorrow?
Why do they care about Arvo so much? Because he's a kid. Even though I know the truth, he's bitch made. I think Kenny is warranted. He was yelling so that the Zombonis show up. Also, as you guys know, I do have an anti-kid stance in general.
You sure you're good?
Yeah, I'm good. If I start to crap out, I'll let you know.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. If I'm Arvo though, like I literally am trying to get you guys killed. You know what I mean? Like 100%.
Do that. It's no trouble.
How much further?
Close. Very close.
You've been saying that every time I ask.
Please. Come.
Oh,
I'm
Zombo.
really starting to think you're full of shit.
It can't be much further. Kenny, look out!
What the fuck? Ah!
Oh, did he get bit?
Jesus Christ.
It's gonna be more.
That was close.
Damn.
Fucker
I'm
came out of
fucking
nowhere.
That was
laser,
real
dude.
loud. Hopefully there aren't more of them.
Yeah, well, let's move. We don't want to be around to find out.
It's very close. Come.
Bro, I'm a fucking dead eye, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. I popped on that motherfucker so quick.
There.
Oh my god, he wasn't lying.
That piece of shit? It's half built.
We're here for the supplies, not the house.
It's warm. Fireplace. Very warm.
As long as there's food, who cares what it looks like?
You're not gonna think that when you wake up with a couple inches of snow covering you.
Are we just gonna walk over?
Bro, okay, this is so...
Maybe there's a way around.
I don't see any.
Можно идти. Там
Say
твердый
it in
лед.
American, asshole.
It's okay. Walk. Ice.
No shit ice. That's the problem.
Okay, this dude is literally relying on his, like, genetic passives, I think. Like, he's just straight up. He just straight up is just like, yes, ice. I walk all time. Duh, you do too. He's fine. I swear to God. Don't clump
He's
together.
saying it's fine.
I go first. I can be front.
If we just go real slow, it'll probably be okay. Yeah, no need to rush this.
We need to spread out, just to be safe. Less wait, the better.
Let the Rusky go first, since he's so confident.
It's okay.
Rusky. Just walk around the lake. What the fuck? I don't think you can do that. Dude, do these guys have like mines trapped or something? And they're gonna blow it up as soon as the Rusky gets over? Is that what some fucking... I mean, don't spoil it, but I feel like that's some shit that's gonna happen right now. Man, I really don't trust this dude at all. Uh-oh. I'm hearing cracks, bro.
We're okay. Don't worry.
Just tell him there's a crack there, though. He's gonna fall. Oh, Zombonis. Oh my god, of course Zombers. Oh, of course Zombers are
We got
coming.
some walkers behind us.
That's only a few of them. We should be all right.
Let's just get to the house.
Hey, stay with us.
Fuck!
That's two less to deal with.
Well, just stay spread out and we'll be fine.
Hey! Motherfucker.
Shit! He's gonna kill him!
Kenny!
Get back here, you piece of shit!
Maybe we should have ran too. What the fuck? Oh, shit.
I should let you drown, you piece of shit.
No! Kenny! Don't hurt him!
Bro, how is he running with a bum leg, too?
Well, they made it.
Why do you keep trying to stop Kenny? Because I want to see where this goes. Uh-oh.
Don't come over here.
Yeah, don't do that. What the fuck are you doing?
Hey, I can make it. It's fine.
You sure?
Yeah.
You got walkers on the way. Let me help
It's too
you.
thin for both of us. I just gotta be careful. Oh, the gun!
No!
Oh,
Stop!
fuck! No, don't
Stop!
run! Dumbass!
I'm fine. I'm fine.
No, you're not.
I just gotta pull myself out.
You gotta get out of there, Luke.
Yeah, Clem. I'm working on it.
You need to help.
No!
Clem,
You're gonna
go.
fall through.
I'm
Go
small
help
enough.
him.
I'm
Clem,
small
Clem,
enough. I'm
just
small
go
enough.
back
I'm
for
small
him.
enough.
You're light. You
Stop
can do it.
telling her that. Clem,
I'm
look
small
at me.
enough. I'm doing it. I'm
Pull
11,
out
but
your
I'm
gun
doing it. Fuck it,
and shoot
YOLO.
those damn walkers, okay? Just give me a little time.
Clem, you can make it, but you need to go.
I'm helping him.
Clementine, stop! Clementine!
Bonnie can do it. Bonnie can fucking shoot the Zombonis. But make sure you shoot him good. Make sure you shoot him dead and good, okay?
Go back.
I got you.
Please.
It's gonna be all right.
Oh, fuck, it's not all right. Dude, do they have a Zomboni Piranha situation here, you think? Wait, I have a nail filer. Oh my god, there's a Zomboni underneath. How is that even fucking possible? How do they survive underwater? Oh my god. No! No, the bum knee, the bum leg, don't do it. Do I save him again?
It's okay, I got you. I got you. Come on. Come on, you're gonna be okay. Go to the house. We need a fire.
He was gonna die no matter what.
She's gonna fucking freeze to death.
He was gonna die no matter what. That's the GG's for Luke.
How the fuck did that happen?
There's a fireplace.
Jesus Christ.
We have to get her warm. She's got.
Bro, what the fuck were the Russians doing, bro? They were just like chilling in an open house. I feel like this is just a fake ass house that Arvo found and was like, yeah, this is house. I love ice. Are they genuinely saying that this is like a genetic passive that Russians have? Like it's a natural defense buff +5, resistance to
Freeze
ice.
to death.
He's just gone. Luke's fucking gone. We should have gone around.
God damn it.
We should have just fucking gone around.
I tried to help him. I just.
Once that ice started to go, there wasn't nothing any of us could do.
Clem tried to help him. He just. Oh God.
Bro, they're in this kid's house and we're not paying attention to him. He's gonna come back with a gap.
Son of a bitch! This is your fucking fault! Kenny, don't, man! Don't what? It's nobody's damn fault!
I'm freezing. I need a fire.
I'm freezing. Can we just get a fire started?
Look at this place. Just a stack of fucking toothpicks.
Bet those magical supplies are bullshit too. What? No speaking of English?
Dude, you're not even being racist correctly. What? Yeah.
Fucking commie piece of shit, Kenny!
Yo, chill, bro. Yo, Kenneld, my man. First of all, why no speaking the English is a wild. Like we're inventing old forms of xenophobia and bringing it back as new forms of racism and xenophobia. Bro, Kenny is on that Ben Shapiro tip, dude.
You. You mother! What the fuck, Kenny?
Kenny, stop it.
Yo, make a fire, dumbass, with your fists or something.
Just stop.
That's why I hate Kenny now. I still love him.
What
Dude,
did
we
you
go
do
way
to
back.
him?
Bitch,
There's
we
another
go
just
way
like
back.
it. He wasn't lying.
Me and Kenny go way back.
You want to tell me how a can of fucking chili is gonna help
How
a
is
baby?
beating a kid to death gonna help anyone?
This She's is right. your
fault, and you damn well know it.
Bro, put a fire together
I'm
right
tying
now.
him up.
I'm gonna die.
Fine. Mike, help me get a fire started.
You okay? He's hurt real bad.
Mike,
Yeah, okay.
Kenny would hate your tanky ass. No, Kenny would love me. How dare you?
You got a light?
I thought I had matches. You kept it.
I will never forgive you for deceiving the gaming audience into thinking. You will forever suck for deceiving the gaming audience into leaving for bullshit. I will never forgive you for deceiving the gaming audience into thinking you're done and then continue without notice. Absolutely unforgivable. I'm sorry, but you shouldn't have left, okay? This is a fucking jam-packed session. Crazy things happen. My man said leaving into bullshit. Bullshit was like Iran striking, Israel striking Iranian soil. That's insane. Yeah, don't be a fake friend, dude.
Let me take a look at you, kid. Jesus. He could have killed you. Fuck is wrong with him?
You're up. Kenny's out back trying to get some stupid truck started. Here, you should eat something.
You okay?
Thank you. Oh, damn. Well, at least Lucas did get the double sexo run when you think about it. Like, he's dead now, but, like, at least he fucking piped twice, dude. He was sex maxing. Respect to a legend. R.I.P. Rest in penis.
I can't believe he's gone. I've lost people before, but it just
Israel has attacked Iran. Just look it up. BBC and CNN reporting Iran attacked Israel in the last few hours. Damn, dude, that sounds crazy. Probably not real, bro. Chatter's being a real phony right now.
hasn't felt this shitty in a while.
He cared about you too, Jane. I know he did.
Oh my God, he did die on his birthday.
I knew this would happen. I knew it. Always does.
I'm gonna find something to clean that up.
Thank you. Thank you.
I can't take this shit anymore.
Feeling better?
Yeah.
Hell of a day. But we gotta get moving. If you're feeling up to it, I could use a hand out back with this truck. This house ain't worth a crap, but the vehicles ain't in bad shape. With a little luck, we can get one fixed up and be out of here by nightfall.
Yeah, sure, Kenny.
That's the spirit, darling.
What do you mean,
I'll wait for
really
you out
right
back.
now? That's a good idea. Why would that even be a talking
I'll
point?
watch him.
I attacked Israel with my penis? What? What does that even mean? Yeah, bro,
Clem.
they don't have a roof.
Just be careful.
What did she have to say? I know she was running her mouth. What did she say?
You shouldn't have done that to Arvo.
I know, Clem, but
I don't
Luke.
care. You can't do that.
Jesus, Clem, you know me. You know I'm not like that.
You scared me. You scared all of us, Kenny.
It won't happen again. That's a promise.
Not a promise you can keep.
What happened? It's over. But AJ needs us now. We gotta stick together on this thing, all
How
right?
did the Russians live here? I still don't understand.
Come on.
They have
Let's see if the
construction
truck's
equipment
gonna
too?
go.
What the fuck's going on? Chat, you don't understand. Even if like Arvo is a bad person, it's you who becomes dehumanized when you do bad things. That's the whole point. I'm not saying don't fucking beat up Arvo for the sake of Arvo. I'm saying don't beat up Arvo for the sake of not losing your humanity. Okay? That's it. Every punch he fucking lands on Arvo's skull is basically a gut punch to Kenny himself. He's losing his humanity slowly but surely. We become the monsters. Okay? And we must not.
My daddy always had a half-dozen wrecks he was fixing up. He was a mean sumbitch. But he taught me respect. Girl like Jane.
I'm a bit of a
would learn
tortured
thing or
poet.
two about that.
I like her. Just give her some time.
Maybe you're right. Hell, I didn't know what to make of Lee at first. Of course, he helped me and mine more times than I can remember.
Jane helped us back on the road.
All right, give it a turn.
What is this
We're so
attack
close,
Zombos?
Clem. With a little bit of luck, I can get this thing running. And then we can get out on the road and really make some distance. Wellington's gotta be out there. Now, those rumors can't all be bunk. I mean, hell, there's gotta be something out here other than snow and goddamn Euro trash.
What about Mexico?
Why? You want a taco?
I've never been there.
I went once, long time ago.
You
Just
want a
before I
taco?
met Cap. All right, turn it again.
What else they got in Mexico other than Mexicans and taco?
Did you turn it?
Yes.
God damn it!
Bro, the whole house is open too.
We'll get it working.
We gotta get moving if we're gonna keep AJ alive. We're running out of time. I gotta get this thing to start. Gonna try warming up the battery. Go on inside. I don't like leaving him with that girl.
Bro, chill. She's like pretty fucking goated. Let me see if I can talk some sense in this man.
Need any help?
I'm fine. Go
I'm
check
fine.
on AJ.
All right, I gotta pee real quick. I'm peeing. I'm back. Did he cover the Iran stuff already? What do you think, chatter? I can't tell if the chatters are being serious. They're like, guys, he's seriously. Someone let him know. Israel attacked Iran.
Wish they'd finished this place.
Yep, would have been nice. Would have been goddamn nice.
Looks broken.
You don't know that.
Busted.
Land boat. A car is a bit like a land boat when you think about it. She's smoking cigs? Yo, let me get a hit.
Want one?
What the fuck?
No, thanks.
That's insane.
Do you remember when you saw me?
Okay, that was way more unacceptable than the fucking alcohol thing. Worst ending? No, dude. That's insane. Yeah, let me bum one, big dog. Yo, let me blast a fucking... Let me hawk a lung dart, fam. Fucking waste youths out here, bro. That's crazy. Yeah, worst ending is the lung cancer ending.
Me first, back at the lodge. Check her for weapons. I liked you from the start. You ever done something you regret? Even if it's something you knew you had to do. Go on.
I wish I never took anything from Arvo.
That's not true.
I'll bet he does too. You know, I'll say one thing about Luke. No matter where you end up, there's always one bad seed rocking the boat. I don't think he would have ever been that guy. Let me ask you something, Clem. When's the last time anyone did what you wanted?
Come here. Good girly.
No one ever listens to me.
You know, I've been all over. Run with a lot of people. A lot of men. And listened to a lot of promises. Ain't one
I missed
of
the
them
choice. I wasn't paying attention. I was trying to get my baby to come here. Okay, sorry. I don't know if you guys know this, but this is my real world Clementine. My little baby. My little baby who's so fucking bored probably. I've gone way up. Normally at this time it's her time, you know what I mean? My little baby.
I'm starting to think there might be another way, you know?
Kaya is not Blasian. She's just Asian.
I'm gonna go take a piss.
She's not an 11-year-old Blasian girl. Clem is Blasian, yeah. Wow, you're doing a great job taking care of the baby.
Hey.
I guess Wayne is not really W right now.
Mike and Arvo wouldn't shut up, so
Bro,
I moved him in here.
We put the baby in a fucking... We put the baby in a bucket with newspapers. Like the baby is a fucking slice of deli meat-filled sandwich from a New York deli. The hell is this?
Damn it.
I've seen that look before.
Son of a bitch. I've seen it too. A few times.
Then you know what's about to happen. I know Kenny's a nice guy, Clem. I bet
Why are we
Carver was
talking
a
like
nice guy
he's
too,
gonna turn into a
once.
zombie?
Probably had a nice job and a nice, pretty wife. Then all this happened. And one day he caved some kid's face in and realized he could sleep at night.
Kenny isn't Carver. He just made a mistake.
All I'm saying is, start thinking about what happens if you're wrong.
That's crazy.
You two have known each other a long time. Sooner or later, you're gonna have to decide how much that's worth.
Kaya, I love you.
I think it needs food or something. Seems like you've done that before.
You want to try?
No way. It's gonna puke. Clem, no.
Hold it like this.
Hey. Hi. My name's Jane. I think it's gonna puke.
It's not gonna puke.
It puked. It puked.
Wait, it's not even puking. It's puking blood. What the hell? Is that... Babies do that? Is that a normal baby thing?
There's not much left.
I was running with some people a long time ago, down near DC. Some guy got trapped in the middle of a crosswalk. Can't remember his name. He used to call me Mary Jane. He was a douchebag.
Kenny in the background.
The dick got stuck
He's just
under
driving
a car
away,
hiding
bro.
from a dozen walkers. One after another, they went down there trying to save him. Lost 4 people before we got him out.
So he made it?
Didn't find out till later he was already bit. Turned and ripped the neck right out of this old lady. The look on her face was... She was just staring up at the sky, like she was watching a bird. Look, Clem.
He got it working.
It works?
What'd I tell you?
So what's the plan?
How much food do we have?
At least a week.
And for the baby?
We need to find a place for the baby.
Yeah, someplace warm.
I agree. We should head back south.
What?
We're gonna freeze to death. I don't know whose stupid idea it was to march up here in the first place, but it was a bad one.
She's right.
What if we went back to house?
Wait, what? Fuck that. I was
Hi.
thinking more like Texas.
Texas?
Hey,
What the fuck?
It was just an idea.
We already talked about this.
I'm sorry. We did?
We're going to find Wellington. Right, Clem?
Wellington?
Kenny, it's freezing up here, man.
It's only gonna get worse.
Bir dakika baba dur. Yok saldırmıyor, oynamak istiyor. Dur baba dur, çok önemli bir şey yapıyorum şu anda oyunda. Oh my god. My dad is like, I just woke up, I'm hungry, order me food. And I'm like trying to explain to him that this is a serious moment of the game. What did they say? I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. Shit. What are the options? Differing destinations. Krista told Clem to find Wellington. It was Krista's idea. Jane doesn't want to go to Wellington. I think we go north. We go with Kenny. I'm going north. Wellington.
We came this far. We're not going back.
I'm with Kenny. We should head north.
Goddamn right.
Clem.
My friend Krista. She told me about Wellington a long time ago, Jane. It's out there.
Look, I don't give two shits about what you people think. I got this truck working, so I say where we go. And we're heading fucking
okay,
north.
You're being mean, bro.
It's the best chance we
Chill.
got of helping AJ.
What about Arbo?
Who? Oh, the Rusky? Yeah, he ain't coming with us.
Bro, your wife is Ukrainian, man. Fucking chill. Jesus Christ. Bro, this dude is 100% NATO Andy over here. I swear to God. He's just like, the Rusky? He keeps saying the Rusky. Stop saying Belgium. In my head canon, Katya is from Ukraine, and that's why Kenny has a lot of resentment towards Russians. If she is Belgian, that means that she's extra NATO Andy. That only proves that he's a NATO Andy. He learned it from her. Baba ne yemek istiyorsun? Ne yemek istiyorsun? Ben akşam normalde ben kendime yapıyorum yemek. Evet. Hold on. Okay. Sadece tavuk mu? Pilav? Patates kızartması mı? Olabilir, bakarım. Okay. Ekmek yok. I'm ordering a chicken. Sorry. I gotta do this real quick. Cacık? Cacık? Cacık. Peki. You didn't want cacık. Okay. Hold on. What else would you hear? I love watching Hassan play this because he makes all the interesting choices that I would never make. Wait, why not? How come Zanku doesn't have French fries? That's weird. Chicken at 10 p.m. Damn. I'll be lucky finding anywhere open at this time. What do you mean, bro? Yeah, live in fucking one of the most expensive real estate markets on the fucking planet in the middle of a city, and you'll be able to find chicken all day, every day.
You're just gonna leave him here? I don't give a good goddamn where he goes. He's done.
We should ask him what he wants.
That's
There's a
crazy.
concept.
He knows the area. He can help us.
Oh yeah, some help he's been. He got Luke killed.
I ain't gonna say he helped the situation, but maybe if you'd eased up on him before, he wouldn't have run away in the first place. You ever think about that, Kenny?
Either way, I'm not going anywhere in the middle of the night.
Yeah, me neither. There could be a herd out there.
You want that child's blood on your hands, Mike?
We're all gonna die out here if you don't calm the fuck down, Kenny.
Haven't
I'm
we
just
been through
trying to
enough
make
for one day?
reasonable choices.
Jesus fucking Christ. Remember the last time we had a working car and sat around on our asses, Clem?
I'm going inside.
God damn it!
You can't just walk away from us.
Making bitch-made choices. I don't think he's gonna leave me. That would be insane. He's just sitting in the car angry.
You better talk some sense into him. For his sake.
Luke died in a bit of a L nerd kind of fashion. I'm not gonna lie. He fell into the water.
God damn it! That stupid fucking... Get the fuck out of here!
It's me.
Clem. Sorry, just give me a second. Close the door. Can you believe this, Clem? I bring them a working truck, and they act like I just shit in their cereal. I knew Jane'd have a stick up her ass, but I thought at least Mike'd have more sense.
They're scared of you, Kenny.
Well, if their big plan is to wander around in the woods, they ought to be scared of more than me.
Did you hear me?
We're all scared. Look, we got maybe a day's worth of food for that kid left. That's it. Clem, think about Rebecca and Alvin. I mean, what if Lee hadn't gone tearing across half of Georgia looking for you? A lot of folks died to make that happen. A lot of folks died to get us this far.
This is different.
How?
Where are we gonna find baby formula?
I don't know, but sitting around here ain't a way.
Zamboni's coming
wish Lee was
soon.
here.
I know how this works.
What you think he'd say?
I think he'd tell me to try to keep the group together. And that we should stay away from cities.
Isn't Wellington a city though?
We can't just give up on this kid. I mean, what's the point of going on after that? That's what people like Lee knew, and what people like Jane won't ever understand. Look, I know Wellington might be bullshit, but where there's smoke, there's fire. Krista heard about it too, right? You know, when I first saw you back at that lodge...
It's a beef city.
thought I was dreaming. And when you sat down next to me and we shared that meal, well, I could tell that you were different now. Grown up. I felt pride. A pride I hadn't felt in a long time. But I need you now, Clem. There have to be folks doing better than us.
Yeah, but we can't do it alone. We need the others.
And that's why I gotta be able to count on you, Clem. We gotta convince him. You and me. Look, we'll figure everything out in the morning. Come on, let's get some sleep. So we gotta be ready.
This game doesn't let you interrupt or not replying up until the later episodes. Kenny's manipulative and a Cyclops? Okay, you're being mean for no reason. Fuck is this? There ain't no fucking way that they're trying to leave without Kenny. There ain't no fucking way, big dog. No, I'm not gonna pull a gun out. What the fuck? Bro, you are a piece of shit, Mike. Are you for fucking real right now? Michael, like Kenny's fucking aggro, but you're gonna ditch the group for some fucking random kid who tried to fucking kill us? Bro, I mean, he deserves the death penalty at that point.
Easy. Easy now.
Step back.
Clem. Shit.
What are you doing?
I got the rest of it. Clem.
Yo!
We're just leaving.
That's crazy. They're stealing our...
Down, all right?
They wanted to steal all the supplies, steal the truck, and fucking leave with the dumbass Russian kid? Like, oh my God, I feel gross. I'm not even kidding. I genuinely have, like, my stomach feels upset. That is such a gross thing. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God, they left the fucking baby behind. I knew not to trust Bonnie, you fucking bitch. Yeah, Bonnie is a goddamn snake to the end, dude. Fucking Christ.
Nobody else has to get involved.
Where are you going?
Anywhere but here.
What do you mean?
Listen, we just gotta get away from that guy, Clem. Okay?
Who? Kenny?
Clem, damn it, we don't have time for this.
Just be quiet, Clem, please.
No, I'm fucking popping off. I don't give a shit what the repercussions are. I don't care.
All right, Clem. Now I'm gonna walk up to you nice and slow, and you're gonna give me the gun, okay?
Kenny! Jane! Help! They're robbing us!
Oh!
No!
Am I dead?
Oh my God. Clem! Clem!
Bonnie, we have to go.
Don't you touch me. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen.
Am I dead?
Oh my God, Clem! What the fuck did you do? Clem! What did you do?
Clementine. Oh my God, it was always a dream. Oh, the beautiful song came back on.
Lee?
It was all a dream. Oh my
just
God.
a bad dream, Sweet Pea.
Oh my God. Lee never got bit. Oh my God, dream sequence this whole time. Oh my God, this is the greatest.
What was it about? Duck?
He's bit.
We don't know how this works yet. Maybe it's like a cold.
Kill Ben. Kill Ben. Wait, some doesn't
Mom's
make
a doctor.
sense.
Maybe she can help him.
He's going to die. I know it.
You don't know that?
I feel bad.
Why?
I called him a crybaby when I hid the bug in his pillow.
Oh, that's a...
Wait, it's not a dream. It's a nightmare. Because in this sequence, I wake up to a world where the double sexo run for Lee is still not possible. Oh my God, this is after Lily killed, what was her name? Claire? Oh my God, Ben is alive. And the double sexo run is still not happening. Duck is alive, Ben is alive. Oh my God. Oh God. No.
Hey, honey, you didn't mean it.
Lee?
Hmm?
Why did Lily do that to Carly?
I don't know. She was sad, Clem. That can make people angry sometimes.
Have you ever been that angry?
Yeah, that's why he murdered his
one time
ex-wife's fuck buddy.
Clem, people don't always make sense.
How come?
Because bad things happen to everyone.
Yeah, like right now, at the top of the hour, a bad thing is about to happen to you guys, but don't worry, you can avoid the bad thing by subscribing for $5 or for free. Oh my God, it's 11 hours in and I'm still popping off with these ad breaks. What the fuck is wrong with me?
And it's hard to keep being yourself after they do. Do you think we should have let Lily stay?
I don't think so.
I don't know. It wasn't easy. I don't know if we did the right thing.
How can you tell?
Well, it's not like math, Clem. Sometimes there just isn't a right answer.
I hate math.
King Henry, thank you for the
Me
20
too,
gifted.
Sweet pea. Part of growing up is doing what's best for the people you care about. Even if sometimes that means hurting someone else.
I don't want to hurt anyone.
It's not that easy.
I'm scared, Lee,
What can I tell you to make it better?
that you won't leave me.
Oh, I wouldn't do that. I promise. Everything's gonna be all right.
This is sad. Fuck. I mean, I kind of did it to myself. I said the saddest thing I could have gotten Clem to say.
Now let's try to get some sleep.
Okay,
Game's
Lee.
kind of evil. It is evil. It tugs on your heartstrings a little too hard. Wait, was it all a dream or is it a bit of lie? No, dude, I'm fucking hallucinating. I got shot in the chest. The dream is that I went back to that sweet moment with Lee.
On the left! Slow down!
Shut up!
Oh, it was pack watch, huh?
She's awake.
How did I fucking eat that, dude? As an 11-year-old, I just...
Clem! Oh, thank God.
What happened?
That piece of shit Rusky shot you.
We had to run the truck to keep you warm. How do you feel?
It hurts.
Couldn't find the bullet. Must have gone clean through. It'll burn a
That's-
while, but you'll be fine.
Those
That's
sons
crazy.
of bitches. I mean, I expected it from the Russian. But Mike? I could tell they were working on something.
I didn't think they'd go that far.
Yeah, well, who would steal our food and shoot a kid? We never should have thrown in with trash like that in the first place.
I can't believe they did that.
I don't think they knew what they were doing, except trying to get away.
Yeah, well, they're gone now. Good fucking riddance.
Now that Clem's awake, we should talk about where we're going.
We're headed north.
What, to find Wellington?
You sure talk a lot of shit, but you got a better plan?
We head south, back to House.
Carver's.
Dude, am I alone in this? I get so much anxiety, even with fictional characters not looking at the road. Like, I get so annoyed when people do it in movies or if anybody does it. It's like, what are you doing, bro? It's like, you're definitely going to crash. I feel like, anyway.
Camp.
He's got
What
one
kind
eye
of plan
already.
is that?
I think Bonnie said there was more formula back there. And we actually know where it is.
Wellington's out there. We have to keep looking, Jane.
Clem, you can't be falling for this.
She made up her mind, Jane.
Clem, please. This is suicide.
Why don't you let her think for herself for once?
Why
What
don't
is this
you?
road,
Me?
by the way?
Look, even if there is someplace up here, it could take us weeks to find it. We could get back to House in a day.
Tell you what, we can turn around just as soon as you pry this wheel
Stop
from
looking.
my cold, dead fingers. How's that sound?
Whatever. I give up.
It's crazy. He just keeps literally turning and just specifically putting the road on his blind eye. Like, it's crazy to me that he just keeps doing that. Okay?
Get your feet off the dash.
Oh, chill. Okay, Kenny.
Let's play a game, Clem. I spy with my little eye an asshole. Your turn.
Grow up.
Go to hell.
I'll pull this fucking car over.
Go ahead.
You want to die out here?
Better than waiting to die next to you.
Leave him alone, Jane.
No, Clem, it's fine. Let her run her mouth. I am done playing games with you, Jane.
Fuck you. You don't know a damn thing about me.
Oh, I know exactly what you are.
Stop looking.
Nothing. Nobody cares about you, and you don't care about nobody but yourself. That makes you nothing.
What is it with you? It's your family, right?
Don't.
It is, isn't it?
I'm warning you, you little shit.
You're just another type A asshole trying to save a bunch of dead people.
Watch the road.
I am, goddammit. You listen to me. You mouth off about my family, and I will fucking end you.
Jesus Christ, I'm so sick of this wounded warrior crap. Just pull over. I can't take this.
What?
Oh my
Running
God.
away again? What a
Oh my
fucking
God.
shocker.
Oh my God, bro. They're both insane. They're both insane. I'm going to kill both of them. Shut the fuck up, both of you. What the fuck? It is a zombie apocalypse. They're literally fighting over petty grievances. She's like, what is happening? I mean, yeah, it's mostly Kenny, but she's also kind of fucking picking at him on purpose. Like, it is disrespectful to talk about a dead person's, a person's dead family.
In the end, still only care about yourself, right?
And where were you when Sarita died, Kenny? Huh? Where were you?
Okay.
I was there. I couldn't. God damn you, I love that woman.
Nobody who died is anyone's fault. We all wanted to be together, and it just went bad. But we owe it to them to try to make the best of this.
I'm sorry, Clem, but I can't put up with this bullshit anymore.
Oh, the feeling's mutual.
You know the thing about people like you, Kenny? You're just a bomb waiting to go off. Everyone talks about you behind your back because they're afraid of you.
That ain't true.
Mike, Bonnie, Sarita.
Fucking liar, that ain't true!
Everyone around you knows that sooner or later, they're gonna end up dead. Sarita knew it, I know it, and so does Clementine.
I told you not to talk about my family!
Fuck you!
You fucking piece of shit!
Go to hell, you son of a bitch!
Jesus! Oh!
What the fuck?
You okay?
I'm fine.
How's AJ?
He's fine.
You sure?
Yes.
Clem, you alright?
Yeah.
Kenny, I'm...
Wait, hold on.
Bro, he went wicked with it. He went
Go
360 mode.
One of them might have diesel.
We shouldn't stop here.
We're running on fumes. Got no choice.
Yeah,
when I
it's
holler,
better.
it's okay. Drive up closer. Anything happens, I'll try to meet you there. Alright?
If you're going, go now.
Kenny.
Wait, I said I'm going with you.
Fucking asshole. God.
Why is the 11-year-old trying to drive
I'm
the car?
serious, Clem. I tried, but I just can't.
You're both losing it.
Clem, everyone's like that around him. You know that. Clem, we could leave. Right now.
You're
Are you
such
serious?
a freak, dude.
What about AJ?
Look, I know you're close to him, but Kenny would never let him go. This is our chance, Clem. Don't you ever want to know what it's like to live your own life?
Uh-oh.
It's snowing. Why are they moving?
They must not be cold enough yet. Fuck. Out of here!
I don't know how to drive.
See that pedal on the floor? Step on it!
That's
Don't just sit there!
crazy. This is madness.
Jesus.
I can't even see over the fucking dashboard, bro. Oh my god. Oh, you want me to fucking handle the
Get out
Zombo
of there.
too?
The door is stuck.
Shit! Shit! There are more of them! Move!
This is the fucking
Clem.
nuttiest shit.
Clem,
how do
hurry!
I can't do anything.
Get out! Hurry!
I can't do anything. Why can't I do anything? Why can't I do anything? What am I doing? I'm looking at myself in the rear mirror. No, I can't move, chat. I am pressing W. I'm pressing W. Did the game break? No, I think the game broke. It's a buh. No, look. I think it's a buh. Oh, wait. Maybe it's not. I just had to click on the door. That's crazy.
Jane! Jane, wait!
It was not a buh.
Jane!
This is madness. I'm shot. I'm fucking freezing. Jane made me fucking... That's crazy, dude. I forgot the most important part. I'm 11. Wait, what is this? Dude, I don't want to open fire on random people. I don't know if it's a fucking walker or not. Oh my god, this is so bad. No, I know that wasn't Kenny, chat. I know that wasn't Kenny because it said walker when I aimed the reticle at it. See, it says shoot walker. There's another one back there too. Maybe I shouldn't be wasting bullets. I think they're stuck now. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, she's stuck. I gotta check to make sure my food is on the way. Okay, it is. On a gazebo. Okay, that's nice. What do I do about that? Oh wait, I made it to the fucking rest stop where Kenny was supposed to be at. I'm Canadian, it doesn't even look that cold. Shut up. Fucking Canucks, dude. Classic. You killed Kenny? No, I didn't. I killed Walker.
Jane?
Shut the fuck up.
Kenny!
You alright?
Yeah,
Where is he? Where's the kid?
he's with her.
You left him with her? Jane? Jane!
Wait.
Oh my god, she's coming without the baby.
Oh,
She's
thank
coming
Christ.
minus the baby. Kenny's gonna kill her.
Jane!
Oh
you
my
okay?
gosh, she dropped the baby.
Where's the kid? Jane, where is he?
What did you do?
He's...
What are you saying? No. No!
She's gonna be like, it's a debate. He's in my shirt. He's in my jacket.
Not again. Not again.
Clem, look at me. No matter what happens, just stay out of it. Okay? Just trust me, Clem.
How could you let this happen?
You have to trust me. You're gonna see what he really is.
What? Did you sacrifice a baby for this?
Kenny, calm down. Don't do anything stupid.
Get out of my way.
Kenny?
How could you kill a fucking child?
I didn't kill him! It was an accident, Kenny!
I won't back down from you, Kenny.
Shut up!
We can't kill each other! Not after all this! We're all that's left!
Stay out of this, Clem.
Clem, stay back.
I feel like if I don't fucking pick a side, they're gonna both die and I'm gonna be left alone. Which at this point I kind of don't even mind if that happens. They both suck. I mean, Kenny sucks even harder, but I have too much Kenny sucks even harder, but I have too much experience with him. But Jane is also a cold-blooded, ruthless piece of shit as well, even though she came back when it mattered the most. Just two goats doing what they do best, you know what I mean? Israel versus Iran. And we're all here to watch. Having the time of our lives, okay?
Don't you come near me, you son of a bitch. Kenny! Get...
Fuck you!
Stop! Please! Jane! Oh my god!
Oh,
This
shit.
is all your fucking fault!
She slashed his ass.
Piece of shit!
Just go!
I ain't going nowhere.
Fucking psycho!
This is on you!
Go! Run!
Not happening.
Please!
Move.
Fucking
Oh,
kill
that's so
you!
fucking dumb. Oh, she's stabbing his eye.
That fucking feel, huh? Jane, look at what you're doing! Listen to me!
Get her up!
Oh, shit.
You fucking baby killer!
Kenny just hates abortions, bro. That's what it is. Oh, I can't even move. What the fuck? This sucks.
I'll fucking kill you!
I'm not gonna shoot Kenny.
I knew you would!
Die!
Fuck you!
Make a lecture!
Stop!
Fuck you!
Shoot the air, shoot the air, shoot the air. Is there a shoot the air option? Oh my god, this is crazy. Oh my god, this is crazy, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck do I do? Don't spoil it, chat, but also, I don't know. I don't fucking know. I mean, Kenny's already stabbed in the fucking gut. I can't shoot him. There ain't no way I'm shooting Kenny. Fuck. Dude, this sucks. This sucks so bad, bro. This sucks. Oh my god, I forgot the fucking food. Oh, it still hasn't even... Hold on. Hold on. Okay. I had to get the door. I had to get the food. This is a crazy moment, chat. There's a poll. Right in the poll. There's a big decision. Participate in democracy. There's a poll in the chat. Look away. Democracy thrives in the darkness, dude. Maybe if I don't do anything, it's basically like looking away. I just trolley problemed it.
Kenny!
AJ, he's gone, Clem. She just... How could she do that? Jesus. He's gone.
What? Shoot Kenny? That's crazy, bro. Imagine I just dome him right here. Just like, fuck you, you fucking piece of shit. I mean, he's a psycho, and he kind of does deserve it.
You didn't have to kill her, Kenny!
I'm sorry, darling, but I did.
No, you didn't, you fucking piece of shit. Kenny sucks now. It's over. I hate him now.
I'm right behind you!
Bro, she didn't even fucking kill the baby. She just, like, hid the baby to prove a goddamn point. And what the point was is that Kenny is a fucking murderous asshole.
AJ!
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Jane kind of deserved it. Sorry. That's insane. What the fuck? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, bro. That's insane. She went from Wayne to lame, okay? That's crazy. That's dumb as hell. That is literally a sociopathic game that you're trying to play with a dude who's very obviously out of his fucking mind. That's crazy. Average misogynistic Hasanabi? No, dude. Just to prove a point in the midst of a fucking zombie apocalypse? Like, what kind of fucking insane shit is this? Of course she didn't deserve to die, but that's crazy that she was like, let me toy with this dude who's very obviously mentally ill. Well, she was right. She argued that point to the end, you know what I mean? That's what debate perpetrator gets you. She wasn't wrong. Look at what happens when you pick Jane. Yeah, bro, she did get a wounded 11-year-old girl to drive the truck instead of driving the truck herself, so very fucking stupid.
Are you okay? He's alive.
AJ, let me see him. I thought we lost you, buddy.
And then you didn't have to kill her. You didn't have to kill Jane.
It was me or her, Clem. She was trying to kill me, too. If she hadn't lied about Alvin here, it wouldn't have went that far.
I just...
Here's the thing, okay? Jane is cold-blooded, and Jane is a lone wolf. Kenny is ride or die. I'm gonna go with the ride or die guy, okay? He's insane. He's out of his fucking mind. But I know when push comes to shove, there's one guy who is not leaving me out in the fucking cold, and there's one lady who would have left me out in the fucking cold. That's it. Taking a fucking L to the chest just to prove a goddamn point about how crazy Kenny is when I can see it. I see it with my own goddamn eyes. He's out of his fucking mind. So what are you doing? The fuck are you doing? You're gonna leave my ass. You're gonna abort the baby, and you're gonna fucking leave my ass too. Get the fuck out of here.
Why
Kenny's
would
the right
she-
choice.
She was nuts, Clem. A disturbed person that had her own agenda, that was looking out for herself.
Kenny, there's no reason for you to murder her. You're so dumb for trying to continuously explain away.
Hey, listen, I didn't want that to happen either. I thought she'd killed Alvy, Clem, and at any point she could have stopped what was happening by saying he was fine. She wanted a fight. I'd never,
And she pulled a knife
ever
first.
hurt you. You understand? I was protecting you. You believe me, right? Just imagining what she did to Alvy. Everything just went black.
You were right about her. You're dangerous, Kenny. I kind of want to tell him that he's dangerous because he is fucking dangerous. But now at this point, I already fucking picked the wrong horse, but you know, what are you going to do?
By the time I got my head
Fuck
straight,
it, I believe you.
it was too late.
I believe you.
Okay, let's put some miles between us in this place.
It's not a mistake that my love for Kenny has only grown as I found out that he became a right-wing grifter. His right-wing grifter arc. I mean, it hurts to see. It hurts to see a loved one go down that right-wing pipeline, you know what I mean? The alt-right rabbit hole got to him even when he didn't have the internet.
You want me to hold him?
Nah, he's still light. We're fine. Come on, I'll race you to the top.
Hey!
Damn, bro, he's having fun like nothing happened.
Come on, Alvy, we got this.
Uh-oh. There's not a good moment that won't be sullied by zombos.
You cheated.
Holy shit.
Oh my god, Wellington.
We did it, Clem.
Hi. Hello.
That's gotta be it.
It's about time.
You
Oh,
were
man.
telling me. What are we waiting for? Come on. This one's gonna be the one. Look at those walls. We'll finally feel safe, Clem. Be able to sleep at night.
He's gonna get sniped. Oh, shit.
That's far enough.
Just stay still, Clem. Do as she says. Put your hands up, Clem.
Drop your weapons. Approach the gate.
My baby. Hello, baby. Hello.
Just a couple of people at the front gate. They don't look like trouble. Sounds good. Hi, I'm Edith.
Name's Kenny. And this here's Clementine.
Hello.
I don't trust
what
her.
a handsome boy. Look at him. What's his name?
Alvin. Jr.
Oh, he's gonna be a little heartbreaker when he grows up.
Can you let us in? We're really hungry. What?
Well, I'm afraid this is the part where I give you the bad news.
Wait, what?
The hell's this?
That's some supplies. Food, water,
What?
some medicine, a first aid
Why are
kit.
you giving us this?
Unfortunately, our community isn't accepting new members. We're over capacity as it is, and there's just not enough to go around if we keep bringing people in. Things might change in
You
a few
gotta be
months.
fucking kidding me.
What?
I'm sorry.
Bro, she made it seem like it's a fucking resort. She waitlisted me, bro. What the hell is this? Oh yeah, I'll come back in 5 months, dude. Let me go eat some zombie dick. That's crazy.
I really
But we have a baby.
This is hard for me too. I don't want to turn anyone away, especially children. But
Just take the kids.
What?
Please. Just take the kids. It's too dangerous out here for them.
Kenny,
That's my
It's just a
goat.
little girl and a baby.
That's my fucking goat, dude. That's my goat. You see that? You fucking see that shit, chat? That's why he is Canaldo, okay? That's fucking, put some respect on his goddamn name. You know I show up to that fucking door with Jane. She's like, I can cook, I can clean, I can do some stuff. This bitch sucks. This little 11-year-old, she fucking sucks ass. She told me she's gonna blow up this whole place, actually. Take me. That's what Jane would have done. Yep, that's Kendrick Lamar, dude.
Hey, boy, you can make room for that. You can take back the supplies you gave us if that helps. Please, just... I need them to be safe. And it's safe in there. I know that. Just ask someone, please. They won't make it out here. Please.
Is she gonna say no?
I'll ask.
That's cold-blooded.
Just give me a second.
I thought she was about to say, nah, sorry, son. 5 months, that's the waiting list.
You don't need to look at me like that.
We're not staying here without you.
I'm lying. I'm gonna stay.
No, we're not.
Yes, you are.
I feel like that's one of them situations
It's
where I
safe
got no
here.
options anyway.
You two will be safe. That's what's important now.
I'm RPing for emotional impact. Yeah, I'm RPing because that's what Clementine would say.
We can take the children, but just the children. I made the case that...
Thank you. Thank you. Listen, okay? Listen. This is your chance. For you and this boy. I don't trust myself to keep you two safe. Not anymore. Please, I'm begging you. Please, stay here. Stay here, where it's safe. Where you two will have a chance.
No, no, no! Why are you doing this?
Because he's the goat.
Way for both of you.
Because he's the fucking goat.
Think about Alvy here. Please, Clem. Just do as I'm asking. This one last time. You'll meet people. You'll make friends. People better than me.
Should I stay with Kenny? Just give the baby? No? Hell no. Damn, there's like not even one yes. That's crazy. We got supplies. We can make it. I've made it. I've made it before. I swear I'll sign a kick deal if you stay with this redneck. Bro, I don't get it. We've made it. We've made it this far. I mean, we take the baby. It's just me, Kenny, and the duffel bag. You know what I'm saying?
Good people that don't have to look at you and feel
Yeah,
ashamed
I'm about to do it.
at what they put you through. Please, Clem, please. Where you won't have to sleep with a gun next to you every night. Where you can be a kid for a while.
Okay.
This
Okay,
trolling
we'll stay.
is low even for you,
Stay.
and you pretend that you aren't a chatter at heart. This is not trolling. That was a genuine moment of crisis.
This is the right decision. Right. When he's grown, you tell him about his mommy and his daddy and all the people who tried to keep him safe. You tell him, okay? He deserves to know.
Kenny's a better father figure than most chatters
got
fathers. Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh, here.
Even though Duck was a lame ass.
When he's old enough, you make him wear it. It'll keep the sun out of his eyes. That's important. All right.
Oh.
Good. Keep an eye out for him. Please. Now, you take care of Alvin here. You live a good life, okay? Don't waste this, okay? Now, I'm gonna go before one of us changes their mind. Now, I'm gonna walk away, and I might not look back. Not because I don't want to. I'm real glad to have met you, Clementine.
Oh. I can't wait for this Wellington joint to suck dick. And then it was actually the appropriate choice to stay with Kenny. To stay with Kenneth, dude. Canaldo, my goat. Forever in the fucking halls. Yeah, just run in, Kenny. Why don't you just run in? Just, give it a whirl, bro. Give it a spin, baby. That's bullshit. Okay, we gotta watch the endings of season 2. That was beautiful. What? You and 21% players are with AJ at Wellington? 21%? What the fuck did people choose? 49% didn't shoot Kenny, asked to leave with Mike. 80% didn't ask to leave with Mike. You chose all the bad endings, fam. Protected the baby, 58% protected. Wanted to help Luke. 33% only tried to help Luke. 33% only. There's 4 endings: Wellington, Kenny, Jane, and alone with AJ. Bro, how did 51% shot Kenny? I don't want to see like all the different endings, but I do want to see like Wait, the other 66 covered Luke and the ice didn't break? Wait, really? That's how it works? Wait, I gotta see this shit, dude. Okay.
Kenny was dangerous. Coming with me.
Are you
There's
okay?
7 endings?
He's alive.
I understand if you're upset. AJ was never in any danger. I was just going to try to talk you into coming with me. I just thought if you saw Kenny like that, you'd know we'd have to leave him. Look, Clem, I'm sorry. I didn't think Kenny would go that far. But it's over now. We're all safe. We're going to be okay.
I don't understand.
Kenny was dangerous, and I needed you to see that. One way or
She's
another.
a freak
What are you
bitch.
saying?
I had to do it, Clem. You saw how he reacted. I had to show you what he was capable of. It was a stupid... I should never have lied to you. But I thought it was the only way you'd see.
Oh my God. Kenny.
You have to forgive me. Please. We can just leave all this behind us. Please. I did it for you, Clem. For us.
Which one did she pick?
We're free now.
Okay, so we forgive her.
Come on.
I've seen worse.
Oh, we go south.
Here's the food. Clem, this formula. They don't look armed.
This your place?
We're just passing through.
Yeah? How fast do you think?
We haven't decided yet. We need help.
My boy, he ain't doing so good.
What's wrong with him?
Look, don't worry. He ain't bit. Just hungry. We've been walking for weeks. Ran out of food a couple days back.
Why do the graphics look like shit here? Like, I feel like my graphics look better than this.
That your kid? Where you girls been?
Why do you care?
Whoa, I didn't mean nothing by it.
Everywhere. All
Oh, Clem. This place is a mess, and I...
but we'll make it better.
Wait, do we tell him to fuck off?
Mention it.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Cool hat.
That's how it
Yeah.
ends?
Thanks.
That sucked.
I don't know how you were able to...
We need help.
Alright, we tell him to fuck off.
Wanna do this, little girl?
They might come back.
Then we'll be ready.
Damn.
AJ! For you. Clem.
Oh, I just leave
Please,
her alone?
Clem?
And then I get to Wellington on my own or something? What the fuck? Solo run? Yeah, my ending is the best, chat. I don't know why the fuck people are saying that was the worst ending. The ending I got was sick. Kenny's not even dead. He might make it. He might come to Wellington. Wait, that is another ending? That ending sucked ass. Okay, that's the one we saw. And I guess there is an ending where me and Kenny leave together.
Now go.
Wait, what? No, that's the ending this is my ending that I just watched.
They don't look. We keep.
Listen, take back to stay here.
Are you doing this?
Okay? Okay? He deserves to know. I got, oh, here, take this.
You skipped one? No, I didn't. I don't think I did.
I hadn't lied about Alvin here.
No, this is the long ass ending, Chad. Shut the fuck up. I didn't skip it.
Is there someone named Krista in there?
I don't think so, dear.
Yes, you did. This is the one I didn't see, so shut up, chat. This is the only one I care about.
He's gone, Clem. But just do it.
That's crazy. The shoot him option is a crazy one. Wait, what is it? You button mash through the one you just wanted to see about Kenny and you leaving together, go back. I don't really care about seeing that one. Is it okay to spoil what happens next if you went with Jane? Please, it's so insane. Wait, what? In the next game? Wait, if I kept Jane, I could have had her in the next game? No.
There, AJ.
No, shut the fuck up.
We're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay.
Bro, why would I watch the next game? Why would I watch a video about the next game that I haven't played yet? Are you guys fucking insane? Do you not understand? Do you not understand that? No, I'm not touching that. Maybe later. It is kind of crazy that it carries on. Like your save file literally fucking carries on. And then the dumb fucking Zombo Apocalypse Alone one. Chad is deeply addicted to this game series now. Yeah. Also, watch the finale of the final game. Absolutely wild. Yeah. I got the good ending. I think chat's crazy. The fact that it actually lets you go on dramatically different trajectories, for the record, in between, like, wait, I'm closing this off, right? Or do I have to fucking sit through this? The fact that it lets you literally go on an entirely different trajectory is crazy. Like, I could go south if I wanted to. And then what? Like, so season 3 starts off in the south. The best ending is where the baby is dead. Next game is crazy. Telltale Pets. Damn, one of the dogs died. Fuck, what a beautiful game, man. Oh, we're not doing Uno Mas por favor, obviously. I think you guys know that already. But goddamn, what a fun fucking game this was. What a fun sequence of I can't believe I went for 12 hours today. It is literally 11 p.m. What the fuck am I doing with my life? It's honestly, it is Israel's fault. Where else on the planet do you get news coverage, breaking news, Israel attacks Iran, all the way to like a jam-packed, action-packed, slammed ass gaming session? That's it? There's no exit? Fuck, man. There wasn't even a fucking last thing. Like, there wasn't. Oh my god. I thought there was like at least something. All right. Well, I love you guys. And I'll see you tomorrow, of course. Oh, tomorrow I will be interviewing Yanis Varoufakis. That's right. Yanis Varoufakis not in the building, but I will be interviewing him tomorrow. All right. Love you all. Bye.
The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There is again a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. There is again a sun is streaming, a sun